artist, by the way. Paul Blanco. Guys told me to listen to him. He's really good. I'm playing on a shitty keyboard since they broke my keyboard at the venue. Waiting on my custom made.
Shut the fuck up!
Query_Rapex just resubscribed for 7 months.
Yeah, they broke it down on the chat. I had such an unpleasant experience with one admin did. I want to punch the fuck out of him. I was prepared to tank a fucking fine to punch that guy in the fucking schnoz, dude. I don't go fuck. He deserved it. So Luigi. Nah, it was just one annoying fucking admin that basically they broke my keyboard and it was like, it's your responsibility for your gear.
Shut the fuck up!
When we weren't even allowed to like they moved our gear, we weren't allowed to move our gear. Like they moved our gear from one desk to another and he's like, it's your responsibility. I'm like, bro, shut the fuck up, I'll fucking kill you right now. And then a guy came over, another admin came over and literally told this guy to shut the fuck up. Like straight up in front of me, told him shut the fuck up. And I was like, thank God, someone with a fucking brain. Yeah, thank you for that gifted, I appreciate you. And thank you for 7 months, Query. What
Shut the fuck up!
What broken it? I don't know, they just broke the keyboard completely. I think the board is broken. Good night, Ivan. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. It was really annoying, chat, and I really want to fucking fight him, but it's like, I don't give a fuck that they broke the keyboard. I'm fine with that. It's the fact that they broke my keyboard and then acted like a fucking asshole and didn't even want to let me go out and ask someone for another keyboard. The first thing he told me is get in the lobby. I'm like, bro, I'll fucking put your head through the fucking monitor if you say another fucking word, man. Shut the fuck up. Rex man, thank you for 3 months, welcome back. I was ready to fucking straight up fucking put that guy in a hospital. I'm not even kidding. But the other admins basically came over and told him, shut the fuck. Like literally I had another admin come over and say, in his face, he told him, shut the fuck up. Like literally told him to shut the fuck up. And then he tried to fix my keyboard, he couldn't fix it. And then he brought me to 0 and then 0 brought me his keyboard. And the weirdest thing is like, Reps brings me his backup keyboard, right? Jordan brings me his backup keyboard and I'm like, okay, I don't need it. I have Zero's keyboard now. And they never give it back to Reps. So after the matches, I have to go to the backstage and wait a whole ass fucking hour to get Reps' keyboard back. Like hello, bro? You guys fucking stupid? Save me 100 bits. Nah, dude. There's a few good admins like X and stuff, but some of those admins, bro, even X himself told me, bro, that guy's a fucking cunt. Apparently that guy was like talking shit to X because X was like helping teams out, and he was like, X helped Alliance with something, with like a table, and this guy told him, stop hovering over Alliance. Like, bro, the guy deserved dude, someone should have fucking punched him in the fucking snow, dude. Why are you even there, dude? Why do you even exist? Thank you, 3 months. Was it 3 months? Yeah, 3 months. Thank you. Welcome back. Hey, at least chat, we found out that the championship will have live audience in Raleigh.
LCQ bots. I believe you can stomp the lobby.
It's gonna be a massive, like a huge arena, dude. I already saw it. Like, it's gonna be insane. Ranked RP change? I think they're gonna be good. The arena is gonna be fucking crazy. How's our morale doing? We're fine. I mean, we didn't get to play the game, so we finally get to play now. Like, I've been at LAN and I didn't even get to play the game. Like, I was just there dying. Like, it's like, dude, I genuinely did not get to play the game, dude. Like, what do they expect from us? Like, our sub hasn't played competitive in 6 months and never played Stone Point. Plus, none of us, like, play Gibby, right? So, like, what the fuck are we supposed to do? It was, like, impossible to play the game. Against, like, top teams that are trained to be there, you know? It's not like it's like C9 where they got Grace, and Grace is like a Phil, or GMW. Both Grace and GMW are Phils. They play everything. And GMW like fit perfectly because of controller shit in red. And Grace is like an IGL and they lose an IGL. It's like perfect fit, you know? Or for us, it's like we needed Manda, and without him, we're fucked. No one, even if we got someone else, no one can really even get close to replicate what Manda does, because like no one is as good as Manda. So like, how the fuck do we do good? No one would fit into this team at all. Like maybe like a couple Gibbies in the world could fit in. Like I'm happy IPN helped us. I'm really thankful for that, but it's not his fault. Like, it literally isn't his fault. There's nothing he could have done. I knew from the moment that Manda got COVID that we lost that tournament. Like, I literally, as I read the message,
Shut the fuck up.
as I read the message that he's positive, I knew we were going home instantly. Luna 10 gifted, thank you so much, appreciate you.
Shut the fuck up.
Neil_mouth just resubscribed for 4 months.
We got IPN as our sub, but like, realistically, we never expected IPN to sub in for Monday. We thought if anyone's gonna play the tournament, it's gonna be Amanda.
Azieva just resubscribed
You know?
for 7 months. Luna gifted a tier 1 sub to Azieva.
Luna, thank you for
They
gifting
have
to
given 210 gift subs in the channel.
I really just want to play LCQ and like actually finally do what we practice to do, man. Like, cause like we didn't get to do anything. That we practice so much for this fucking tournament. Like actually, like an incredible amount. We practiced most out of all the tournaments we played, and we didn't get
Shut
to play.
the fuck up.
It's Nixter just resubscribed for 2 months.
Dude, no one can blame IGLing online. I put us in God spot every single fucking round, bro. Every single round in the group stage. I think out of 18 games, 15 games we were in God spot. 15 fucking games we were in God spot. We couldn't defend our spot for shit, man. Like, fuck off, dude. 15 out of 18 games were in God spot, that if we had Manda, we would have won the game or got top 3. And we couldn't defend our spot for shit. Like, bruh, shut the fuck up. I can put us in best fucking spots in the world if our players that like can't defend. I don't know what I can do. There's no synergy in defending the spot, man. You got rat on so many times. The ratting is not even like important. I'm talking about group stage, bro. In group stage, we were literally in God spots almost every game. Like top 5 spots every single game. We just can't defend. We lose our fights when it comes to defending.
GG on the land, boss man.
Because we have no synergy at all.
LCQ.
Nah, yeah, we shouldn't have played, but there's nothing else we could do. On understanding for 2 months, welcome back. Like, we played Caustic on Storm Point because we had no time to learn 2 fucking comps, right? So I was just, fuck it, IPM play Caustic and we try with that. But like, nah, man, like you can't, bro. Like, cause not IPN or Tashin have no idea how to like properly use bubble and Gibby ult, because they have never done it. Neither do I. So it's like, dude, I don't have the most important aspect of defending a fucking spot. How am I supposed to defend the spot?
Sex with them. Is that the Croatian fucking Jesus?
A team play duos, it could be worse. Yeah, but I mean, for that team that played duel, bro, those guys like know they're fucked. Like, you know, they know they have no chance, so they're like just go and fucking try and fight people and shit, right? I was playing with our mind the entire time, thinking like, you know, like we're gonna be a good team. What's up, Kyrie? Thank you guys for the host, but I appreciate you. I don't know, man. I was pulling off some really crazy rotations, man. Putting us in really good fucking spots. It was just impossible for us to do anything. And literally, like, we miss our most important player. Like, there's nothing I can do with Amanda. Like, he knows the bubble timing the best. He knows the Gibby timing the best. He knows how to find the fucking damage that we need. What the fuck am I supposed to do, man? They took everything from me. If you go back in the WOD, you can literally see us in the best fucking spots every single game. Like, early game. Like, we get to spots early, we set up, we have good loot, and we still loot. We didn't get unlucky on our rotations, bro. Like, our rotations were good. We had really good fucking spots. 90% of the times we were like in a spot where you can get a top 5 game from. Like 100% top 5 game from. And if it was our full team, we would know how to defend it. But because we had absolutely zero fucking synergy, how the fuck am I supposed to defend anything? Hi, Fuku. Of course I'm fucking pissed off, Chad, because we practiced so much for this fucking tournament. We played 14 hours a day in fucking bootcamp. Like, you guys have no idea how much we practiced. In even the little tournament before the LAN, we were fucking destroying in there too. Like, we were so prepared. We had both comps practiced. We were like so ready for both maps. The Storm Point, which is our best map, we did nothing on it online. Because IPN has never even touched Storm Point. He doesn't even know what spots to play. Yeah, but Rig ran with a sub as well. Holy shit, man. Oh fucking god. So what if they run with a sub? They had a sub that played the game all the way up to fucking a tournament, and he replaced the role that he plays. He replaced Jen Burton as a fragger, as a player on controller that has to listen to his IGL and shoot. Hello? We lost a fucking Gibby. Are you stupid? Holy shit, man. You fucking brain dead monkey. Fucking ban him, dude. Why was I pinning the sub? Because we didn't think we were gonna need to use a fucking sub. And especially if we had to use one, we didn't think we would have to replace Amanda of all people. Holy shit, how can you guys fucking talk shit to us about this shit? Talk to EA, who fucked up this whole situation to begin with, man. No team should ever fucking use a sub for a playoff they practiced 4 months for. Hello? Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up.
Thank you, Ziddy, for gifting you. Appreciate you. Why do you players like Storm Point so much? I don't think it's a region thing. I like Storm Point because it's nice to play. I don't know, it feels nice to play something new. I'm bored of fucking World's Edge. We played World's Edge only for 2 years. I just like something new. Learning a new map is fun. It also plays well. Stormpoint plays really well in competitive. Yeah, I mean, also ADR crashed like 5 games out of 6 games. And no one gave a fuck. Like, hello? Like, how can you have a team crash 5 out of 6 games and you don't even try to do anything?
Shut the fuck up.
Thank you, ZT, for giving tier 1 reason. People are so fucking retarded in Twitch chat, holy shit. I'm sorry guys, but you guys really are fucking stupid, man.
Shut the fuck up.
And like, it's like you guys don't even try to use your fucking brain cells. If you watch this team at any given point in your fucking life, you know how important... You know how fucking important Manda is to this team and well, what role he plays, and you know that we'd never play Gibby. Other than... fucking Manda. in 2.5 years, and I haven't played a single game of Gibby, and Tashin played one tournament on Gibby 2 years ago, and you're expecting me to fucking pull it out on fucking LAN? Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing on Gibby. And how much Mande does for this fucking team? He's our main fragger. I literally, every fucking fight we take, I always tell Mande, go do damage so we can initiate. Mande always controls the Gibby bubble. Mande always controls the ult. And fucking combinations with Gibby and ult. Like, how am I supposed to teach that someone in one fucking day, man? 1 day to teach the most important role in Apex Legends. Fuck off. One day to teach 2 years of fucking synergy. Are you guys smoking dick? Like, only frogs that have never actually been on a team can talk shit about shit like that. Because they have no idea what the fuck goes on in a pro team. You guys don't understand how much synergy you have to build up to even play a comp remotely fluid. The only reason Rig did well with a sub is because stars literally aligned for them. GMW was the exact player Jen Burton is. So the fucking stars aligned. And fucking Cloud9, their IGL gets COVID. And who do they get? They get an IGL. Like, hello? I lose a Gibby, I don't have a Gibby. Like, what do you want from me? You lost fucking 2.5 years of practice in a fucking day. That should never fucking happen in tournament ever again. I told EA, I literally spoke to EA and I was like, bro, you guys need to fucking fix this shit. Because if this shit happens again, bro, I'm fucking done. It was the worst, like, the saddest part is that the player at EA can't, like, teams, like, the league ops at EA can't do fucking shit about it. Because the motherfuckers up in there in the EA don't give a fuck. They don't care. They were asking for COVID fucking separate rooms. They were asking for Ukrainian players to play. The fucking guys up there in EA don't care. They genuinely just don't care. They don't give a fuck. They actually don't give a fuck. The only reason we have players pay for their travel is because we complained on Twitter. They weren't gonna give us that either unless we complained on Twitter. You guys don't understand that the fact that we have to complain on Twitter to get anything done is ridiculous. Thank you for hitting Monstop though, welcome back. We have one of the best fucking games esports in the world, led by some of the most incompetent people in the fucking planet. Absolute fucking degens, 60-plus-year-old fucking idiots that don't know what the fuck they're doing. That think FIFA is more important than Apex, even though FIFA on their grand finals gets 10,000 viewers, whereas Apex in a fucking playoff gets 700k. But no, FIFA is way more important than Apex. They get all the fucking funding. Like, brush, fucking disgusting company, man. I wish Apex was under Riot or someone like that actually gives a fuck about comp. It's so annoying being a pro player in this fucking game. It's like so fucking annoying. You guys have no idea. The fact that we fucking do so much and then we can get fucked by something so ridiculous. Like, the fact that we practice so much for this event and I get on and I'm told I can't play with my team is just fucking stupid. Like, it should fucking never happen. And it only happens in fucking Apex. Any other esport, then they'll have fucking no solution around it. Only in Apex, man. And then you guys are wondering, why do pro players want to quit? We want to fucking quit because this shit fucking sucks, man.
Shut the fuck up.
It fucking sucks ass. Because no matter what the fuck we do, we're getting fucked one way or another, man. It's the worst esport to be part of. With one of the best games to play competitively. It's so fucking annoying. Thank you, Mugat, for 8 months. Welcome back. Imagine having FPS in your game and thinking you can talk shit, bro. You literally have FPS in your game, bro. Get a fucking clue in your life. Just like I've been holding it in for a while. I haven't said a thing, but holy shit, man! The fact that I can get online and just get cucked like this. I'm thinking like, what other esport is this even fucking remotely possible in? Name any other esport where they would just not let you play. Just any other esport.
Sex with them. Is that the Croatian?
There isn't.
Jesus?
There literally isn't. And this is an esport that reaches 700k plus viewership on fucking LAN. And this is how we're fucking handling it. No, bro. Fucking Sweden is like a country that doesn't even have regulations for that shit. Like, you can get COVID and be on a convention. That is not a problem. Problem is EA. They set the fucking boundary that if you get COVID, you can't play. It's not fucking Sweden that set that shit, man. And they want to set a boundary, but they don't want to set up a place for people that actually do get COVID and fly how close to fucking planet to play. You know, like Jen Burton. Holy shit! Imagine going on a 20-hour flight just not to play LAN. That's fucking sick. It's great. Just be in your room the entire fucking time during the LAN. In your room the entire fucking time after you flew for LAN. It's ridiculous, man. This esport is like, if they if EA doesn't wake the fuck up, we are fucked, guys. Because at this point, it's more worth it to be a fucking content creator in Apex than to be a fucking pro player, right? And then plus, as a content creator, you don't have to deal with this stressful fucking bullshit that makes no fucking sense. Like, why would anyone pick being a pro? Like, why? It's only downsides. It's like, not even like when you play an event, like, you know, there's an upside. You can always get fucked. Why would you want to be a pro player? If you're an aspiring Apex player, just go content, man. Please. Save yourself brain cells. Don't get me wrong, I fucking love competing this stupid ass fucking dog shit game. I've been doing it for 3 fucking years for a fucking reason. I've been tanking their bullshit for 3 years. Fucking molding, man. One second, Adi. I'm looking if Mandy's gonna play or not. Can you sabotage the COVID test? No, you can do this shit, man. It's like there was a player from South America that tested positive on antigen test, but tested negative 3 times on PCR test, and every time he would test positive on antigen but negative on PCR. And by the way, guys, PCR is the one that's more accurate. Antigen can be fucking dog shit, right? They still didn't let him play. Every single time he tested negative on PCR, they still didn't let him play. And in the rules it said if you test positive on antigen and negative on PCR, you're fine. They still didn't let him play. Every single time he tested negative on PCR. It's like, bro, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing as an esport collectively? What the fuck are we doing? I'm with Manda, Nodi. We have rules we said that we don't even follow, man. Like, how am I not gonna get pissed off? I went to LAN after fucking 2 years of waiting just to not play it at all. Just to sit there and fucking count my seconds down because I knew we were fucking lost. We're a team that never in our lives has even played with another person. And a day before I have to go sit down with another person and be like, okay, this is what we do in this situation, like a million fucking situations. I have to teach him how to play the fucking game in like 1 day of two years worth of game. I can't. Submooners. I don't know. This LAN was supposed to be like a very happy moment for all of us. Finally going back to LAN. You know, being back on LAN, fucking meeting everyone and shit. And it turned to be like one of the worst fucking moments of Apex history for me. Oh, don't get me even started how they announced the championship place two months before. So now all the SA teams and shit teams that need to get visa are probably not gonna make it because 2 months is not enough to get visa. So yeah, that's fucking sick.
Shut the fuck up.
Thanks, ZT, for getting tier 1. Appreciate you. I don't need visa for NA, so I don't give a fuck. So since they already got mine and they like removed them from Croatia, so we don't need traveling visa anymore. But all the fucking teams that have to get visa, like from South America, from fucking Middle East and shit like that, like 2 months is not enough, chat. It really isn't. Modern Dippy. Championship is in Raleigh, North Carolina. Can Russian players even get to the US? They can if they go over Turkey, I think. But how the Russians got to Sweden is they had to fly to Turkey, then fly to Istanbul, and then fly to Sweden or whatever. It's the only way they could have done it. Yeah, I mean, it's just a joke, dude. I feel bad for all the teams that are gonna miss out on yet another LAN because they won't be able to get a visa in time. All the people that qualified. Getting a visa from EU is pretty fucking easy. For NA. It doesn't take that long. Getting it from Middle East though is like holy shit. Yes, championship will have a it will have an audience, public audience. That's gonna be a shit show as well, man. Yeah, I mean, I got my visa like I got a 20-year visa like a couple years ago, but then they basically cut them off, so now we don't need visa anymore. Oh yeah, they didn't have interpreters for Japanese people, bro. Holy shit, that was fucking bad, man. We ended up offering like Will, because Will can do English and Japanese for interviews. Like we fucking got him, like we got people to try and like people that whose job that shouldn't be would have fucking helped them out, but they didn't even ask, bro. They didn't even ask for that shit. Like holy shit, I feel bad for the Japanese players, man. Like oh my god, man. That was fucking terrible. Yeah, it's kids in 2 days.
Shut the fuck up.
Ben,
thank you very much. Welcome back.
2901 just resubscribed for 9 months. Otsukera RPREA really did so good.
Yeah, honestly, chat, like, this is how everyone feels. We love competing in Apex. It's a great fucking game to play competitively. It feels good, it feels rewarding. We don't like competing in under EA. It's terrible, it never makes sense, nothing's done right. It's just like a sinking ship. It's how every pro feels. Listen, I love the top people in EA like Shaheen and Ghost and those guys, but those guys can only do so much, man. They're being cocked by people who are above them, who don't give a fuck about this game, who only want to make money. So no matter how hard they try, they're limited in what they can do. I was just sitting with waiting Greek for the watch party. I had fun with them. But like the fact that I was there and not on main stage, it wasn't very fun, you know? Like I'd rather be on the main stage playing the final than sitting and commentating the final.
Shut the fuck up.
Chutao just resubscribed for 6 months. We fuck dudes in LCQ.
Thank you, Chata, for 6 months. Welcome back. I don't know, chat. Like, of course, meeting everyone was fun, and sitting next to Vegan Greek was fun, and playing with everyone was fun. I'd much rather be on the main stage playing the finals, though, and I'd much rather just like have a good tournament. But yeah, I mean, we prepared so much for this tournament, man. We played so much. We had like a really good playoff. I know we finished 9th, but that's only because we fucked up our last day. Up to last day, we were top 4 in EU in the playoffs, in the split 2, and we put 14 hours a day in the boot camp, just playing all the fucking time. Like we would just not stop playing. We were so fucking ready just to like wake up media day and be like, oh yeah, I'm positive, by the way. It's like the most depressing thing that can happen to you in your fucking life. You put so much work and then you don't even get to the point where you can show what, you know, what you did. Like, you just like fucking lose. Mondoselli and Raz, yeah. I mean, that was just a quick clip. I had much longer chats after the tournament with Selly and Raz, and we're talking a lot. Mondo, etc. Selly's English is pretty good, so it was pretty easy to talk to him. She kissed him? No. Really speaks English? Sally speaks really good English. Do we need one?
What do you mean?
A player.
Yeah.
I asked Naughty, because he was in my chat earlier. I was just fighting some frogs right now. Sally has an I don't know for sure, but I know Sally has had an issue with his arm for a long while now. It's like not a new thing, and it kind of comes in waves. So for the LAN event he had like pain, so he couldn't play. But now the LCQ, like, cause it was a lot of games. It was like 18 games plus 12 games, like it's a lot of games, right? And now he's gonna play for CR as a sub because Zedder was hospitalized. But it's less games, so the chances of his arm getting fucked up is a lot less, right? But obviously Zedder might still play the championship if he recovers in time. And Sally's not a girl, he's a guy. There's a picture of us on you have a picture of us on Twitter. What happened to Zedder? I don't know exactly. But he got hospitalized. He was apparently peeing blood or some shit. Sounds not good. I don't know what's happening. I hope he's good though. Apparently he wasn't good at all. Like he got instantly hospitalized as he landed in Korea, so apparently he wasn't feeling that well. But obviously I don't know chat since I'm not really close with Zedder and etc. That's what I heard. Hopefully he's good and hopefully recovers fast. I know GG said he's gonna go visit him as soon as he lands. I just hope Zedder's fine, you know. It sucks. He flew in, I guess, into Sweden already sick, but he still played it even with that condition. It's kinda sad. Stranded in Sweden. It's Zach and Clara. Modi did not answer. 1 second.
Knowledge with Hakis.
Oh yes. Why did he write? Why did he write LFG then?
Right now?
No, like 20 minutes ago.
I think he's found Hakis.
Oh.
I don't know, maybe. You can ask him again. Someone said in chat, so that's why I said it.
I'll just type LF1. Yeah, on an upper stage, apparently whenever someone walked on upper stage, we were never on upper stage. We were on lower stage. But whenever someone walked on upper stage, apparently the tables were fucking shaking. Like, how? How do you do that? New rank changes? I think they're good. I think they were needed. What's up, Shalaz? I mean, the stage looked sick, but the tables were fucking cheap, man. Like, the stage actually looked sick. Like an actual sick stage. Like one of the best stages I've seen in my life. But the fucking player area where you play, the tables and shit, that shit was fucking ass, man. Like, bro, those tables were plastic. They were plastic tables, man. I kid you not. They were plastic tables. You could blow on them, it'll fly away. Like, if Monsoon had to play on that table, he would fucking destroy that shit. Like, not even kidding. Reptar has to be one. I'm downloading him.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need one Reptar. Like, that shit would not hold Monsoon, chat. No fucking way. No, you could not change the height of the table. It was what it was. The chairs were really good. Oh yeah, someone did fucking smash in the table. Like, what's up, brother?
Morning.
Oh my god, what's up, man?
Someone fucking
man?
smashed in the table. It was one of the Alliance tables. So when
good.
Alliance got
Pretty
to
good.
play, they talked to that
chillin'.
stupid fucking admin, right?
The big
And they were like,
controller guy.
we need to change our
controller
fucking
guy.
table.
Like
Our
that.
shit is smashed in. And he was like,
Just like-
you can't do that.
since we took a
Just
break, I
flip
just
it
done
180.
Yeah. How's the break though?
What do you
It's good.
mean flip it 180? Still
So
smash
glad I
the
took it.
fuck
It's
in.
like, not worrying about Apex is
Hello?
nice. Yeah, 100%.
So they
That's good.
so
Chilling.
what they ended
We're
what they ended
making
up
service.
doing is
Yeah, that's fine. I don't care.
so what they ended up doing is while he wasn't looking, they swapped the table. That shipped there in 3 months. That admin's a fucking idiot. An absolute fucking degen. Holy shit, how did he even get a job? How did he get a fucking job? Was it the same guy? Yeah, it was the same fucking idiot. It was the same fucking degen, dude. The same fucking idiot that fucked us the entire fucking... Like, the biggest fucking degen on the planet. Like, how do you get a job? Yeah, Rain, relax. Holy shit. Stupid ass. Yeah, dude, chat, that fucking event. I know it was the first in 2 years, but holy fucking shit, man. I never wanted to leave the event faster. Like, it was fucking bad, man. Like, Poland was way better organized. It was fucking terrible. Who's Reinho? Stupid ass, dumbass. That's who she is. How do you get the bots to move? Exclamation mark bots. That was the SC Media. SC Media was really good. Ken, I think Zitty, thank you for gifting tier 1. Appreciate you. The SC time with we had with SZ, like Will and shit, was really fun. And the media guy, the guy from media was not actually from Scars, but he's a guy that works with Scars a lot and flies out to events with them and stuff and records and stuff. And he was so nice, man. I loved every second of like hanging out with him. That it was so fucking fun. It's just like everything up to the event was great, man. And then the event happened and everything was fucking shit. Downshipped in 3 months, welcome back. Morning, Dixie. The vibes were at an all-time fucking high, bro. That's how high they were. Like, we were on the top of the world, bro, leading up to the event. And then the event happened and I wanted to fucking die. We were having so much fun, man. You guys have no idea. Like that event, like I was flying to boot camp that week before like event, like it was the most fun I had in my life, honestly, bro. Like some of the most fun I had in life. Sigma, thank you for 3 months. Welcome back. Z-Saw, thank you for 3 months. Welcome back.
Z-Saw just resubscribed for 3 months.
Like it was some of the most fun I had with the boys in my life. Like we were just going around eating food, practicing, having fun, talking, you know, just being homies, you know. And then Keelan comes and fucking Jesus Christ. Hikari, thank you for gifting tier 1. Appreciate you. Like it was the saddest shit ever. Like seeing Monday, like I couldn't even hug Monday when he was leaving because he has fucking COVID, so I can't get it. I had to wave to him from like 50-60 meters away while he was getting a fucking cab to go to leave, because Monday is the type of person that if he has COVID, he doesn't want anyone to get it, so he instantly left the venue and got a train to fucking Denmark to get away from everyone, because he doesn't want to get other people, you know, contaminated. Udis, thank you for gifting. Udis, appreciate you. It's like the saddest shit ever. Then they're interviewing us, and like I'm on stage setting up, and Monday made a fucking announcement that he's not playing, and he's crying in his fucking Twitter fucking clip, and I'm fucking crying, and everyone's now fucking crying. I don't want to play anymore. I just want to fucking live my fucking life. It fucking sucks. Dippy, thank you so much for 24 gifted. Appreciate you, man. And ZT, another gifted to answer. Appreciate you guys. It's like I don't give a fuck about anything. I don't give a fuck that we did bad. I don't give a fuck that we would do bad even if we played together. What I wanted to do is I wanted to play with fucking Mande, because it was our first event in 2 fucking years. And we didn't get to fucking play with Mande.
They have given 2 gift subs in the channel.
And it's the saddest fucking shit ever, man. We were all fucking crying, man. Check the leaderboard. Oh shit, you beat her, man. By 1. You're so with it. You're so weird for that. Thank you, Ziti, for another gift. I appreciate you. Look, I'm not afraid to fucking say that we were crying. Yeah, I was fucking crying, man. I was crying the night before when I heard about it fucking on stage 2. And Mother was fucking crying too, and he was crying in the fucking train home, and he was crying while he was being interviewed, and he was crying on the fucking Twitter clip. Because it fucking sucks, man. It just fucking sucks, man. You wait 2 years for something just to fucking go to shit, man. It's like you wanna, like, you guys, the relationship we have in Scars is not, we're not just fucking colleagues or pro players. Like, we're best friends. I wanted to fucking play with Mandy. I didn't want to play with anyone fucking else, man. It's not Jen's fault either, man. Because how the fuck is Jen supposed to know that he has COVID, you know? Like, you can't know that. It's literally nobody's fucking fault.
Nice.
It literally isn't anybody's fault. Yeah, it's a fault. Yeah, they can suck one. Fuck one. Fuck them, dude. Alright, let's do this.
Let's get it.
That was a long queue. Holy fuck.
Almost fell asleep again.
Yeah, that was actually 15 minutes, I think. Holy shit.
Dude, I haven't played. Dude, I feel like fucking shit the past few days. I've been sleeping 12 hours a day every single fucking day. Dude.
Shit.
It's like I am fatigued out of my fucking mind.
I feel so good, dude.
Yeah, but you fucking had 4 days of sleeping while I was dying over there in the fucking tournament.
No, I slept, I haven't slept that much. I think I went to sleep like 1 and woke up like 8 or something.
You sound sick still, by the way. You still sick?
Sick?
Yeah.
Not really. I just have my nose stuffed.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
it.
Yeah, no.
But it can stay like that for a long time.
Yeah, I was like, when I came back home, like, I did not have COVID. I was just like, you know, when you fucking travel a lot, because I traveled the whole day, and then you just feel like fatigued as fuck. It's kind of like you get a cold from fucking being exhausted. That's what happened to me. So I needed some days off just to fucking like figure out what the fuck I am.
Really.
Cause like I didn't even know where the fuck I was, bro. For the past 2 days, I was just fucking in my bed, laying down, surviving.
Did you guys even? Well, did you get to do anything at all in Sweden, RPR, or was it just like you were there for the tournament and you left?
No, we came a week early with Manda and we were chilling, playing boot camping and having fun, and then turning happened and all the fun disappeared. Because Manda got COVID, so we like, it's like, like literally like the mood switched to 180. It was bad.
Yeah, I can imagine. That shit's actually fucking so tragic. Holy fuck.
It is, man. It fucking sucks.
I just can't believe they didn't like plan better for it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like they could easily done that. And it's like all people saying like all the people are saying like we could have still done that, but like, bruh, how am I supposed to?
Well, it's not like you guys are. Okay, you guys are from fucking EU already. It's not like you flew from a different fucking country. Like.
No, but like people saying like
early.
we had a sub instead of Manda, but like and shit like that. But like, what am I supposed to expect from fucking IPN who doesn't play Gibby? None of us play Gibby. On top of that, he hasn't ever played Stormpoint because he's been
right. Yeah,
AFK for 6 months, right?
Yeah.
So like
triple weight.
What are we like? It's not his fucking fault.
Yeah, I've done a craft.
It's not anybody's fault. It just fucking
It's
sucks.
not anybody's fault.
Like I can't like expect for him to do what Manda does either. Like,
Dude, the crazy part is like if you guys, I feel like it was an RNG rule with what sub you got. Like I guess you guys probably had IPN beforehand, but like I feel like if you guys got Graceful, you guys would have just done as well as C9 did.
no,
You just needed a Gibby player.
I mean, sure, if we had a Gibby player would have done better, but I feel like no matter what Gibby player we've gotten, I can't teach them like to play the way Manda plays in 1 day. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, totally.
that is like ridiculous to even ask from someone. Like, it's not like, and because look, Manda also doesn't play like your normal Gibby. He's also our fucking entry fragger as on Gibby. Like he gets our fucking damage in, you know?
Yeah.
And like he controls the Gibby ult and like yeah, the new Gibby would know how to use Gibby ult and Dome, but like how do I teach him to play the way Manda plays? The way like when I tell Manda go get damage, Manda goes and he fucking gets damage and we fight. Like not many players can fucking do that. Like
yeah.
In front of us.
Like I get cracked in front of you, the Valkyrie's cracked in front of you. He's right under me. They're on my right. I'm back here. Oh my god. I'm good, I'm
Yeah,
backing
you
him.
need
All the way back up.
Back.
yeah.
There's so many teams there, like 3 I think.
Alright, I can't enter on EU, I just get exploded. I forgot.
$100 on path.
Careful arc. 2 arcs, holy shit.
You said careful Archer, then you stood in it.
Yeah, there was one right here.
Oh shit, I didn't even see that one.
I was dodging that one.
One to right.
45 blue.
Knocked.
Multiple on right.
On the right.
Push up
Yeah,
with
they're running here. 45 blue.
100. Oh no.
Good.
Hold you. You're good.
pointing out.
He's under. He
I'm
TP'd
gonna
out.
sit on his board. I'm sitting on his board.
Okay.
This might be a mistake.
No, you guys go, I think. There.
30.
I'm gonna tether him.
Blue.
There's no Q. Dodged it.
Cracked. 30 flush. Find that car.
Can't see him. Behind us, get out.
Yeah, I knew I heard something. Who the fuck is this guy?
Oh, he's on top of you.
Yeah, I'm gonna cover me.
150. Come on, guy.
Yep. I'm batting real quick.
Thank you. Holy shit.
I'm about to walk up with you up here and try to help.
Popping her. I can aim.
I'm maintaining.
Cracked him. 66 flash with the Pathfinder. Nice, I'm batting.
Nice.
Oh, top right. I'm dead.
Back top right. I'm inserting.
Both
I'm
in this guy.
inserting.
Oh, he's pushing, he's pushing.
Yeah, raid right here.
Back Wraith. Oh, I hit her 50.
Can you?
No, I couldn't get arm swap.
Oh shit.
Wow, that Wraith just insta pushed off that shit?
Yeah, I didn't expect that.
I thought we were gonna trade reses. This fish is crazy. Whatever.
Dude, it's so weird getting used to my own
I
setup.
full that guy instantly.
Getting used to my own setup after playing on different setup for a while.
I'm just gonna play Seer if you want to get some play Valk. I can't play Hyping Valk.
Dude, I played like 14 different fucking monitors in the last 2 weeks, man. What's up, Hantu? I'm using some shitty Logitech Pro keyboard that I had for a fucking year or 2 years or something that I gave to my brother, and I gotta use it until my custom build comes in. I got a custom build coming in from the one guy. When's that? I don't know. Whenever it arrives, it's coming from the NA. So it's a nice little red and black custom with holy pandas and like it's really nice. I had pictures of it somewhere, and I got a custom keycap for it as well and everything. Super nice with like my own logo. Yeah, I wanted holy pandas because I'm weird like that. Yeah, I'm interested. But the guys, they broke one of my keyboards. They broke 3 of Hal's keyboards. They broke his keyboard that AC gave him for his fucking birthday that says low AC. Like, bruh. It's custom build turn. It's not like it doesn't come in a set color. Like you build it in the color you want it. You buy the parts separately. Yeah, good night. Thanks for watching. How the fuck do they keep breaking? Okay, dude, you guys are gonna love this story. They had this carpet, like very staticky carpet, right? Really staticky carpet that whenever you would touch something on the stage, it would zap you. Like so many times I've touched something and it zapped my ass. And it's like zzz, it's like fucking hurts, right? And like my keyboard and Hal's keyboards have a metal bottom because they're heavy keyboards, so they don't move, right? They're metal bottom heavy keyboards, right? And when my keyboard died, I touched my keyboard, right? And it made a massive bzzzt. It fucking fried my ass. And Tashin said it. That made like a loud ass sound. And ever since I, you know, touched it, it fucking died. So the same shit happened to Hal with 3 keyboards.
Nice.
And that shit fucking hurt. The entire fucking tournament, you were getting zapped. Oh, dude, man, you missed a lot online. Like the stage was really sick, but the problem with the stage is that they had this fucking carpets, right? That were like one of those staticky carpets where you rub your feet and like you can zap someone, right? So every time
you touch your PC and shit?
yeah, every time we touch our gear, it would zap us. Like my mouse, my keyboard.
X Games.
Yeah, dude, it killed my keyboard and it killed three keyboards from HAL.
What?
Yes, I touched it. It zapped my keyboard because my keyboard had a metal bottom, and it died. And it happened to 3 keyboards of HAL's.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's the
What
most
the hell doesn't carry
ridiculous.
a quadrillionaire?
Yeah, but one of the keyboards was the custom build that AC bought him for his birthday. It was like love AC on it, you know?
Okay, that shit
Buy a
got
new one.
completely,
Yeah, you should buy
completely
a new
like
one.
zapped.
Oh yeah, shit's fucking gone. Dude.
Oh, that fucking
Right.
sucks. Actually, what the hell?
Yeah, it's like, bro, how do you not think of that? What do you think having a staticky carpet with a fucking actual like room filled with like electric shit, right? Like fucking PCs and shit is gonna be a good thing. Like I don't fucking know, man. Shit was bad, man.
That was. Yeah.
I'm starting playing Wingman for that few days. That shit's
Oh, yeah.
busted.
Yeah, that shit is busted. I can't believe you weren't playing it before.
Nah, I just don't have fun playing it.
I mean, yeah, it was fun playing this game.
Because my colors are so much better
That's fair, I guess. I'm just mostly trolling.
on this PC. Like
Yeah.
my colors are so nice. Holy
Shut the
shit,
fuck
I
up.
missed this.
Abyss, we just resubscribed for 2 months.
Abyss, thank you for
gifted
2
a
months.
tier
Oh,
1
look,
Abyss.
Abyss. Well,
They
let me
have
see
given 211 gift
my
subs
NVIDIA
in the
control
channel.
panel settings. Thank you, Luna, for giving Abyss. Appreciate you. 1 second, chat. I'm alt tab. I want to see, like, is my saturation like juiced up on this PC or what's up? I cannot open my control panel. That is sick. Love that for me. Alright. Love that for me, dude. That's sick. Can't even access my own PC. Dude, on LAN, bro, they gave us like super juiced like accounts with everything, and there were skins
In front of
that
us?
we weren't allowed to use because they weren't like released.
Wait, really? So you like know what's coming out and shit?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh shit.
Inside the vault room.
Yeah,
Nice, good shit.
yeah.
Mr.
yeah.
Ben.
There. Got a call.
He's having sex.
He's literally having sex. Look at him. I got him pick up the other side.
Holy
He's
shit!
gonna
I've
leave
never
that.
been controller so hard in my life.
He was
Over here.
just sitting up there on the fucking hill.
No, he's here.
Oh really? Okay, I'm coming. There's a new team then on
Dude,
the
what
hill.
the fuck? Yeah. Hit fire,
Our new
man.
team's coming in. I almost knocked that Gibby. I got a Phoenix though. Can you cover me?
Oh
Yeah,
my
I'm holding, I'm
god.
holding. They can't push you.
I'm Phoenixing too.
You guys are both
Open
fine.
hole.
The Gibby is like stuck in the open here. I don't know what he's gonna do after.
Yeah, I hit him to like 90 flash.
He's just batted. He's sliding in and he's sliding back up. He's back on
Sliding
light.
up.
Yeah, sliding up. He's sliding
How can
up.
you slide up, dude? I haven't
Oh
tried
my
that.
god, 100 on him. Watch.
There's a guy here.
He's right
It's
here.
a new team on left, I think. It's 2 people on left.
We're surrounded, aren't we?
We're surrounded. I think this team is.
Purple armor on whoever that is. Pathfinder, I think.
I mean, I can just ult this shit and
Oh my
walk
God.
out. See what's going on.
He's up top.
So there's all 3 are in
This
there
is
now.
a full 3, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
I'm getting angles. It's only them, right?
Yeah, one's already in
Yeah.
labs. One's in labs, one's still in the building.
One's on the roof still.
Fuck roof. 100.
I'm steeping on.
I can cancel him too.
55 one guy.
No, he
Get
popped a
that, bro.
bat in
I'm
front
with
of me.
Mandy.
Bat the roof guy. White armor on one of them inside.
Yeah, popping on top. They're still just sitting here close. They're still sitting close in the left door. I'm gonna go after this molly.
Wide. I'm pushing with you. I'm right behind you, Reptile.
70 on purple. Correct weight.
Popping a
22
bat.
weight.
34.
Oh shit, over there.
Nice.
No man. All dead or what?
Yeah, okay.
All dead.
Behind us here.
Seriously?
Yeah, 3.
Seriously? No.
Crafting.
They're crafting.
Come with me now.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Dude, that sounded like they were way closer.
To be honest, I never heard them. I just saw them on
Right.
my computer scan.
I'm pushing this right. I got no red because I had hit Mandy in the leg. Dude.
There's one far. One is
66
really far.
crack.
I don't know if it's any team.
Knocked.
That's their teammate. He's still far. He's like on that wall. On. Okay.
He's close
Wait,
by.
behind
Still
us
there,
or
yeah, he's
something.
still there. We'll just keep him pushed forward.
Fucked him big time.
Big time Fox.
60 on that guy.
Yeah, that's a different team. That's a different
Dude,
team.
audio
Yeah,
sucks
push
in
him on
this
from
game,
behind.
bro.
I'm gonna loot this body real quick.
Dude, I just now realized how bad the audio is. They were on top of me, not behind me, dude. Holy shit, dude. Fucking 100 on white armor on fucking Pathfinder right here. Someone just flew above them. That's two different horizons.
What the fuck?
Holy shit, what the fuck is going on? There's like 3
Yeah,
teams
rock.
here. Go back to your left, Raptor. There's a guy in the wall.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, they just died.
It's fine, I think that's a guy. That guy's a solo.
Yeah, it is. It is. We should maybe push
Okay.
left.
Hey, he's running, he's running. I just fell off. He's flash. 25 flash on him.
He's running again.
Nice.
He's dead.
Is it?
Alright, there's one team on the right now.
There, 78.
I can ult forward.
550
I'm in.
purple.
48.
I got Horizon ulted. Good. Wait, there's a knock close here. What the fuck?
Oh
That's
my
two
God,
teams,
I'm
there's
getting
two teams,
fucked in
there's
the
two
back,
teams.
I'm getting fucked in the
You
back.
think? Yeah, I'm gonna back up then. I'm gonna back up. I'm back up to 90. Okay.
Ah!
Feeding him?
Ah! Get me away,
One is
dude.
shooting. Yeah, good TP, good TP. There's one like right in your ass. Literally in your ass.
Can you stop
On my
him
head,
from
wait.
fucking
On
my
my head.
ass?
1 HP, 1 HP.
Bubbling on you?
No, he's literally one.
I got a
I hit him
Phoenix,
three
man.
times.
You're alone. Holy shit, there's no cover in this entire hill.
Oh my god, big res. I'm batting here.
110?
Just play this
Oh,
angle,
yeah,
but
I'm
play
batting
this
in,
corner,
I'm
man.
Oh,
This I can
he's
help
won.
you.
No, there's no playing corner.
Here,
I'm
here,
blocking
here.
him.
Knocked him.
Oh, left here. I'm swinging with you.
90. One shot.
Where is he?
Bro, he's the worst player ever.
Motherfuckers, like, there's no corner to play. What do you mean?
No, there's no reason to play it.
I think he said there's no point because he said he was fucking him.
There's no point. I don't want to give them high ground when I did fucking 160 on one guy and then 80 on the other one.
I thought he was fucking you, that's why.
Oh no.
I didn't know how many there was, rather.
It could only be one or two people max. Because I knocked the first guy.
I did 14 on knocked in and I knocked him, so I think I carried that pretty hard, to be honest. What is happening? We're playing like deathmatch in this game.
Horizon was just stupid and like
I'm going
pushed
here.
up. I thought
I'm
she
gonna
was
cross
dead.
a flatty real quick.
Oh, there's a Fladion. There's a Fladion. This guy, I think. Oh, one of them.
I'm already too far away.
It's like right next to you.
Shut the
What?
fuck up.
It was right
Oh,
next to
right
the
next
guy.
to me?
Yeah, guy dead next to you.
Oh.
Brett, thank you for 20 gifted. What the fuck? Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I found it. Gang shit ain't no lame shit.
Yeah, sorry, chat. I wasn't reading chat
There's two
for a
flat
while
lines now if you want.
I have a gold mic 301, so I think I just chill with it.
Okay, I'm good.
I don't like how low my game is. Ever since I've been fucking flying, I feel like my ears are permanently clogged, bro. I swear to
Oh
God.
no.
Cause I
Yeah, I
fly
actually
for
hate
like
that feeling.
an entire day, like.
Wait, really? How far is your travel from?
Well, it's not that far. It's the fact that I had so many layovers, cause I didn't have direct. I couldn't get a direct.
Damn,
So I
that
spent like
sucks.
8 hours flying, just like switching planes, and it's so annoying.
Do they do layovers? Or do they do direct flights? I mean, or did like?
Not in, they didn't in April. They didn't, so
Gotcha.
I couldn't get it. They're a mobile resin here, by the way. Oh yeah, I mean I tried everything. I tried to blow into my nose. I tried to yawn. Just bro, I'm clogged. Shit was bad.
Shut the fuck
I'm playing
up.
on a shitty like Logitech fucking
998
keyboard now.
just resubscribed for 3 months. red_of_life gifted a
Thank you,
tier
bro, for
1
20
sub to
gifted
Bob
patience.
998.
Sorry if I missed anything, chat.
Shut the fuck
I
up.
was just like fighting everyone.
Derrico46 just resubscribed for 3 months.
A good news, chat. The debut shit is getting like closer and closer to being
Shut the
finished.
fuck up.
The anime looks really good, from what is finished, and I got like a couple illustrations done as well. Like 1 illustration and 1 draft. No, I won't.
They actually broke you, wasn't he? I see him on roof.
They got
See on
fucking
roof.
smoke. Pop on a red, I fucking shit on it, and I got shit on apparently around the corner. If you land on me, you can res me. No cap.
Like,
Oh wait, you are on me.
Yeah, I landed on the cannon thing above you.
I did
One's
80 on one guy.
On me.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, I saw up here.
I got us out, I'm batting.
Fuck him, yeah. Let's go here, baby. Come on. Let's take a 1v1.
I'm med kidding.
You got that,
Good
baby?
raptor. Okay,
No,
Yeah,
dude,
I'm
he's
good.
for like 200
Oh.
there.
I got a bat. On your left, raptor, around the fucking big pillar.
Okay.
Look at this guy.
I got a full heal. Oh, fuck, I can't full it.
I'm good.
Guys
Yeah,
inside.
see? Easy.
You're good. I'm gonna make it. Play my
gave him-
corner here. Oh, your ego challenge that.
He's literally one. I actually don't know how much HP is, but he should literally be 1 HP.
He's feeling in a corner here.
He
You're
is
good.
literally one. He is literally one.
I'm literally popping
It
this
was
medkit.
It was 50 body and then... No, you go rest me on the left side. Up here right now.
Skull dressing.
Okay, he's up on the stairs, okay?
Alright, he was a self
Nice, good shit. Mr. R.
We're still one.
Wow, I suck. He's literally one.
Is he finishing you?
Yeah, no, you guys won this. It's fun. I fooled both his teammates. He can't res anybody.
Okay. Is he gonna fool you now? That's what I'm wondering.
Nah. Oh, yeah. There. He heals, though.
100 on him. He's going back. 1 HP.
Shield's
Like,
gone.
I hope he keeps
Yeah,
peeking, dude.
My shield's gone. He's probably gonna keep peeking.
I tethered him again.
I'm sure
Come
this
on.
guy who bosses this gym.
Yeah,
He's gonna die. He's gonna die. He's gonna die.
It's round 3.
He's scared. He ran.
Dude.
He got
He's above you,
advantage.
baby. He's actually above you.
He's flying out.
No, I missed.
He probably got bandaged.
48.
22,
Slide,
dude.
44.
Someone else is shooting at him. 25.
Dude, perfect tracking, but he's not getting hit because I'm lagging, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah, same. I
exactly.
was on 150 ping, that guy's dead.
Someone was on the wall, I think. Yeah. Oh
barely.
shit, they're getting hella. Oh, they're getting hella aggressive on us here. Yeah, here.
I'm back up to 90. I'm back up to 90.
40 purple on him. With the pathfinder. These guys want the deck, dead.
Yeah, I gotta heal.
Oh, these guys want to gatekeep us.
We wanna go up there.
I got
TP?
my port, yeah.
Alright, I'm
We
probably back.
rip it
I'm
up.
with
We
you.
just take it up there while the Pathfinder.
cracked
And
him, I cracked
they
him.
have a Pathfinder. But we need to get off instantly. No.
Shit, I can't,
Oh,
bro.
no,
We can't.
No,
I
no,
can't
it's fine.
because the fuck I have to go from the left side of the building. I'm not getting the buggy shit with Ash, you
No,
know.
he's screwing up. That's right, on top. Cracked him. 100 on path.
I gotta heal.
Yeah, look at his HP.
He's fucked, man. We should still TP on him as 3-man.
Yeah, I'm done.
You got gear build for him?
No.
Fuck. Yeah, let me just heal and then we go.
One of us just crack him.
Yeah, you guys up, so I gotta heal.
There's 2 up there now. One of them locked inside it up.
We should go right side. Fast then.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Right?
Yeah, I
with you.
mean, fuck it, let's go.
And we just TP up high ground on the right side instead.
There's a guy on right side as well.
Yeah, but he can't get off because he's Ash.
Yeah, it's only one. It's only gonna be one, I think.
I gotta pop my last bat for this.
Here. I dropped one behind you. I dropped 2 behind you.
82 on this guy. I fucked him.
I'm ready now.
He's pure up high ground.
Fucking hell! Let's just go through the fucking little thing below. I'm gonna Ashes there.
Alright, I'm done. I'm with you.
And go to the building.
Yep, I'm with you.
Holy fucking
Fuck
shit.
you guys.
Yeah, they're like hella above us right now. Careful.
Fine.
You got any like
Five bats,
vert
by the way.
nades? I got one bat, 2 bats.
I have one arc. I have 2 bats.
I only have a molly.
One dropped. One dropped on low.
You have your
low in
ult
front.
soon?
Yeah, I have mine.
Yeah, he's trying to arc. He's fucking terrible at this game. Who is this person, dude? He sucks.
He's just on our roof.
Yeah, I mean, we're in zone. We don't care.
Here, pop this right there.
Yeah.
Wait, do you have
Sure, we are
do you
in
have ult
zone.
again soon?
After this, I'll be close, yeah.
Okay, then we just
25.
rip it up there, right?
Yeah.
We do.
We just rip it up there. They have no idea.
Yeah.
I'm 20 off, so it's gonna be a while.
You shooting my ult?
No. I can't ruin it though.
I broke it. They're not up there, are they?
No.
Dude, this is this ashboard better fucking work, man. I swear to fucking
Use
God.
your hacks, Redfire.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, there is one up there. But hold on.
I have
They're
it.
behind us. They're padding down.
Yeah, they're not up there. They're not up
rip
there.
it. Rip it.
Knocked in. Or Ash, whatever that is.
I'm betting real quick.
They fell down. We can take over the
Yeah,
wall.
dead.
Alright, I'm just chilling.
Wall close on right.
Solo.
So,
Are they in the building now? Yeah, right.
yeah, they're there.
Ah, dude, we did the whole switcheroo,
guys.
bro.
It's fine. When I get my ult now, we kill them in the building.
I'm gonna
We have
mold
better
that.
I
spot,
have 50. Yeah, we do. Well, kind of.
Okay, well,
That's okay. There's only one full team left, other than this team in here.
Yeah.
Just wanna kill these guys. They're just like sitting in there.
I really wanna. I don't care about the game.
If we do, yeah, I'm done to kill this team. If we do damage, I can just cancel their heals. So.
Are you
Yeah,
sure
I'm
they're in
jumping the
here?
mark. Yeah, they're in here. They're in 100%.
Okay.
There's only a solo. Yeah, the other team coming for us already. They're right there.
Ah, dude, I'm going in.
Reptar?
You're fine.
On me. On my door.
I'm batting.
You're getting shot in the back now.
Yeah, I
Alright, we
realize
can.
this.
He's trying to take our fucking high ground.
Wait, really?
Kill him.
You're low, Mandy. Wait, you might.
Oh, he TP'd on the mountain above.
They TP'd.
Blue armors and shit.
I took their building. I took the building again, guys. Come.
Wait, oh my god.
We have the building. Let's go.
Oh. No!
PR.
I'm good.
No.
We're in again.
We're in again. We're in the better spot.
Oh no, this guy saw me.
Oh no, our team's dead.
We're fine.
I went 190.
Dude,
Did you
please,
get
please, third party, please. They're knocking each other, I think.
One guy knocked 2 people.
Yeah, they're knocking each other.
And he got knocked.
I'm about to balloon with you. I'm with you.
Yeah, they're getting pushed hard. Dude, I started this bullshit,
Look
man.
at this. Look at this ult.
I threw my ult too.
Res me, dude. Go. Corner. Yeah. The other guys have knocks.
18.
Yo, there's so much damage from Mande. Holy shit, that guy's one shot.
That guy's armor.
Yeah, man did 36 damage.
I shouldn't have believed you. I actually believed you. Holy shit.
He shouldn't have.
I said 18. How do you believe him?
You lied because you did 36, not 18.
I didn't even hear you say 18. I just heard him say, man, you did a lot of damage. I was like, alright, I'm dropping. I mean, I was dropping anyways, let's be honest, but...
Yeah.
That was funny though. Man, you practicing flatline because 301's going in crafter or what?
I'm not getting a 301 ever again.
Yeah, it's just not,
Wait, really?
it's not happening, dude.
Yeah.
He has not craft ever?
I'm never gonna craft it.
Very rarely.
Okay.
And when we craft, we don't even craft weapons.
Yeah, we craft
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Then armors. I mean, you could craft it, like, if you really
It's
want
just
it.
gonna be the only light gun, so it might be worth crafting.
Arnold's gonna be meta again. Nah, he won't.
Bro, it's just gonna be flatline car, dude.
Yeah, you guys thought fucking R301 wingman meta was bad. Welcome to flatline next season. That's gonna be fucking terrible.
Welcome to Spitfire next season.
Oh shit, yeah, that's going back to the ground, isn't it?
Yeah.
But aren't they releasing an energy AR next season? the Nemesis?
I haven't heard anything about that.
Or maybe not next season then.
Also pretty out of the loop on updates and stuff.
Hi, honey.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be another Spitfire season. That's gonna be great.
Yeah,
I
there's
really
no
like.
way they don't nerf it.
I really like
really nerf it.
the last Spitfire season
heard
we
they're
had
removing
was
the
really
barrel.
fun. Removing the
Yeah,
barrel.
they're making it so you can't put a barrel stabilizer on it.
What's that gonna do though? Like that's not gonna do anything.
It'll
she
make it
still
less
has-
annoying at range, but
That shit still has 400 million damage.
yeah.
Or bullets. I mean,
What you meant? Fucking.
I don't know. I fundamentally don't agree with LMGs. I just don't like a gun that
I
has
don't
that
either.
many bullets. They shouldn't be like a thing at all.
Shut the fuck up.
Marpo 3246 just resubscribed for
At least
5
Spitfire
months.
won't have a barrel, but it doesn't even matter.
Dude, they need to remove the barrel from the devotion.
What? They need to remove the LMGs.
They need to, yeah, okay, that's fair too, but
Well, I
if they're
think-
just like,
It's
Okay.
the fire rate.
yeah,
The
100%.
LMG should not have a fire of fucking a submachine gun.
Well, and the recoil, you shouldn't be able to control a gun shooting.
And the
that fast.
damage.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, everything is pretty much.
Same for
fucked
7
with
months,
it.
what to
Just
say. Mappa TV for
resubscribed
months,
for 8
welcome back.
months. Was up
Yeah, I mean,
was
overall, the gun's overtuned. Like, no matter how you look at it.
Yeah.
Newcastle's gonna be cool.
I was literally about to ask.
I
Do you
think-
think people are going to be playing Newcastle Caustic Gibby?
Yes, I think meta will be Newcastle, Valk, Gibby.
Oh, Valk Gibby, yeah.
You're gonna need Valk, because you need scan
Yeah,
zone.
no, because Beacon, yeah.
Then it might be maybe Newcastle Caustic.
Dude, I was going to say nothing might just change, and it might just be Valk Gibby Caustic still.
No, but I think Newcastle is gonna be crazy. The fact that you can run away, res someone while you're walking away with him,
That's true.
that's kind of broken in comp. Because imagine your teammate's dead in Storm, and it's like hard. You can like pretty much carry him like it's Fortnite.
That's pretty situational, though, because I think about it like Lifeline.
Very
It's like,
situational.
Lifeline is only
Very.
good when your teammates are dead. So it's like, you're already behind in the fight, so is she really a good character?
Yeah, but like also
That's
think
true.
about it. You get a shield while you're resing with Newcastle, right?
That's true. He's just actually better than Lifeline, so...
It's like old Lifeline where you would just res, like use shield. Like you don't even have to res the person. You can just use shield to block bullets.
True.
I
I
don't
wonder
know,
if it's gonna be like old Lifeline where you can like keep on resetting the shield.
I think Newcastle, from what it looks, he looks kind of OP. That ult he has in the end game would be pretty fucking broken. You can basically hold a spot in the open. Well,
Yeah,
depends on
big-ass
how much.
shield.
Depends on how much health it has, though.
Spitfire's getting fucked in the ass from the
Which
from
corner,
the-
Deem?
when it's
What
gonna
up?
be put to the ground apparently.
Oh, really?
My
Yeah.
7th
I mean, I
anime
wouldn't doubt
vibe.
it, dude. We already
Rain,
had
you
a
are
Spitfire
number
season.
7.
Yeah, no barrel stabilizer from 19 to 18 damage.
stop.
Headshot multiplier.
Why are you
Down by
doing this,
0.25.
man? It's fucking permaban.
Reload
the
time
fucking
increased.
idiot. Why is he going
Epic
around the
light,
fucking...
epic and heavy mag size, reduced, increased hipfire spread, increased
Oh, shit,
drift while
okay.
aimed outside, and reduced distance upon the headshot. So long
So
as
it's
it's
getting
Wait,
fucked.
was that fucking... Was there a patch note?
Pity.
You just...
All Spitfire.
There's a big patch note. And then nerfed the Kraber, but yeah.
Dude, somebody told me they nerfed the Kraber and they're like, yeah, they made it so it only does 270 headshot damage now. I was like, wow, crazy
No,
nerf.
I heard it's 197 to the head with purple helmet.
Yeah, on a Gibby.
On a Gibby. Okay, never mind. Getting this shit.
No way, he just fucking blocked me right there.
Octane's cracked.
Where can I even see the patch note?
8 is 1.
70 on one guy here. 126.
Guy in this building, last guy.
There's 2 blues on me, by the way. One's fresh and one is
This
2
guy's
back.
flesh.
He's running out. Running quick left.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm late.
That's fine. Nice. I think you take the tribute.
That is guided.
Upcoming.
Police died. Holy shit. Cocktail.
Cockchain. The homie.
People coming from the fucking... Yeah, you're coming out. At the old charger.
Good
Old
dodge.
charger.
Good dodge.
Shut the fuck
I'm not
up.
gonna lie, I'm not very stacked here.
Me neither.
Holy
Be there,
fuck,
keep on
what
there.
the fuck?
Yuzu heart, Yuzu heart, Yuzu heart.
Taking left.
Yeah.
I might be there, boys.
I'm going
I have
further
7
back.
bullets in my R9. I cannot go back. I don't have my ult.
1 HP on me. Good.
Oh my god.
Pushing out. Two guys on
I'm
me.
helping you. I'm helping you finish. There.
I got 2 guys on me, boys.
There.
One guy's going to
One on
raptor,
me.
I think.
One on the left. There's one on the left. Yeah. He's on that building on the left. The other one's here.
There. Can we just wait a little bit?
Yeah,
I just want to
yeah,
heal.
yeah.
Can we start healing, but
I just
I'm
want
gonna-
ammo, bro. Holy shit. I got no ammo.
Find this. I'm canceling his heal.
Nice.
Yuzu, thank you for 4 months. Draconic in
Running
2
from
months.
camp.
Lost, thank you for Prime. Yuzu, what's up? How you doing?
The other one's on roof. So I'm gonna nade the guy on roof. He's
Oh,
not.
yeah.
He's
Right
not
here,
gonna get in
68,
there.
68,
Guys,
68.
he crossed over behind you,
Come
Raptor.
down.
Okay.
Like right here, he's in the other building.
Oh my, he's one shot. 80 on this guy. Oh shit.
I'm pushing this guy on my roof.
No shit. He's got a full fit me. This guy.
I'm trying. I only have a
He's not
prowler.
success.
Finally, some good fucking food.
Look at him. He's
Hey, can't
fucking
climb.
looking for me. He's fucking looking for me, dude.
Get him.
Yeah,
And
guy.
just res.
lithium.
Dead from labs.
You're gonna have to bubble. We're gonna throw nades and shit. And we're gonna try
There should be two fresh blues in there, pretty much.
I didn't hear you.
Well, let's see. Wait.
That was well
They're from
fun.
labs, and this guy is DC.
Ziti, thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate you.
I didn't hear the guy. That was crazy.
Good.
Hog.
クソガキがよ早くご飯食いに行けよバカ野郎が見てんじゃねえよこの細いやクソガキが
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Hi
What's up, you Zayden? Oh my fucking neck. I'm old.
Holy shit.
User, did I
They're
show
completely
you?
fucking LMGs next season.
Wait, are they changing Diva?
Oh, I did. User, I didn't even show
Yeah.
you this.
Oh, thank God.
Let me show
They
you
didn't do
this.
anything to 301.
Shut the fuck up
Yeah, they're nerfing Diva a little bit. 16 to 15 damage. Headshot
That's good.
multiplier down. Higher reload time.
Meowth
That's
me
actually
for
all
gifting
good.
tier 1.
Dude, why does
appreciation.
it take longer to reload without bullets in your chamber compared to with bullets in your chamber? Why is that a
That's
thing?
true. I don't know. Is it because they need to put their animations in because they worked really hard on them?
No, but it doesn't make sense, right?
Actually, does that make sense in real life? Because I think when you're empty, you have to like
Oh
I
shit,
actually
this
don't
is
know
the
how it
wrong
works. I don't know how
one.
guns work.
Fuck.
I'm stupid.
Oh shit.
So-
I took the wrong one. Yeah, that's risky.
Someone said because you don't have to chamber the new bullet.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Or like, what?
君が好き
Dude.
やっ
Nothing...
べ
Yeah, whatever.
ペイン
Whatever.
ペコ
Whatever,
Guys,
whatever,
are you
whatever.
guys gonna keep spamming redeems or what?
But wouldn't it just make more sense that all of them have same reload no matter when you reload?
You're chilling.
no, 100%.
I sent you some juice on Discord. Use it.
Oh hey
Oh,
guys
hey
No.
guys.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I
Maybe
mean,
it's
I
true.
agree. I agree completely. I also don't think you should have to fucking cock the gun when you pull it out.
Cock this, cock that. This motherfuckers never saw
Like,
cock
that
in
shit
their
is
life.
stupid. There's so many times where I'll literally like pick up a new gun off the ground,
Yo,
forget to cock
yo.
it, and then I'll die because of that. I'm just like, well,
Yeah. But yeah, maybe it's just us, dude.
I think it's just like we're the minority that actually cares.
It's me, Pecora!
No, I'm just saying, like, I know it makes sense IRL and oh, like it's realistic, but
Yeah, but it's a fucking video game.
But like for a game, wouldn't it make more sense that everyone just has the same reload speed? That you don't reload faster because you shoot 43 bullets instead of 44?
I bet half of my chat who doesn't
Well, the
watch
thing
like
that doesn't make sense is usually I'm pretty sure when you reload a full mag, you get like.
I bet people who don't watch VTubers that are in chat right now are like, what the fuck is going on with all these fucking sounds and all these fucking anime girls popping out on the screen? What the fuck is going on? And I just want to say that have a nice day, guys. You'll figure it out one day.
You should have 29 in your flatline instead of 28.
Yep.
Oh, I'm
31.
back. Thank you, whoever.
That was sweet. It
Disgusting.
seems alright.
It's fair everyone's playing flatline next season.
Probably.
Or wingman. Guess we're becoming a full heavy team. But dude, wingman is so strong. I wouldn't even mind start running triple wingman.
Did they not nerf wingman at all?
No, didn't
Oh
change
shit!
it.
So it's a wingman time next season. I don't go fuck.
I'm dead. This guy got landed in front of my face and got a P20.
He's not gonna kill you without relax.
66
Oh,
on
you're
you,
right.
There's a guy on me though.
There's a guy right here. Oh, that's very unlucky.
I got an armor. Very lucky. That guy's flushing there. Coming back to you, Mandy.
There was a guy right below me, but I don't know where he went.
There.
Oh, on the pad. Cracked him. 40 flush.
Oh, big fuck on him,
Okay.
dude.
I have no cancel for 10. He hasn't healed though. He's in the back hill. In the back hill healing right here. Right here behind you.
What the fuck is my head fire?
Where's one?
What the fuck is this?
Come here. Mandy got stuck.
You little
Oh.
fucking rat, dude.
Okay, dude, get me off the fucking Havoc. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'll take a P20 over Havoc. I legitimately just picked up a P20 over a Havoc.
Nah,
Yeah,
I saw all the APAC teams. They ran triple wingman every game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wingman
Fucking
is just
goated.
like.
I don't
it's
think it's a
crazy.
dumb idea to just start running triple wingman.
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
as long as we can aim.
It's the most ammo
No,
efficient
it
gun in the
doesn't
game, and
You
you
don't
can.
need to aim. Yeah?
Yeah, no, you don't even need to aim. That's the thing. You just spam
I
the
think the meta will be flatline wingman combos, but that doesn't make too much sense for fucking ammo, dude. Cause like we're gonna run out of ammo
Alright.
quick.
Are we just gonna be running?
No.
I don't think people are gonna be running
No.
flatline, dude.
We just run triple. No, I just think we
Just
start running
wingman.
triple wingman.
I mean,
Like
me
straight
and
up triple
Tashina,
wingman every single game.
me and Tashina are already running double wingman, so
Yeah, I'll just switch to wingman.
I mean,
And
to
I
be
just- I
honest,
just
it
start
makes
fucking spamming.
sense because you also need less ammo to run triple wingman. Like we can use like
Yeah.
300 ammo for 3 of us.
No.
You
You
know?
can carry more nades. I think is the biggest thing with wingmen.
Yeah.
Nades are so important in comp.
People were talking so much shit to me when I was running wingman all the fucking time.
I remember.
But my ass was carrying 14 fucking nades. I was
Yeah.
fucking juiced, and now everyone all of a sudden thinks wingman's that great.
Well, I think the wingman is just that great right now.
It was great always though.
It was great, but I mean, other people would use it like the flatline could kind of contest and.
Yeah, of course, but like that's not the reason it was great. Not the damage and the
Yeah.
movement speed. It was the fact that you can carry so much shit. I used to carry like 2 ult taxels for us, just because I have a wingman, you know.
You run wingman shotgun, you have a fucking full ass backpack all the time, or empty
Yeah,
backpack
I
rather.
carry so much shit for us. It's broken as fuck, in my opinion.
I think that's the play. Straight
I
up
agree.
running triple wingman.
Right? If you want to.
I honestly think the meta is like double wingman, and then your gear player runs a sniper.
I think you did need 2 wingmans for sure.
Yeah, I think you run 2 wingmans, and then the third either runs a sniper or a wingman as well, or a repeater.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Repeater's really good
Repeater's
too.
so strong.
Yeah, I played Peter. That's
Dude,
good.
it's actually like we got so many kills when you play repeater that one time. Shit's fucking busted.
I think
Fuck.
repeater goes crazy.
Oh my god, dude. It's season, dude. It's pollen season. Oh my fucking
You
god,
fucking
my eyes.
allergies. Oh no.
Oh my shit, dude. Holy fuck. I went outside and walked today, like near like a bunch of trees and shit. And I
Nick
could feel
hates
it already
anime with
while
a
I was walking
passion,
there. I was
really?
like, damn.
Dude,
Yeah, I'm gonna be
dude,
fucked up later.
Nick called me ugly, by the way.
Let the alpha come on.
Fucking weird, bro.
Watch that whole thing happen.
He straight up called me ugly, dude. In his chat yesterday, chat. I think he should give me 100 gifted for that. He told me I don't have a girlfriend because I'm ugly. Yesterday in chat. I think that's 100 gifted at least. From him.
Well,
What the
we
fuck
res
happened?
you?
I almost knocked one.
I'm gonna res Mandy. I'm resing Mandy.
Yeah, they're gonna... One's coming up. 2 coming up.
I'm ulting.
I think they fucked up.
I killed one.
I'm batting, and then I'm coming.
No, I just got over jealous. I killed one. The fucking Octane's cracked on roof as well. The guy in scan is on Crack. He's right there. He's right there.
Oh, he's inside?
Oh, yeah, he's inside. Above you.
Yeah, dude, yeah, fucking. These guys are terrible. What happened, man?
Oh, they're dead.
Oh, man, you're muted.
I was just jamming to music and I was standing still.
Oh.
The Sana looked the best. They're dead now, so it's fine.
What's up, Exums? Dude, I went to his chat and he called me fucking ugly, dude. Like, hello? Like, this fucking bullshit. Then he made fun of me for not having a girlfriend. It's like, what? Like, who cares, dude? Like, who cares?
The ting goes skra, pap pap car skiddy
Yes,
pap
I know.
pap, and a poo poo pow doom skier.
Girlfriend is a debuff, it's not a buff, chat. It's a girlfriend debuff.
Now.
Fuck you, Randy.
It's me, Piccolo.
How about Oshi? Well, if you have Oshi, you get a buff. That's why I'm buffed, you know. That's different. But if you have a girlfriend, that's just a massive fucking debuff. That's why Nick sucks at the game, because he's got a fucking wife. I'm good, Fen. How are you, man? Somebody got debuff, 100%, dude. Yeah, I saw Zephyr. He's a dumbass. He's a dumbass for that. But dude, the first time Chatterbox is so much different now, and I've been gone from Twitch for 2 days and it's completely different. Can a girlfriend be an Oshi? Is your girlfriend a VTuber? Then yeah. 100%. It's possible. Jincha is Mac's girlfriend and all, yeah. She is. She's super nice. Dude, I got stories from her, dude. We were drinking and she randomly brought me, like I was drinking. Like I'm talking about I'm 6 beers in, like I'm drinking, right? I had 2 rum and coke, 6 beers, I was chilling, you know? And she randomly brings me 2 vitamin waters. And she's like, take this so you don't have a hangover. I'm like, fuck am I supposed to do with this shit, man? It's like, thank you very much. I was like, thank you, but like, where do I put it? So I put it down next to Mac, and I was like, yo, tell her I appreciate this, you know? Because she was like, I'm not showing my care, like, and I'm like, thank you so much, like, appreciate this. So I put it down, and then the fucking staff of the hotel yoinked that shit, man. They fucking straight yoinked that shit, man. And she came back to me later. They took it away. Dude, she also made me try banana curry pizza, and I kid you not, I almost threw up. I almost threw fucking up. All over the place. She forced that shit on me. Casimiriato, seeing Raz how you hugs, you just warms up my heart. I love Raz, man. Laz recommended because I'm really into K-hip hop and stuff like that. Raz recommended me an artist called Paul Blanco, and I'm so happy I discovered him.
Mende.
Nah, she's too nice to ban her, Dippy, but that shit was a violation, 100%. That shit was a violation of fucking human rights. Lemon pie you gave to Wick, that shit was the
team
worst
with us?
cheesecake I ever tried. That shit was a watery
God.
watery cheesecake. It was runny. Like whoever makes a cheesecake that's not like hard. You know what I mean? Like not hard, but like it was like fucking slimy, dude. That was one of the worst cheesecakes I've ever had in my life.
They left. They're not here.
Yeah, they were broken right there.
Oh,
That was a violation of my right.
Massive.
Alright, I'll come.
What did you just say?
I did. I said,
Why is
oh
my
no,
audio so
Klinge! It's a good video.
I've
Just
never seen that.
I'll show you.
Straight up cheese. It's like straight up cream cheese, man. That shit was ass. That shit was so bad. I kid you not. That was bad, chat. Like, I don't blame Wood for fucking hating that one, but that one was fucking terrible. Like, I've had some cheesecakes in my life, man, but I've never had that fucking type of cheesecake. That was... Dude, most of the times when I have cheesecake, it's good, man.
I'm gonna
Core Clinton
start playing controller, by the way.
Fuck up cheesecake.
Okay. Up to the next champs.
Dude, I'm done talking, listening to you.
We got to a point where I think it's necessary to have
Calvin,
control player on
take
the
2
team.
months, welcome back. Yeah, why would you fucking swap? I'll swap the controller. I already have practice.
Because
What?
I'm the Gibby controller god.
Dude, no one plays Gibby controller.
I was gonna say, I think giving controller kind of sucks.
I'm good. I'll play fucking controller, dude. Relax. Like
Unless you're already a shotgun god on controller, I don't think that's just weird.
I'll genuinely switch to controller. I don't give a fuck. If we really need to, I will. But to be honest, man, controller players
I don't know if it's
did
that
not
worth it.
matter online, dude. It did not matter online. Controller players were getting shit on.
I don't know, Guild went kind of crazy.
Well, he did, but like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like if you put a mouse and keyboard player with, you know, in his fucking shoes,
Yeah,
he could
that's
do the
fair.
same shit online. There was only like 9.
Controller's OP.
There was only 9 controller players in finals or some shit. Out of 60
Yeah.
players, so. It didn't matter that much.
60.
I was gonna say 1 per team, but that's almost half per team. There's different team on the left and right. We should sweep left. We should come from left. There's just a full team in this building.
45.
I'm using my controller now.
45.
Practicing.
Are we even pushing this?
I
don't think so.
really. I wouldn't.
There's just a team in labs and a team on the left. Hey, we're gonna do
We
this.
can kill
can
the team
come
on
from
left though.
Yeah, we can come from left.
Good is also good. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, you have to be good at the game.
They're on our left. They're like in swamp side. They're here. They're running now.
Oh, cool, flying. They're coming straight at us.
This other
Straight-
team is-
they're
this other
sandwiching
team's
us, sandwiching
below
us,
us.
sandwiching us.
Yeah, okay.
On the roofs. I'm a
Go
rat
this way
them.
then.
I'm a
Yeah,
rat
we
them.
should go. We should go to Mandy. We should go to Mandy.
I'm chilling.
Okay.
Rat them, rat them, rat them.
There's another team. There's another team right there, in that building.
They can't see me.
This guy's Mr. Bloodhound scan.
I'll walk up with RPR just in case. There's a team right behind us, RPR, in this building.
Fuck. I'm coming.
I think we just push this guy in this fucking building. Whatever happens, happens.
I have 3
over
cells,
here.
no bats. Life's good.
Wait, he's right above me on height, on the height.
45. Here.
I wish I was Ash now. Holy shit.
I ulted.
Cracked him.
Oh. Oh, I already got
that's the
pinched.
third
Shot
party.
back.
I already lost. Batting.
Is this 3 guys or how many guys are in the...
I don't know how many this is. At least 2. At
Fuck
least
you,
2 guys.
dude. I have no meds to heal.
I tried to open the door like 8 times here.
I'll cover to you, I'll cover to you. I'll drop you some.
I need to get us out.
Following on me here. Whoa, who's that?
People. Enemy. People.
Oh,
I'm
so
a-
bad! Oh no, I went back!
Oh no.
What the fuck is happening
baby.
here?
Come back and come up.
I'm not going down
Great shit on! Only Pathfinder. He shit on him. Pathfinder shit on. I'm a controller player.
My ult.
He got shit on. What is happening?
That guy is straight up the worst player I've ever fucking experienced in my entire life. alive.
Here, take 2 souls.
I'm mid kidding. That's TGB,
They're
buddy.
rezzing, they're rezzing.
Yeah, go.
Where are they
You do it.
rezzing?
You do it. I need to go fucking pop this medkit.
What is going on with TGP?
41. Let's keep it out here.
He took it.
Still down, still down.
I did a lot of damage. I cracked one and did 45 the other one.
I cracked one. Cracked dash.
You need boosted load here.
On roof.
Oh no! I fell
Cracked.
down again.
He fell too. Wraith is on low. Wraith is on low. Cracked. Oh, he's in their build. Not on low.
I'm sliding on this roof.
Yeah, I'd be lying to you guys if I said I did something before this. I didn't do anything.
Okay, I'm climbing this roof. Are they running?
No, there's one here.
Got one guy here.
I might be running.
Right here. Oh, he's not running.
Cracked
One guy's on the respawn beacon.
He's on my door. Keyed out. 80 flash.
45 cracked.
He's
Wraith is
so
still running.
low. Finally.
They're all dead.
Are they?
Yeah.
What is happening there?
I don't know.
I mean, we're playing the game. You had sulfurs or what?
Yeah, that guy did.
Maybe.
Yeah, this guy
This,
did.
this guy did.
I have no bats.
I have 2 bats here. I'm behind you.
Please. Thank you. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, both me and Mandas sound so fucked up. Do I sound... I sound sick, man. I swear to God, but I'm not sick.
Corona.
You just sound congested.
Corona.
Like, you sound like you
Yes,
have
Corona.
allergies.
Look at him.
No, but I like...
We with Corona. Wow.
I mean, if I have Corona, you gave it to me. You know that.
No. Wrong.
It's your fault. I
Nope.
blame you. I just blame you. I'm good.
No.
No, I'm good though. Look, I tested negative before I came as well, so.
Oh my god.
I didn't even have a fever at all. I just have a fucking fucked up voice. I'm no age. Can you open this?
Yeah, I got you.
Corona Andy screaming at someone Corona. I'll still Corona Andy.
Good.
I'm dropping a red dot. I don't need it. Boosted load. To boost your load. Ooh. No, I can't. Chad, my neck hurts. Is it because I'm old?
Hey, that Monopoly.
Bruto, you're fucking retarded. Sorry. I'm sorry that your brain works that way, man. But I hope you find peace in your life and, you know, a fix for your stupid ass brain somewhere. I'm sure some kind of fucking lobotomy can be done on you. We'll find a fix for you, man. JPG or the new rank awards? I think it's a good change for rank. We'll see how it plays, but it looks good. Yeah, you... Sweetie just is not okay, dude.
Is Valor for fun?
I'm having fun.
Dude, fucking...
I'm not gonna lie, dude. I'm really right there. But I'm having fun too, dude.
But this rank is actually not bad.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
I'm having fun shooting people.
It's just people
Dude,
on street
fucking
sniping me.
Fruit's been calling us. He's been calling me a GG
jumped
for
off.
the entire day
He
yesterday.
jumped
It was
off.
kind of,
What the fuck
Oh,
are you
they're like, oh, seer players cringe, get out.
Yeah,
Please.
probably. Back to that Pathomus.
90 on the guy on top left or right, I mean.
Dude, this guy wants my dick.
Oh.
40 purple on the Valk.
41, my guy.
Batting. Push these RP grinders, dude.
My ult.
They're going up, they're going up, they're going up. I'm throwing mollies in front of them. I'm throwing mollies and arcs to stop them. I'm burning them blue, blue, blue. I don't know who, but...
Blue, that's path.
Cracked. 125 on round.
I'm pushing.
I can't do that.
I'm climbing above.
Kill round, but I died.
Valk dead,
Right
nice.
here. Nice, last one here on me.
Dead.
Nice!
Dude, they had so many nades here. These guys were actually RP grinding.
Yeah, they're predators, man.
Oh shit, they're better than us.
Yeah, they are. They're the best.
Well, they're not better than you since you're a predator.
Oh yeah, that's true. I'm better than them. That's just like the food chain, right?
True. Dude, those guys did not want to fight, no
Fly
matter.
over.
This guy does not want to leave the game.
Fly over, guys.
Yeah.
Fuck!
45, alright.
Top left here. Top left
Oh,
on me.
literally one. A double headshot at her. Nading him.
I'm nading him too.
Nading.
Dude, climb,
Headshot
bitch.
again. A headshot body.
Kill him.
Batting.
Yeah, I'm batting too.
Made the 160.
Kill on her car, I'm batting real quick. No one queue.
I'm dying. Oh, I'm alive. I'm popping a med Phoenix.
26 flash. 26 flash.
They're resing in front of you, man.
I probably canceled it.
77. Ha! He's dying.
Almost cracked his Valk.
I'll kill the Valk.
Oh man, they tried.
Oh my god, more Pred players.
Oh no.
No.
Wait, rank is good fun when people suck ass.
Because no, dude, I came back. Everyone is Pred. I've never heard about them before.
Yeah.
And literally everyone is Pred. And I'm like, oh, it's because all the pro players went to fucking Sweden and nobody played Apex, dude. So they just got a free Predator.
Bro, did you remember when we played on bootcamp? We got stream sniped so hard, bro.
Yeah, crazy. Remember, like it's 7 years ago, dude.
I mean, for me it is, dude.
You remember that, Mandy?
You remember? Yeah, you remember back at bootcamp, dude? Oh my god.
Flying on our
crazy.
heads. Red armors and shit. I did 14 damage.
0 bats.
I have
8
8.
bats? I got 8.
Got 0, thanks. Go for it now.
I'm gonna use one. Dude, that was really bad.
Fun.
Like, the way we got stream sniped on LAN was really bad. Like, on bootcamp, that was fucking terrible. Like, we didn't get to play the game.
We're in the third party already. We're in
Blood
third
on,
party
shit
already.
on.
I
Somewhere.
can hear the crypto drone.
Okay, come to me,
Somewhere
just
this
come
way.
to me, just come to me.
I just straight up just, when we push over, I can just hear it.
He's winding it up, then.
Yeah.
It's all full teams too, so definitely a full team. Let's just go from east then.
Yeah.
There.
Oh man, there's some stories I have to tell you guys about Sweden that I can't say out loud on stream. But holy shit.
Did someone cheat on someone?
Nah. There's just some
There's one right here.
Unlucky.
Find that.
weird champ people, dude.
Oh my
I mean,
god.
dude, it was down.
We're going.
Oh yeah, you gotta. I'm marking from the bubble, but I'm getting shit. I got a bat. They're in.
Good, Mandy. No, 1 HP. Good enough.
Dude, I shit on them, bro. But fuck me, dude. I need to pop a bat because I got beamed as well. Yeah. They died for that, I think. Right? Please tell me that. Please.
My death cam right now is wingman, and then 301 for 24 damage.
Come on, kill them, please kill them. That's cringe, dating.
Damn, it's the fucking controller wingmans, dude.
The 2 of wives?
The controller wingmans, dude.
The 2 of wives,
They're
bro.
just too good. Can't do much there.
My neck hurts from old age.
From old age.
Yeah.
How old are you, Pierre?
I'll be 26 this
32.
summer.
Oh shit.
What's up, Victor? How good are you?
You're getting there. I'm about to be 25 next year. I'm fucking starting to feel the old age too. So.
Oh yeah,
I'm
mine
25
is-
this year, and I feel
mine-
young as a albatross.
Yeah, sure, dude. Yep.
I feel like a seagull, dude.
Yeah, if I was as young as a pterodactyl, dude.
It's true. I feel good.
Oh shit, man. Dip, you're like 45. Don't talk to me.
Apparently, there were 13 controller players in LAN finals, and 8 of them placed
Oh.
top 10.
Yeah, but this, you know, that could have been way more.
It could have been way more if the
It
controller
didn't
teams
suck.
in NA did better. Yeah.
There were like 8 teams. Wasn't it like 8 NA teams in finals?
Yeah.
That's pretty big. NA on top,
But
apparently.
the only teams that didn't make it were 2 full controller teams. Actually, I don't know if CLG is 2 or 3 controllers, but
I think, like, on paper, I think the meta is having 2 controller players on your team, and just
Yeah.
1 mouse and keyboard IGL, and that's it.
No, I agree. I think it's either one or two, but I do think having a controller player is just like beneficial for finishing fights instantly and getting opening damage and shit. Everyone else said boot camp. You're too shy to introduce yourself to. Oh no. Well, at least you have to meet Mandy and them.
I really like the relationship that AD
Good
boys and CR boys
Oh,
have.
sorry.
Like they kind of like, they're like all the same team. I feel like they just borrow each other players and shit like that. Super nice. They're all
Yeah.
friends.
Isn't that kind of like the Russians? Don't the Russians just like all interchange the same players?
I'm not sure, but you know Zedder was
Gotcha.
hospitalized, so like now Cell is got bored. Like he's gonna play with CR while he's
Oh, really?
hospitalized.
Wait, who's hospitalized?
Zedder.
Why? What happened?
I'm not sure, but someone told me that he was peeing blood in Sweden. So when he got
Oh,
back
what the hell?
home,
That's
he,
not
got,
good.
What?
he got hospitalized real instantly.
That's not
That's
good at
fucked
all.
up.
Yeah, apparently he's not doing good at all. But I don't know for sure, so that's just what I heard.
It's a heart condition, someone said.
Yeah, he's,
Vodka? What the fuck? That is
Hope-
scary, dude.
hopefully he's gonna be fine, and nothing's gonna go wrong. But he can't play LCQ and champion. I know about champs, but he can't play LCQ, so with CR, so
Oh shit. That's fucked up.
so Sally's playing instead. I hope he's gonna be good, man. That is a nice guy.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And he fucking played in that condition in Sweden the entire time. Like, holy shit.
That's pretty crazy.
Played Yu-Gi-Oh before? No. I mean, when I was a kid, yeah. What's up, cool? When I was like a little kid, I played Yu-Gi-Oh with like cards.
What team is he on, RPR?
Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, okay. So they're fine for LCQ, right? Like they don't need to play it.
No, they do.
Oh wait,
But
really?
Cell is playing for them now.
Oh,
Yeah,
I thought they like dominated their region. That's my bad.
Well, I guess not. They didn't do as good as they needed to in playoff. Oh, good now.
Gotcha.
But Selig didn't play because he had like a fucked up arm.
He had a wrist injury, right?
Yeah, so he didn't. So that's why he opted out of playing the playoff.
Yeah.
But now he said he's gonna fucking do it for the LCQ because it's not
Dude,
as
I hope
many
they fucking
games.
make it.
Yeah.
I hope we make it too.
Yeah, nah, dude. I hope we don't, dude. I hope we fucking stay home and watch it online. That'll be sick. We can do a watch party, Del Tour style. Yeah? Get some drinks?
I mean, shit.
I'll be fine, bro. We practiced so fucking much, we didn't even get to fucking play. Now we're just gonna just demolish LCQ.
Sure.
We're
You guys
gonna-
literally
Yeah,
didn't get
dude,
to play.
did you see the system or the thing we have to do in LCQ?
Did you sucking...
I can't
accept
sign
the
it.
rules?
The website doesn't work.
Yeah, Battlefy is broken as fuck.
Try it again.
You have, no,
Yeah,
you have to
I'm gonna
you have
try
to email them.
Or just, yeah,
Email
talk,
them.
Go talk in the Prolic Discord. Talk in the Prolic Discord.
Or that, yeah.
But now, what are you saying? Did I see what?
What it's like we play the first day, like Saturday, and then we qualify for finals, and then there's like actual finals.
This guy's correct.
Yeah, it's like normal.
60.
Like the old...
He's coming on you. 60. On the Reptar. Sorry guys, I didn't hit him. You have controller, so you
Gotcha.
can win that.
Coming on you, bro. Holy shit, that's wild.
They were also actual diamond players. Flat player.
But he was coming on you.
Nice.
Coming over from airbase right now.
Yeah.
I almost dropped one. I just fucking pussies did.
Going.
Boba's fucking shit on in front of me. He queued
I
back.
see someone guy over there.
You fucking pussies. Got caught red-handed.
I'm doing it. Fuck it.
Oh, your man, he's on the zip.
You and me both, brother. What the fuck happened to you?
The aim punch.
Top right.
Crazy.
Crack the loba. I cracked the loba on the
You're
wall
good,
above
Strauss.
us.
He
shit.
needed.
Oh my
I
goodness.
dragged it over here.
Yeah,
There
we
is
should
no.
tank that.
You think so?
Cuter.
Yeah.
Oh, you take that one then.
I'm gonna peek him in 2 seconds. Now.
I tethered him. He got thirded.
God.
Really hard. He's dead. He's not dead.
Oh, I was like, wait. You killed him?
We're fine.
Should be low though.
So
Left.
No, I fucking fell off.
I only hit him 16 flush.
Their team has white armor as well.
I'm slow healing.
Valkyrie
Yeah.
has white armor. They're running, I think. I don't know which teams you should look out for because I don't know which teams are playing. Nice. You gotta
Nice. Same.
I love the car SMG, man. That gun's so good.
Yeah.
Do you think it's overtuned?
I think they could lower the damage by 1. It'd be fine. It does 2 more damage than the Arna, so maybe a little bit overtuned.
Yeah, it's definitely like. Well, it doesn't shoot us fast, right?
She's like slightly slower, yeah.
And I just feel like I have better control over it.
In there. Yeah. I think the car is really good.
Thank
At least
you.
like. Really, shit's insane.
Oh, I need heavy ammo. You're fighting bandits in
Not too
airbase.
heavy. Here, up here. Is it airbase? I'm not gonna go airbase.
Let them shoot in airbase.
Shut the fuck up.
Big Michael just resubscribed for 5 months.
Big Michael 5 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Thanks.
I wish I could play Valk on high ping.
Yeah, Valkyrie high ping is fucking ass.
Oh, they're right here.
They actually will this.
Yeah, and they're on the body. They're on the Lobo body. There's only 2 here.
I'm landing on the
2 here
roof.
close, 1
I'm
back.
landing above the Gibby.
Okay, yeah, I landed above on the rocker.
I'm in here.
I hit. Oh, I got
Give me crack below me. Bobbled himself. Flash on him. Dead. I'm getting aim punched by this guy.
getting shot in the ass. I'm dead.
Octane was cracked.
Right
They
there.
probably healed. There's two below you, man. They're in the tunnel, right below you. Two guys.
So like,
We could just get out. Like, take 1 damage from the team we're shooting at.
Cracked one.
we can fuck them now.
Yeah, we can.
60,
If I could aim.
60,
We should go.
You guys can,
60 flash.
you guys can go in.
60,
Oh my god, Mandy is fucking. They're by the pills,
54,
right here.
Yeah, Ash put it out.
60.
Oh, go for my shit RPR.
Oh, no!
70 blue on that motherfucker.
Ring of fire. I'm resting you right here. Red tar.
plug me. Thank you.
It's only. Oh, it's 3. They have flatlines and shit.
Yeah, but I fucked them. I
Yeah,
should have
Yeah,
just rolled
they're
them.
getting rolled from another team in airbase, I think. Or there's a guy by Rose Beacon rolling them. Oh no, it's the solo. He's leaving. He's dead.
I'm pushing.
You have Ash ult?
Nope, I just use it to save myself.
Oh yeah.
Right here.
Get him away.
45 purple on this guy.
I missed.
Fire cross. Holy shit. 45 purple on the horizon.
60.
Is that his team all the way here? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
41 gold, 80 gold.
gold.
I'm gonna
There we go.
fucking pop a bat because this guy's repeated it. This headshot. Yeah, he's down here. He's running away from you, man.
I'm coming here.
I got my ass shield now.
120 on the guy on the left.
Nice.
Which one? The repeater guy?
Yeah, the Valk.
He's flying around fucking corners that are impossible to hit, dude.
They're running up here.
These fucking Russians are impossible to kill. I'm going to madness. Oh my god. I'm batting. All you.
I'm going up behind them.
Oh, he's one shot.
You should have fucking one shot. What? That's
Nice me on me.
It's fucking Valk, bro. Valk 76 headshot.
that. Shit on.
I'm out.
Newton. Man,
Sit down.
45 purple on raid. Crack the Gibby. Crack the shit out of him. 40 flush on him. I gotta drop down. I'm batting. Right above you. 40 flush on the Gibby. He's one shot. Do we have a nade?
I can't stop him. No.
Any nade would be sick. Come down to
I
me.
do, but I'm good. Just gotta play low.
Nice, man.
Nice, good shit, Mitty. I'm Phoenixing on low. I'll be 10 seconds.
Come on, little rat. Come on, push me. Ah, he's scared.
He's scared.
You can share matter with them out.
Dude.
They're pushing you hard.
No, they're 120. Yes.
Hold on. 120.
Oh my god. Get on. I don't even need that. I didn't need the armor swap. You know, I need all the loot before I start healing.
Okay. I'm
There.
glad,
Nice, dude.
glad to know that.
Pumpiness shit. You kiss your mother with a mouth?
Yeah, I can't even do that. How does he do
He
it?
was funny. He was funny, dude. Don't you have fucking school or something? He was a bully,
Dude, I loved H1 Ninja, dude.
dude. Ninja Cyper. That was good. He should change his name on Twitch to Ninja Cyper. Straight up.
Yeah, maybe.
That would actually be so funny.
You guys need bats? I got 7.
I have 3. I'll take 1
I
off
have
your
4. 4
You
Batorians.
want it?
I gotta make it, I'm good. Da-da-da-da.
H1 was fun as fuck, dude.
Yeah,
I was really bad at H1, but it was so fun, dude.
I was good at it. I love playing it. Oh, flying
This
guy.
one was so good. So satisfying. That was like the most satisfying game to kill people in, I swear.
Yeah, like
Yeah, the double
the
ding.
AK or whatever, just a
Doing.
little two-tap right there.
Dude, just AR shooting 2 bullets and killing them and knowing you killed them is just
They're
like,
taking the balloon back. These motherfuckers are playing. What the fuck are they doing? Then?
They're chilling. What's wrong with them? Yeah. Another game destroyed by devs. I could not say it better.
They went back. This. I'm taking this balloon. With them.
me, please.
Okay.
I'm taking this
Don't
balloon.
tell mom. Wait.
They've all cooled it out. Are you fucking kidding me?
Dude, what are these
I'm
guys
alone.
doing?
Come.
I'm
I
following
embrace
them.
it.
I'm
Push
following
me.
them. I'm following them. I'm following them. There's another team
Go.
flying into them. Dude, I'm killing these guys even if it costs me my fucking life. They're on the wall in
Here.
front of me.
You're here.
Stringing? I'm shooting. I'm stringing now.
There was one there. I don't know if he dropped the res. Or to the... Hey, there's no team above them. 70 and
46,
contact.
contact.
80 on one guy.
Crack 2. I cracked
Yeah.
2 of them.
Okay, cancel.
I would rather kill the duo than the trio.
What about kill all of them?
Yeah, let's just kill all of them. Let's kill Tree and then the duo. Because otherwise the Tree is just gonna fucking shoot
I
us
can
in the
actual
asshole.
kid on the
Great.
corner.
Contact cracked, I mean.
Almost cracked the valve. No quack, no quack.
Crack Horizon 110, 110.
Yeah, do this. Oh my god.
You can't climb.
You good, Reptile? Yeah, you have a controller in mind.
I'm fine. There's just a constant inside. Oh, I'm about to swing through this. Let's go. Fuck it.
Oh, fuck, what do you mean? Oh, he's in the corner here.
Behind that. Don't care.
I'm batting, I'm batting. You have controller, I don't.
I don't care.
Nice, good.
I hate Caustic, dude. I hate that character. Alright, let's go kill the duo.
Yes,
Where are
please.
they?
They just
They
raised.
rested!
They're now a trio.
Oh my god.
There's a... Nah, fuck it. You don't care. I was gonna say there's a red armor.
60. Purple. On 1.
Where are they?
I don't know. I'm killing the res.
There's
I
a
don't see him
form right
close.
here.
Oh, it's Valk. Hey, what's up, Valk?
No way.
No way you ain't
It's
but it.
TTV lolly ooh FPS.
They're here still. They're in the circle.
are?
Yeah. Or he's on the back of it. I see him on my scan. He might be on the back of that wall. Wait, he is.
Next
He's on
to
the back
me?
of that wall. He's running left. He's running left. How much is it?
This is 100% TTV Wraith 144 FPS. You ready? Look at this guy's name. You ready?
No
Oh,
way.
yep.
I die
Who
here?
said it? Who would have guessed, dude? Wraith FPS underscore 144 hertz, dude.
Well, the last two teams are fighting right now.
How much hertz is that?
144 hertz.
144 of them.
That's not that good.
That's more than 30.
Not bad.
True.
Dude.
How'd you know it was him, dude?
Because she fucking plays for that guy all the time. TTV Uwu Lolly FPS 144 hertz.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know. That's funny.
And they're in every single one of my games, dude.
Fanboys, dude. So where's his last team? If it's even a
I
team.
don't know.
Oh, there. Fucking hell, they came out the storm.
Oh my god, 180?
Whoa! Whoa! Pre-res. Well, careful, these guys are... I don't even know what just happened to me. How, he climbed that? You can climb that? What?
Yeah.
Give me one! No way, dude.
I hit myself.
Give me armor swap.
I did 200 damage to them.
Hey, you dropped?
No way, dude.
I can't believe our bro throws that.
Dude, I got fucking one shot. It was wingman repeater combo, that's why.
It was a duo. We just lost 2v3.
Oh, I killed
No,
one.
it was trio,
never mind.
dumbass.
Wrong.
How'd you not kill a single one in the bubble while I'm batting?
I did 200 damage to both of them. 100 to each. I mean,
No, you did not do 200 both of them, because I did 100 something on the Gibby and he was still standing healthy.
no. 92 on one guy and 100 on the other one.
Oh my god, he's lying. I'm gonna pee.
I'm not.
Shut the fuck up.
Yay! I'm back with a broken ass neck. Thank you for the prime. Arigato. Thank you. Mikalo. Thank you. Next rank season, I might if it's good. Like if it's actually good. Anonymous, thank you for gifting Crab tier 1. Appreciate you.
For 7 months. An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Jamball_connoisseur.
So apparently Zeder has something that's called rhabdomyolysis. Rhabdomyolysis. It's a life-threatening condition caused by muscle breakdown and muscle death.
What the fuck?
And it's like sudden drop in heart rate and blood pressure can be caused by stress.
So is he okay now? Or is he like...
And he's probably doing better now. But I don't think he can compete with that thing.
Yeah, probably not.
Because like stress causes it to go up, so that's fucked up, man. Hi, Prof. Yeah, we heard about new rank system. I don't know how to speak anymore, dude. Holy shit. It's actually really bad. Yeah, it's really bad. in the playlist. This is my new playlist actually. It's like my Korean, kind of like indie Korean. And the artists that I'm currently listening to in this playlist are Paul Blanco, Siki, Crucial Star. That was Penomeko right now. And there's a bunch of really good artists in this playlist. Yeah, Sierra apparently did not know about this condition, so it's not their fault. Of course, if they knew, they wouldn't have let him. You know. We made 25 on top 50 most watched Apex streamers this month, chat. So we're grinding. What the fuck? Even though I was gone for like half the month. Half the mouth. Can I speak English? Holy shit, man. Just one time I'm gonna speak English. Molding did. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Yeah. The Jen really forgot his medal and shit.
Oh my god. So what's your plan, Reptar? Do you know?
What?
Consecration, pro play.
Oh, I'm probably gonna play comp again, like in whenever the next season is. I'm just like taking a break.
Are you planning to do a call or?
I probably not. I don't know. I mean, they're doing other things, and honestly, going back into like a situation where I wasn't super happy isn't like ideal. So
You're
probably not.
starting fresh or what?
What are we
Yeah,
not
I'd
happy
rather start
about?
fresh. What?
The team situation?
I mean, I just like I'm really bad at losing, I guess, and when we just did really bad for a long time, and I just got unhappy and depressed over it, and I was just like, I don't know.
But now you're a control player.
Yeah, that's true.
True. You
I mean,
can't
I'm
lose
just-
now. It's
that's true.
impossible.
That's yeah, that's
Now
facts.
you'll do good no matter what.
I'm just taking a few months off and then I'll figure it out. But for now, I'm like not even like worried about what I'm gonna do, honestly.
It's funny because I think now you would actually do really good on call, and you guys would fucking pop off as a team.
What did you say?
Because I said now you would probably do really good on call and pop off as a team.
Oh,
when
probably.
You switch to controller. It's not that you're a bad aiming keeper. I just feel like
Oh yeah, no,
you're
controller's broken as
smoking
fuck.
kids and controllers. Ow! I just hit my keyboard. Fuck!
You said it. I didn't.
I didn't say shit, man.
I played the input. There's a reason that I play it. This is broken.
You hear that, Chad? Controller player said that, not me. I didn't say anything.
Did you see the whole design situation?
Yeah, that's what
I've been
What is
there.
that?
I've been there in person when it happened. The first was talking.
Close left, yeah.
Right on.
The other one guy.
They're landing on our height. Arthur, do you have
Right him,
TP?
like right one.
I don't know, TP. Crack the ball down.
Oh, we can't get up to the thing.
Fucking hell. Oh,
There's a
sandwich,
flag.
both sides,
Knock
both
one.
sides.
Yes.
86, another guy.
Good. TP in 20. That's a different team coming from south, by the way. Or is that the Octane? Oh, that's the Octane.
86 again, dude.
Nice, I'm batting.
Dude, he doesn't get to play the game, this guy.
I'll be canceling one.
I'm fucking short.
I'm gonna TP. I'm with you, Arthur.
I got it, let's go. On his face, let's go.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I can't click it, it's bugged out. Let's try again.
Oh, ready?
Finally,
Three.
let's go. Shit on.
81.
That guy just didn't care
Dude,
anymore.
this game sucks, Raptor. I took out the TP, right? I looked at it, and it made the animation of porting, then it ported me back, and then I couldn't click it anymore.
Really?
Dude, that was fucking what?
That's fucked.
That's the worst I've ever had it with Ash, and I had it pretty bad. I straight up did the animation, and then it cancelled, and then it went back. That was really bad. This character sucks. This character.
Yeah, pretty much I know whenever I want to go back to comp, I'll be fine. It's not like too much of a worry of mine. Like,
It's
in the worst
crazy.
case, I just can't play comp. Oh well.
It's crazy how much the controller actually does for comp. Like, look at Jake, bro.
Oh yeah.
Jake was always an insane player. He switches to
Yeah.
fucking controller and elevates himself. I might become a controller player, bro. No cap.
I will say when you swap to controller, like, dude, if you can keep your brain cells, holy shit, it is so free.
I'm just not good at control because I've never
Keep
done it.
yourself.
I don't have prior
There's a lot of
experience.
people who go to controller, including me, at a lot of points where I'll literally just like change the way I play the game and not like take 100% win because I can just push with controller. And
Yeah, but I have like
Something stupid.
no prior experience with controller.
oh yeah, I wouldn't swap. If you have no prior experience, I wouldn't swap.
Well, I
literally
got
played
diamond
controller
one
from, like,
split.
Well, I played Call of Duty from like age 4 to fucking 17.
Yeah, same sweet.
Damn.
ZT thing would give him tier 1. Appreciate you. I'm gonna swap that.
You know what Jake's prior experience is with controller?
Pretty much like me, I think. No, I think he played a little bit in the console.
Gotcha.
When I first started controller, like the first time, BMW played FIFA apparently. That's big.
FIFA, nice. Nice, you get super sick controller experience.
Yeah, that's big.
Yeah. That's pretty big.
It's massive.
I'm a big FIFA enjoyer myself, if I would say so myself.
It's like Mandy's junior controller player. FIFA breeds champions, I guess.
Nah, I've been
Yeah.
kidding. But I'm pretty sure he played a little bit, but nothing too special when I talked to him.
A bank smoker thing.
To be
Dude,
honest,
the crazy thing about it, if we don't make champs, there's literally 3
There's a
months
full team here,
of
full team
nothing.
right there.
yeah, we're gonna go
Yeah.
travel, man, then fucking live our life for a little bit.
Well, it's good.
90 on this
Bro,
guy.
what? Are these guys
Nine
are real?
guys.
10 on one guy.
I have 50 flush on the left.
Knocked.
Here's one.
Knocked.
Last guy was the horizon, he went around the corner. He was here somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. He's close on your left. He's oh, he's on height. That's where he is.
Oh, I didn't see him.
I can't hit him.
I'm here.
And he's so lost. Siri's so stupid, man.
Yeah, no, this character is broken as fuck.
Finally fucking mag for my wingman. Holy shit. That took
That's
a
actually
bit.
crazy thing about it. If we actually don't make champs, we have like 3 or 4 months of literally nothing.
Yeah. It's fucking
It feels
empty.
like Dota, dude. If you don't make fucking championship in Dota, dude, you just don't have a year where you do nothing, dude.
Well, to be honest, we got cucked in the worst possible spot. Like, we needed to do good here, and we got fucking cucked by you
Sure.
getting COVID. Like, we knew that when coming to this event, we knew that we needed to do good.
Yeah, that's a loss.
We had to get 17th out of 40, and for us, that's not hard.
Unlucky, dude. On the low key.
Up top 82.
Right there, on the height here.
Wait, do you guys have bats?
I have 3. Yeah,
I
I
have
could
7.
I won.
Oh, he's got 7. He's got you.
Here.
They're vocal thing.
Are you kidding me?
It's only a duo.
18 and white.
I dropped you bats. Did you get him?
Yeah.
There's people here. By those.
Done. Come on.
I don't know, the whole design situation is fucking weird, dude.
Dude,
Well, I
yeah.
know what happened on LAN. Like he explained everything to me.
Well, I heard they signed a 3-year contract or some shit too to start. So it's
Well,
like,
I heard that he basically wanted to step down
yeah.
because he wasn't happy with team situation. Because they choke finals, whatever.
Yep.
And then he was gonna do it and then move on by himself. But then he got, I guess he got, in the video he said he got told differently that he can actually get a different player.
Well, what I'm guessing is
But
he
then
tried
they
stepping
fucked
down and then tried looking for a new team. And then they were probably like, well, that's not cool. Like, you're still on a new contract. And now
Give
they're
your shit on
fucking him. But I don't know anything, so I can't really
Wouldn't it just be like
Nah, it's what
Fortnite,
happened.
you just fucking play like
Apparently
with
they-
different people?
Apparently
team
they
online.
told him that he can
With two more?
change the player, but then they told him, never mind, we're gonna change you instead.
Yeah.
That is fucking weird.
This is a different team, right?
Yeah. 65 headshot. I don't know.
If you
Kind of down to kill this team on lower, but this team's just lurking. Like, go away,
They're
dude.
straight waiting. They're waiting for a third party. They don't care.
No, we'll just wait. Down to give you more fish. You guys
I don't
see the new rank changes and stuff?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think they're gonna be nice.
That's it.
Lock that guy.
I like the new. I really like the new buy-in thing.
The what?
The new buy-in system. Or not buy-in, but like.
Dead. I need bubble now.
Oh, Phoenix.
Add a whole new team roll up.
I'm holding your back. You see my angle? They took portal, took portal, took portal. I cracked them. Cracked the lifeline in your bubble. They're running down. Might need you guys to help.
I'm fucking reloading.
Post the crack.
Yeah, I'm just in my life though.
They did
All
flash.
dead, all dead, all dead. Right?
No,
Oh, one more northwest, one more northwest. He slid down, he
Okay.
slid down, he was weak.
Someone landed on us.
He's on me, on
I'm
me.
betting,
Okay,
I'm betting, I'm betting. Headshot.
to charge rampage.
He's one, please kill him.
Oh no.
There must be a self-res.
It's probably that guy.
Yeah, bubble, you have to bubble right after. Oh, we're dead.
No.
That guy's one. Fuck, I'm just gonna die there. Oh god.
They're pushing through your deep building. One guy pushing through your building.
He just killed the solo.
He's,
One is,
come-
they're chasing you. They're down here on the pipes.
yeah,
a
down
different team.
here.
There's only one hard chasing you, by the way.
No, it's, yeah, it is actually only one right here.
Not even hard chasing anymore. He's on the bridge. They chilled. You're good. You're out.
Okay.
I'm trying to get out now. I'm crawling out north.
They're fighting someone
Oh
else.
my!
now.
I didn't breathe a single time. I started, the blood was rushing in my fucking brain right there. I was trying to catch a breath for a second, dude. Holy shit!
I think me and Red are gonna bleed out next to each other, so.
Alright, I'll get you guys.
Come here, Red, let's actually die next to each other.
I'm coming.
So it's easier for him. Let's do it behind cover if we can, like here.
Here, you're gonna be able to crawl for 20 seconds. I should keep crawling.
Oh shit, I got whole 20.
Yeah, you got a whole 20. You got 14 left.
Do I just die next to you or no?
I mean,
No,
might
just
as well.
die next to you. Just die
Yeah,
next to you.
Okay, okay, I'm trying. These boxes keep
Wait, my
sliding
box is
downhill.
sliding, dude.
Yeah, it is.
Now mine's sliding. Oh, we're good.
My box was going crazy.
Yeah, that shit was fucking sliding all the way, dude. I couldn't catch up.
Okay, dude, just plug us in gas right there.
I have I have mobile respawn.
Oh,
Okay.
perfect.
I'm
Might
plugging
just
it
be
up
better
there,
to plug us in gas. Yeah, that's it.
so I can
Honestly,
shoot them with my
just-
charge.
Rip it right here in the choke. Don't go all the
No,
way
no,
up.
no, no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I got everything under control. Because if we get pushed here, I can still fucking roll them.
Yeah, that's true.
Look at them. If I plugged right here, it would have been fucking fucked.
Yeah, no, 100%. There's a guy on the left right there healing. Oh, he's down.
Oh, dude,
not
grief.
down. He's gotta summon the Moby.
6. A big 6
That's
right
big.
there.
I'd push
big.
that, dude.
That guy is not pushing anymore. That guy's running away. He's so scared.
No, if I was mad, I wouldn't even res. I'd just push that shit.
Oh yeah,
6
true,
damage?
true, true.
It's a pushable offense.
We're going for our boxes, yeah. I mean,
100%.
Yeah, do it.
Swapping the input real quick.
Oh shit.
Yeah, sounds good. They're gonna fucking Valk ult on this side. I think, right?
I don't know,
They are, I think.
but I'm good.
They're right here. 62 one guy. 100. He requeued. 85. I'm fucking right now.
I'm about to cancel him.
They Valk
Look
ulted
at him, look at
here.
his HP, look at that guy's HP, Mandy.
78.
I can pop the Phoenix.
Crack that guy in the storm.
Yeah.
Walk right here.
God.
There's still one here, there's still one here.
12.
45 blue.
12. 2.
Cracked. 14 flash.
24.
We gotta go
Okay.
down, guys.
Yeah. Oh, we gotta go this way up.
Yeah, we have to go up. We have to go
Oh
to Mandy.
shit. Oh, my game lagged. Holy shit. Oh, I got a
you
knock.
can
Let's
tell.
go, baby.
Taking the zip bucket.
They're right here, they're right here, they're right here, they're
Go,
right
go,
here.
go, 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 go. Why aren't they going to zone?
They are. I think they
Should
want
we go up to
Medi?
Medi? I think we go up to
Yeah,
Medi.
come to me, I think.
Wait, you killed somebody. Good job, Burpia.
Yeah, yeah, I got him. Smoked him, dude.
Hoggers! I need some crazy shit here, though.
You guys need ults. I have 3 ult cells. I don't have ammo, man.
I need
My
a
ult
good
is-
weapon.
18%. It's the same, but we didn't find the same guy every game, dude.
Oh. Okay.
That's not good for us, man.
Bubble on me, bubble on me. No, I
They fucked up their horizon.
Yeah, oh my god, I'm fucking one.
You have ult,
I'm
Burpia?
fucking two of them.
I have an ult in 2%, 2%. Ready, 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 ready.
Yep.
He's only though.
Wait, wait,
Come help me. 90 on him. Bubble, 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 bubble.
I don't have bubble.
Res then? He can climb up.
Dude, these things are all empty.
Yeah,
I'm batting
I
a
fucked
blue.
him.
He had like 6 armors on him.
I'm getting swung. Oh, no, I'm good. He padded up here.
I'm killing him.
What is that?
Feed.
Right here.
I killed him. He's dead.
Okay, nice.
What just
I
happened?
gotta jump on. I gotta change weapon. I have a fucking bow.
He changed weapon. I have 42 ammo on my Devo.
Wingman here. Feels good, man.
Feels good, man.
You guys have bats? I'm on and I want to use it.
I have 1.
I have 3 here. Got 1. Did you loot the wraith I killed?
Nope.
I need that loot. It's also loot here. Oh my god. Okay, this guy was juiced. I just found him.
How much bats does he have?
Ammo?
Wait, I'm taking heavy. You need?
Yeah, I need fucking anything.
I got you. There's a full stack 301. If you want. There's also.
I just need ammo. I'm good on everything else.
You need ammo? 120?
Yeah, just light and heavy.
There. I don't have any.
This
light.
guy's a juice
I
Devo,
have
dude.
120.
I got 300 light. I'm good.
You guys need bats? I have 7 now.
I have 2.
I'll take 1. I have 1.
There. You can just do like this. You can just take 3.
Oh, my dumbass didn't pick up heavy ammo. Oh well.
Here, heavy. How much do you need?
Thanks. I just need 20. On the wing.
Oh, I'll give you a bunch.
I am good now.
Ooh, they're fucking sit right there. I think we push down. Downstairs under them.
I'm done.
I'm going. I got a bat here.
Oh, I got double.
I'm ult.
I'm good. I'm just waiting.
Oh shit.
Don't do that corner.
You're
I'm
almost
dead.
dead. Oh my god, he just jumps down, dude.
Dude, fuck off, you fucking pussy, dude.
Getting gank hit, dude. By
Fucking
HGB.
RP grinders. Holy shit, when are you guys gonna get good at the game?
HGB, homie.
You're trying, man. That guy's a 750 friend. Trying his best.
That's true.
We'll see him
It's
next.
hard, not.
We'll see him next split when you know.
No, I mean, next split, that's gonna be one of the people who's actually probably in, like, Diamond 4.
Mm-hmm.
I should probably stop my stream and rate that guy.
All these
God,
fucking
okay,
master
dude,
players
dude.
are gonna be fucking plat hard stuck.
Like, they actually will be. That's the funny part.
It's funny, yeah, because it will happen. That's what I'm saying. It's gonna be fucking
Even if they're not
hilarious.
plat hard stuck, they're gonna be like D2, D3 hard stuck.
You know? And they're gonna get to Masters and they're gonna stop playing because they know that if they play, they demote.
There's no bro, you're not even gonna get the Masters. I don't even know
dude.
why you're talking.
You're not even gonna make the Diamond 2, man. The holy shit.
Yeah, because I actually played the game, so I'll actually make it a Diamond 2.
No, but you're gonna keep falling down to Diamond 2.
Never.
What do you mean I actually played the game, bro? I played the fucking game 8 hours a day. What do you want from me?
No, you don't. Off stream?
What? You play the game off stream?
No, do you play the game off stream?
Fuck no,
I
I
play the
don't.
game
That's
off
why
stream
it's off
sometimes.
stream. The reason
dude.
well, okay, I play the game
You don't play it
sometimes.
out
Okay,
there.
actually.
that conversation is really confusing.
Alright, you don't play it out stream. And that's fair. That's unfortunately
Yeah, I do.
true. No, you don't.
That- yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I fucking do.
We can do a live check right now if you want. If you play 8 hours a day the last 3 months.
Yeah, I did. I mean, if you
You
did.
did?
Yeah, I did. And I don't know why you're talking shit. You're actually annoying as fuck.
Damn. I don't even play the game 8 hours a day. I think,
What's your problem?
on average.
The only thing I
What
do on
about it?
stream is play Apex. I don't fucking watch videos. I don't play other games and shit like that. So I don't want to fucking hear it.
We're bomb in the middle.
Shut the fuck up.
A far fat boy just resubscribed for 7
Grab
months.
it.
I don't have a weapon.
Dude, he bubbled up on me. He bubbled
Did he
away
bubble
from me.
you? Oh,
Yeah,
no.
he left.
Yeah.
The Ash is 1. I hear
Zero?
90. 90 on white.
You have 0.
Maybe he jumped all the way low.
I got controller. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm the best. I think it's someone. Welcome back.
Oh, he got downed with an armor, so I couldn't pull him. Wow.
Yeah, and the fuck, dude. This guy, it took him 7 minutes to turn around.
Headshot, body. I want to see him
Holy
play. I want to see him play again.
He's just
Like, this guy's not controller, he's the best player in the world. Or plays the lowest sense.
He's also probably on like 6 million ping, because I don't think he's from NA. Or
Damn.
EU.
He doesn't
He's
even
not
play
controller. You just watch his fucking play.
But
No,
damn.
I watched him, it took him 7 minutes to turn around.
Chat. Shh. Don't tell him. Don't tell him. Where's my Battle Beaver controller that they said they're gonna send to me, but I never sent it to me? Cringe. They actually said they were gonna send me a Battle Beaver controller and they never sent one to me. Me and Sweet were supposed to get one. They made us pick fucking everything for it, like what kind of settings do you want, what is this and that, how do you
Dude, that
want
GT thing is so confusing. Are they, like, do you know if they're
What?
playing this weekend? The GT thing?
G2? They are
no.
playing this weekend, yeah.
Yeah,
Who they
they're-
playing with
Now
now?
with design.
Okay.
I don't know who they're gonna play
That's what
with.
I was wondering.
Maybe Snipe? I heard rumors about Snipe.
Snipe has been playing with the Complexity boys.
Oh.
Lake City, yeah.
Maybe
Two team
Slurp?
day.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Slurpee G. That's what he said in the video.
Well,
Yeah,
Slurpee
you
G
did
was
say that.
supposed to play with them with design on it.
Yeah. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, I'm fucking leaving. There's two.
I'm serving off. The fuck?
Damn.
Can I get a gun? Are you kidding me?
You guys are shooting P20s at each other, so they don't have guns either. They're literally shooting Mosams and P20s at each other. And Eva.
I got tier 1 Mosam. Also,
Sorry,
I
man.
can join the Mosam party. Nice, Reptar.
Player. Good job.
Thanks.
Was that it?
No, there's more. It's all caustic here. It's on me. It's all the way low. He stuck me.
Fuck me, dude.
Hey Manny, what's up?
Did
I
you
thought I
jump
could
in
make
there?
it. Yeah, I thought I could fucking. I thought it would explode before I hit him. Unlucky. It's fine. I gave him the false confidence. Oh my god, dude! If I hit a crazy shot, I could have won with 2, dude. You know? So it's fine.
Yeah.
Right.
This guy double P20. This Loba.
That's pretty nice.
I got 4 kills, 145 damage.
I'm 0-0-0. Feeling good.
2,000 damage.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Right.
If it is priced.
Alright, who's next? We got him good. Who's next?
All I'm saying. I'm about to craft 2 bats, so I'm good to go.
I crafted 1, bro. I'm lazy. What's up, Gold? Geldersons? The goat? Geld? How you doing? Good morning.
Salvage only, dude.
I need a medkit. How do you get better wingman aim on controller? Ah, you're asking the wrong person, man. I don't play controller. I'm a mouse and keyboard player.
It's like,
Yeah, I'm just shooting a dragon.
I want chicken. Nice. What kind of chicken you want?
Did you realize it ever said that?
What?
Did you ever see the sign before? It says
Yeah,
meat
meat
market?
market? Yeah.
Dude, I'd never seen that before.
Yeah. It's
Has that
there for a
always
long
been
time.
there?
Yeah.
Is it?
It's always been the meat market.
Yeah, it's been like that since the game came out.
Nobody here. Dude, I had never seen that before.
I can't tell whose stream this is.
Man, that
Where's
corner
the
is
face
fucking
cam?
juiced.
What do you mean?
That was nice. You need
you, hear,
bats?
you hear my
I got
voice?
2. I got 1, I mean.
Oh, here. Oh, hey, Randy, you sure you got one?
Yeah.
You sure? Hey, I got one. I got 2. 0.
No. I got
Minus
2
1,
now.
minus
I got 2
0.
now.
Minus 1. I actually had to drop me 3. Oh shit, dude.
Fried chicken and
Oh,
fries
he
is
switched
fried.
up, man.
Damn, you live in
2,
the
1,
life, girl.
1.
You live in the life.
0 actually. 0.
Can this motherfucker stop talking while I'm talking? Holy shit.
Yeah, dude, please drop me half. I think hopefully next season people are gonna take ranked incredibly serious, dude.
Hopefully.
I mean, even if they don't, like, the people who are somewhat high rank are at least gonna have to, like, sweat against the bad players, you know?
Can we get in a fight?
Because,
Dude, losing 175 is gonna suck.
yeah.
I hope
Holy
it's like
shit.
scrims, so we can actually practice
me
the
too.
game. Because we don't
Oh, yeah,
have
and
scrims.
it's gonna be a storm point, so
Ooh, Storm
Well, that's
Point
gonna be
so
good.
yeah, it should be really good, to be honest.
I loved last rank's looking Storm Point, even though it was ass like
It'll be
rank.
better quality, hopefully, too.
Yeah. Oh, in front of us, they opened up the
That's
bitch.
really
Yeah, they got back.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He's fucking crypto Andy.
No,
Oh,
he's
he's on
there.
package.
Oh,
He's
no,
right there.
yeah, I did.
I'm channeling my inner guild.
By the
right
one, by the
now.
one.
100, 155, 45 HP.
Flank.
Drop something.
Nice.
Crypto Andy on left.
Don't finish the Valk. Don't finish the Valk.
Yeah, I didn't. Oh,
I did.
fine. Just push these idiots.
He's at the wall.
He's not
He's
gonna.
running.
He's
Headshot. Hey, 1 HP, 1 HP. Actual one, 111 on him.
He's down the hill. There's one crafting. I'm leaving the guy down the hill. I'm going to the crafting.
11. Oh, he already queued. What?
I think you saw me.
Crypto drone
Crypto
online.
shoot
Surely
that.
queued.
Shut the fuck
He's going
up.
for the banner. I'm pushing him.
Cracked him.
Oh my, 72 flash. Yeah. He's fucking. He's fucking one shot, dude.
He's still here. He's running now. He's still down. North.
Where's this
Yeah.
fucking Crypto?
This guy's dead.
Dude, this Crypto's just gone. Oh,
I got crashed with 3 bats.
motherfucker, got a guy on me.
Oh, nice.
Nice get to there up here. We're up the
Thank
hill.
you.
from-
I'm really just working my ass off here. I didn't flash 40.
He beat himself. Did only himself.
What? Is he trying to deny my kill?
Oh,
Choke!
Honest, Mindy.
I gotta get away.
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
gonna
I got
crush.
high ground.
I took TP.
Batting.
102. Knocked.
Well, stop fucking. Let me shoot someone. Holy shit.
Cracked. Some fast here, sorry.
What the hell? Up the hell? Oh, behind me on height.
Turning.
45 blue on the fucking Octane. There's a new team on me.
Yeah, it is. We already killed one on the front team, so. You can
I have no bats.
I have 3.
45 blue.
I have 6. I have 6
Yeah,
here.
take from Mindy.
And I'm fucking sick. 86 headshot on the straight. 120.
Too bad.
Right here. 120.
Cancel, I can't do.
Don't have nades for her.
I don't really either.
The other team from Choke is looking, man. We're getting sandwiched as we speak.
Yeah, I'm just coming back.
I
Slide
ulted
back.
them on the right.
Yeah, we just gotta slide back in the building. We're gonna talk about both teams.
Oh, I gotta heal.
Yeah.
I'm at
Trying to
bubble.
look for you.
Can't help you right now.
He's just looking at me with bow now. You're fine. You just gotta slide me.
Oh, you're a mom. I'm phoenixing.
Yeah, bub, Mandy.
Yeah, Bob.
Okay, we should bub the old tower. I mean, you should get all 3 of us should.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't need any bub.
I'll
Fuck
shoot
Carpier
for
as
you.
well.
Yeah, crack one.
I got it. Bub.
Nice.
20 flash on him.
God, I wish we had a
Have a
Valk
shot.
now so we can get the fuck out.
Yep. I think they got pinched by the bow team.
On my right side.
My wallhawk says you're correct.
Yeah, he is. No, he is. He's like in a corner. He's running northeast. Running far northeast. Running far east.
There's multiple. There's building.
It's a full 3 man. Full ass family in there. I got ult outside.
Batting.
Good. I don't. Fuck.
One's under.
Roof, yeah.
Wait 2 sec.
45 blue on roof.
Cracked outside. 120 in the guy's side.
Whose gear build is this?
Mine.
I'm going in.
Crash him.
Dead. I'm solo.
Okay,
Batting.
different chips.
He's in his build. He's on scan.
22.
Cracked him.
Okay.
That's a fucking teammate.
Yo, Moby. Oh my god.
Nice, dude. I could feel it. When as soon I hit the jump pad only once. As soon as I hit the floor and I slid a little bit more, I was like, yeah, never mind.
That was actually so funny, dude.
I like it, dude.
I just saw him turn into a deadlock throw up.
Started him saying, okay, dude, and then I went to look at him.
Where's my box?
It's
Oh,
over there by the
I see.
waterfall.
I see it through the wall, dude.
Yeah.
That's funny, dude.
It's a Moby? Wait,
Yeah, it is a Moby.
but there's all full teams.
Maybe they're baiting.
Cover?
I mean, it gotta be.
Oh my god.
Ta-na-na-na-na-na. Chat, I'm not on controller, I'm playing on master key. What are you guys smoking? LCQ, I know it's gonna be an early morning for us, probably.
They're here on me.
Here. Oh no.
Sliding down. I'm just sliding here.
so
I'm leaving. This might be bad for me. I got a bad.
Melted, we're good. We're good.
They took it.
Full sending, you're full sending.
I don't know, I'm betting. We're fine.
You're full sending,
One's
you're
on me.
full sending. I'm here. I'm there soon.
Octane 45. Oh, below me, what the fuck? Where's the audio? Play my shield.
Dog one.
Play my shield, Raptor. You got this.
Last one's up. Yeah.
It's a blood on. He ran out. He ran out.
He's running.
We can res this.
All that.
Motherfucker walked inside my pussy and I couldn't hear him.
Finger my dongle.
Bro, that whole team is so lost, it's not even funny.
I don't know how I lost that. I wasn't even close.
You were
Dude, the guy was inside him. Yeah, I didn't hear him.
Damn, old man years.
I wish
Now
it
I'm gonna
was.
go back. Now I'm gonna go back to my spot, dude.
I wish it was old man years, so then I could say, "Ah, shit, man, I just suck," you know. But, fuck, man.
That's fine. I can't hear anything over passion fruit in the background.
It's a banger, though, so honestly can't blame it.
Yeah, passion fruit goes hard.
I'm gonna go for my spot. This is mine. Look at me, Ratsar. I'm the king.
Nice.
Nice, you're cheating. What did they actually
Wait, you gotta come here and get it. I'm gonna sit up here and wait, okay?
Okay. You just want to stay okay and not hit the package, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rats. Rats. We are the rats.
Who's gonna come here? Who is coming here?
Them.
Thought you had like a concrete plan. Oh,
Yeah.
pad? West?
West?
East, are they
Oh,
coming
look, oh
at
wait,
us?
there's a guy right here on the pipe in front of me. Whole
Should
team
be
in front of
all
me.
three.
No.
It's all three men.
Don't
It's all
shoot,
three
don't
men.
shoot,
They're
don't
right.
I'm hiding.
Look. And they're gonna take the pad, the thing, and they're gonna be like, oh my god,
A packet.
Spitfire! And then they're gonna take, oh guys, let's take this one too, bog, dude, and then they're gonna die.
Nice. I like that strat.
Yeah.
I love this strat. They're definitely gonna do it.
And they have no idea I'm up here. Like, straight up, no clue.
Unless they're stream sniping.
Nah, surely not, right? Surely not. One guy's running over. Turn my arm shield off. Right there. Oh.
He's on the pipe. He's on the pipe.
He won't see
I
me.
hear him close. I hear him close.
Please don't see me.
He's
He's
on the
opening it.
package.
I'm gonna shoot.
100.
I had nothing.
Kill the Valkyrie. Kill the Valkyrie.
Good.
One's ballooning and one's on the
Loses the
pipe.
fire. Oh, the timing's behind him.
111 on Patty's 111. Crack.
I have an arc for that. I have an arc.
And find the solo 60 flash.
I arced it.
Knocked.
Nice. The other one's on pipe. On pipe.
Haha.
There's only one team left, so we might get there today.
It's a
I
solo.
got a cover. He got a
last
cover. He got a cover, Mandy, on that guy.
Behind me in the choke. Behind me in the choke.
Yeah, we have to push to the right, guys. We have to push to the right.
guy. Wait.
You guys gonna kill me.
Fuck that guy.
Catch. I hit him.
Just come right. Just come right. We have to go right.
I can't, bro.
Oh no. You
I need
rest?
a res. Heat shield res.
One dead.
Oh shit. What's going? You have a heat shield?
Go.
I do.
Ah,
Go
well,
here.
bro.
Look at him.
Stinky man cracked or hit 60.
123.
Oh, it's last guy.
Dude, I didn't get to
alright,
play.
guess it was a solo.
As I said, it was solo.
Oh, my fault.
So good.
Mouse and keyboard is so easy. I should switch to controller. Ne mogu doći tamo, ne. Ne, sam ću si uzeti, samo stavi. I fucking farmed, dude.
Marper, you went crazy that game. Holy shit.
Yeah, I farmed. That's all on M&K, by the way. That's all on M&K.
All at MK, dude. MK is crazy. I might want to swap. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Maybe I should play controller this game. I think so.
Alright, I'll play MK this game. Swap up.
Yeah, I've been playing M&K the entire time, I swear. Love you guys. What's up, man?
Oh my god. Wait, it's a second.
I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah.
What's up, lock on? I mean, that chat. Come on. First day in controller. I'm farming in masters. Come on. Come on. What am I petting? I'll make the rules. Controller settings. 4-3 classic, no dead zone, baby. Let's go. What controller are you using? I'm using a default PS4. It's pretty ass. Are you petting? I'd say I got pretty big boobs, man. If you ask me. I'm pretty decent size boobs. As big but don't. the bot never lies. You guys will see my second outfit. Will show some booba. On my second outfit, we will be showing some boobas. Only one booba. Pekora cosplay. Yeah, I still have to do that. I forgot. We'll do it. We'll do it. We're definitely gonna do the Pekora one. After LCQ, I guess. One booba, yeah, you're not even gonna pair. You're gonna get hot one booba only. No, I do not live in Japan.
I'm back.
Yep.
Shut the fuck up.
Yusuf, 7 months, welcome back, thank you.
For 7 months.
Coca. Coca. Coca.
Let's go.
Let's go. MK time.
Coca.
You're on the roll, right, Mandy?
Yeah.
Let's go. M&K time too, man.
I'm a 190 FPS, so if I play bad, that's why.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. There's a team landing at the small compound behind us.
There's a peek at her, man.
I don't think 190 FPS affects controller anymore, by the way.
No, he does.
Shut the fuck up.
Naughty
Goes
plays 190.
Yeah, but it makes your image does not work.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
That's what it does.
I didn't
Yeah.
know that. I play 150, so wouldn't know.
Nah, dude. Just we play controller all the time. Yep.
Oh yeah. I have a purple bolt if you need it.
Look at this bot with his gun out.
Yeah.
Yo, Pipsy, thank you for 2 gifted. Appreciate you, man. That shit bullet gotta give. They're fighting airbase.
Okay, I'm gonna craft real quick.
Didn't someone land next to us or what?
Yeah, they landed at the little compound next to us.
Oh, they did? Shit.
Is that them fight? That might be them fighting.
At airbase?
I hear them fighting like Gauntlet. They're not Gauntlet, Salvage.
Already.
Trying to go airbase though.
Run to the boat, I don't care.
Same.
Let's go salvage.
Salvage? Okay.
We're salvage right there.
Do you claw your controller, Raptor?
Huh?
Do you claw your controller?
Yeah.
Of course you
I play right claw with, and I use 3 paddles. I have 4, but I use 3.
We're at the no-name compound.
Healing. 9.
He's running. There's multiple motherfuckers here. On the roof. Valk.
See this Valk. Back there.
Flush.
36 flush.
I'm not hitting those shots.
I fell off, man. Inside the building, I think.
On your roof, on your roof.
Yeah, on the building, blood on. Cracked the blood on inside.
1 HP on. 1 HP
18.
inside.
36 on one guy.
1 dead
One
inside.
guy through here.
I gotta stop this.
Yeah, you're good.
Where did the blood on go?
These are here. Dude, why do people put up their shield like they're not gonna die?
Waste your
Because
time.
they aren't gonna die.
Ooh,
Okay.
through the window, man. Be careful, you can see you, I think.
No, you can't.
Okay. Valk climbed
Going
over.
over.
Oh, kiss car. 1.
Shit on.
Nice.
One clip.
Okay.
Yep, 1 clip there.
Actually,
Good
one
aim
clip.
assist, buddy.
Let's go.
There.
Go in. Oh, you're
Front of
alone
me.
at that.
Into blue. 1 HP.
You're alone.
I can't.
got
He's
that.
too good. I got him. Holy
I
shit, that guy
literally
was so good.
I scanned him for you. You had that.
Dude, that guy was so good.
Look at these nades. Boom.
That was
Holy
a
shit.
crazy day. It always did.
300 damage right there.
That guy was so good at the game. No cap. I almost lost that. I have no
Are
bats.
you
You guys
okay,
have
bro?
bats?
You sound like you're going through it. No, I have 0
Dude,
bats.
he was so good at dodging.
I have 3 bats. Here.
I
Oh,
need bat.
I dropped my light ammo.
Here. I don't need that.
Oh. Oh no. There. I dropped 2.
You gonna grab one, Raptor? I'm gonna take this car SMG. They're resing behind
There,
me.
we're
but,
fine.
Go in.
I think I gotta sit higher up in my chair when I'm sitting in the...
Oh, dude, my posture is so bad when I play controller. It's not even funny.
Oh my god, this is good.
This guy fucked me.
I'm gonna
Wait, he
dome
res
us
both
over.
of
I'm
them.
gonna dome us over. You ready?
Probably once. Yeah, fuck it. I'm going.
Yeah, do it. Oh, you almost dead, but holy shit, no, that was a good down. Oh, they're running or anything.
I think they're going to height. Are they running? Are they going to the zip? Oh, they're going to the zip. Shoot the fucking dock. She's lost.
Yeah, I got this.
Wait, she's second. She lost to me. Oh, she queued. Fuck.
You follow, right?
Yeah, I got
I
it.
mean, I'm
One.
down.
Oh my god.
I'm going.
Oh, that was almost game over.
I know
They're landing
exactly what you
so-
did.
Look at this, guys. Look at this guy right here.
Okay, yeah, he's going for the bag. What is he doing? His teammates are going
The other
for the
guy's taking balloon. Yeah.
Compound.
$70,
No. I
83.
fucking... No, dude. Oh, he's got a Spitfire.
Give me the Spitfire. I'm on fucking MNK now. It's my turn.
He's a god. What is this?
Oh my god. I picked up the controller.
Hello?
You right here. Guy here also. Too far away. I can't shoot that far.
It's funny because it's true.
Dude, honestly, even
Take the
after
zip line?
playing
Fuck.
5 months of controller, shooting range is like, I still just tap fire at range because it's so hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't. I need light ammo though. 50
I
light.
dropped some
I have 0.
Where? I mean light and heavy. I can take both.
right there, I think. Oh, never mind. I don't know.
I have 42 heavy and I have 0 light.
I'm flying after this guy. He's here.
Bless you.
Bless
Thank
you.
you, man.
Yep. He's going down here.
I'm after him.
He stopped moving. Oh, he's looking at you. That guy stood completely still to shoot you, by the way. He's right there. He's on the other side of the wall. He's on low ground now.
Yeah.
Still on low ground. He's on low ground on our crash side.
He's white armor.
Is that okay? Get that.
I'm fine.
Super finisher. Oh my god. Wait, that man disintegrated.
I'm the best. Dude.
Dude, where's my light heavy ammo?
It's just kind of sick.
I need light.
How much do you have, Mandy?
26.
Okay, I can't really help you. If you had 0, I was gonna give you 20, but
That's okay.
this guy res, dude. These guys are just like.
Yeah.
We're trading reses. What the fuck is this shit, man?
This reminds me of
Balloon,
like,
balloon,
kill
balloon,
farming
balloon,
days.
balloon. 2 guys balloon.
Yeah, one guy homie just went off.
Fuck.
That's close.
Dude, light ammo, please. Or heavy, any
heavy.
ammo.
40 heavy. Hog.
What guns are you on, Monday?
Wingman PK.
Oh shit.
Oh, you're fine then if you have 40 heavy.
Yeah,
In front of me, on the bench. They're
Oh, fucking
Valculting
body
out!
Dude.
I hate him, bro. Like, what is this? This is chasing simulator,
Hate him.
man.
Hate him.
We're actually playing chasing simulator. I'm running out of light.
Getting
crazy.
simulate,
Heavy, let's go. Finally, some
Oh
fucking.
my god, that
light.
house was fucking juice for you.
Holy shit, man! I needed that in my life.
Can I get some heavy then? I got 42 on a flatline.
Yeah, I got 40 here. It's wild.
That's fine. I'll still ping you when you light it. So yeah, just Andy, wing there.
More heavy, yeah.
Yeah, I think
Sure,
I'm
you
from
taking the
flatline.
man? Can I?
No, you can have you can have the
Yeah,
man
yeah.
there here.
Yeah.
I'm coming.
Oh yeah.
There's 40 more light.
Oh shit, I'm already out. I'm already moving.
In front of you, in front of you, in front of you by bunker.
Okay.
We gotta wait for Mandy. He's this far.
Nah, dude. Wait till
No, I'm here.
Oh wait, he's ballooning. Never mind. Yeah, he's here.
I see him. They
I
went right
think they
side.
went in bunker.
They went right
Oh,
side,
yeah, I
one
see him.
side.
Here. Right there.
He's running left to right, going up the hill.
He's
He's on the crafter.
crafting.
Canceling him on the crafter. I missed somehow. Cracked. 108. 150. 150 on the Valk. Valk is behind here. Behind here.
Shooting fucking pixels, dude. Yeah, he knocked him.
Oh, he killed her.
Yeah. Do you guys know what the
I'm
rule
off.
is? If I were to play comp, would I be allowed to play M&K on Stormpoint and
No.
go on World's Edge?
You have to, like, before a series, you have to decide.
Oh, it's before a series? Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought it was before you started the game.
I thought it was before a game too, that's why I was asking, but...
Nah, before series, you have to decide.
Dude, that's what I would do if I could pack the comp if I was allowed.
Because then, if it's before a game, then you're technically fucking hybriding anyway.
Well, no, you're not, because you're playing one input the whole game. You're just...
Yeah, but it's still, like...
Playing a different
you're
input.
You're still a hybrid player.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you're not switching mid-game to fucking go loot boxes in the middle of the open. Like, that's the
Exactly.
difference, right? I
Someone
have one
just
bat
died
if you guys have a lot.
in market. I have two. There, people are there.
I wonder what the rule... I would need to look into it. Ask somebody.
I'm pretty sure it's a whole series last time I checked.
Yeah.
That's weird.
That's how it is. Weird or not, that's how it is.
It should just be before you start the game. That's it.
I
On
think
me,
so too,
holy
though.
shit! I'm dead.
Popped off.
What
Hey,
the
Phoenix.
fuck was that?
If I need a Phoenix.
Oh, I was asking her prayer, but here, armor swapped.
I'm good. Not a Phoenix, but I'm just lazy. That scared the fuck out of me, bro. People here, I think. On the left. Yeah, here.
Yeah. Also here, I think.
Yeah, there is a guy there. I'm gonna try and tether him. Out the bat.
45 on one guy.
We should push that.
Oh, I are close. I hit him 80 close, Sam, son.
45. 45.
On me, crack above.
Hobbling. Knocked.
This fucking Seer player, bro. He's running.
Easy. Absolute
This guy.
menace to society.
Oh no, you guys just go through there.
There we go.
This is 112 off. How far is this?
Gold armor and
God.
controller is OP, dude.
Yeah, it's 112 off.
Armor mustn't key though, but... Just saying.
He's right here. He's still here, dude. What are you doing, sir? Oh, he's got a wingman. He's running. I'm Phoenixing.
Is he running?
I don't know
I
if he's
don't have
running.
a bat.
I said he's winning.
Oh.
I have one bat. Let's kill this series.
Oh, he's
Got
running
it.
in the open. He's running up. He's
He's
behind
got
the balloon.
8. How do you know?
Oh, I don't. I'm just hoping.
Yeah.
I got bats I don't need. You're not cool for that.
He had 0. He had 17 cells.
I gotta fucking blow my nose, dude.
You have a Phoenix?
I've been sniffing for so long.
You have a Phoenix Swiper?
Oh, wait, I do actually.
Fuck, I need to sniff. Yeah, I've been sniffing for so long. I gotta fucking blow my nose, dude.
Someone just
They
opened
took
the
the drop
drop,
run off.
yeah.
41.
He's running this way.
I push you over.
Fucking weird.
Right in front of me. Holy shit, it's Spitfire, Randy.
I don't more MK.
Okay, I gotta go. What? My shit just bugged out. Dude, what the fuck is going on?
You're stuck. You're stuck up here.
My ult just bugged out.
I'm batting, I'm batting, buddy.
LCQ2.
I already popped the ult and it got cancelled. Mid ult.
I'm dead.
That's not fair. That should work.
Pop me off right now.
Yeah, popping off. Okay, actually popped down.
Shit on.
You should have looked at it. Please get there for that.
I was already in the animation of teleporting. This she should not be able to cancel me while I'm teleporting. It's bullshit. Let me get my food right back.
Damn.
Yeah, Seer's stupid. I don't know how Seer could just cancel. Like, it shouldn't do everything, dude.
It's crazy.
Cancels everything.
Right, so zeg. And now I gotta fucking explode my nosings. Oof.
I'm back. What placement was that? Third? Lifeline next season? Did they change anything about her? At all?
Shut the fuck up.
Zuka just resubscribed for 8 months. Hey dude, glad to see you back. I've been missing my juicer 8 months. Bogu, can I get a welcome to the jungle? Love you, up here we go again, and juice in LCQ2.
Welcome back, Zuga. Thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate you.
Shut the fuck up.
Thank you, Sky Paris, for continuing your good stuff. Chat. Was there a change with Lifeline at all?
Shut the fuck up.
So why would he ask me if there's no Lifeline changes? Why am I being asked for my thoughts on Lifeline next season? What? Giorgio, thank you for continuing your sub from Simply as well.
You back, Mindy?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
But yeah, thank you, Zuka, very much. Draconis for giving tier 1. Appreciate you.
I know you're
Thank
blowing your schnoz.
Guys, Lifeline still dog shit, as she always was. Nothing changes. Dog shit stays dog shit.
Continue mining through Pokemon.
I like how we roll one brain cell and this.
So good.
96 on that guy.
Dead.
I clubbed him.
What do you like that?
Anything?
The last guy's on triple.
I had to
dose.
look over to see if I was muted because I said I'm letting it to 3 bids and so did you.
Yeah, but I don't listen. I
Did
just
you
go.
say it?
Yeah, I said that.
He was here. Where'd he go?
Here.
Really? I almost hit him. I almost hit him.
130. 131.
Were you cheating? He's behind the tree. Behind the tree. Dude, he's cheating with the movement, dude.
I think he ran left.
Yeah, he did. I hear him right here. This clip.
740. 40 on blue.
He grappled away. He's so weird for that, man. Holy shit. So weird.
I'm getting pushed.
Good to know. Come back.
Dude, I'm trying to fucking eat my ice cream, dude. But I'm getting pushed.
What color ice cream?
I accidentally bubbled myself. Green.
Oh my
green.
god.
Green.
Nice.
He's eating green ice cream.
Well, I asked what color.
But he said what color? What do you want to
I
say?
said what color.
It is green.
That's all I asked for. I didn't need to know flavor. What is it? Pistachio? Is it mint chip? Is it fucking
Yeah. No,
green
it's.
tea?
I don't fucking know. I don't know what flavor it is.
Okay,
It's, just,
so what
green.
the
It's
fuck?
green. It's green flavored.
Is it lime?
Don't talk to my teammate, bro. He's fucking stupid.
Dude, I can't even.
90 on one guy. I'm healing.
Is there a sniper scope anywhere?
Who?
Dude, I'm pushing.
Are you pinging enemies or is it sniper scope?
No people.
6300.
Out on me.
One guy's one shot right here.
He's cheating. The Valkyrie's one. The Valkyrie's one. He's cheating. He's cheating.
No.
Nice. Like guy here.
Really?
Guy here. Nice.
Well
Dude,
done.
that guy was cheating so bad. Holy shit. Tasty.
I don't even know what it tastes like.
Cheater, bro. You don't even know what it tastes like, dude. I'm concerned now.
Don't start this. Don't. We're good. We don't care how it tastes like, man. Just enjoy it.
Okay.
It's a little bit savory, but a little bit sweet too. You know.
Shut the fuck up!
Yeah, I don't know.
Why does RPR hate this so much? What happened, RPR?
Because you're about to enter an argument with a man-child, and he's gonna put you down on his
I'm
level
not
and
gonna
beat you with
argue with
experience.
anybody. I don't care. I was just curious.
Yeah, you
No,
trust
I know
me.
what it
You
tastes
will. You will. You will end up arguing with him.
I know.
Dude, I literally asked him what color it was, so like I wasn't taking it that seriously.
Fucking die.
Called the steak
I'm
is
sorry.
the steak is a little bit salty, dude.
Okay, well.
I just wanted to save you your brainless. So
no, you definitely tried. You
A little bit of lemonade. Apparently it's lemonade.
You mean lemon?
Lemonade with sports taste. That's what I'm saying. That's what I said yesterday when someone asked. It tastes like sport. I don't know.
I'm fucking done.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
Tastes like sport.
No, you will understand. You will understand if you live in Denmark. We have this one taste called sport, dude. And I swear to God, everything tastes like bad, dude. All the green stuff tastes like sport. I don't know why.
Is
Yeah.
sport? Is sport
Probably
like a
lime.
fish?
It's probably
No, but it's
lime or
called
lemon.
probably.
Oh.
There's no way it's not lime or lemon. Dude.
No, but we have this one taste called sport, dude. We
Yeah.
have it in ice cream. We have it in we have it in everything, dude.
Denmark's weird, man. I actually believe him because Denmark is a weird country. Tastes like sweat or what?
Dude, yeah. Dude, it's like green sweat, dude.
When he
Can't
was
tell me that,
saying that,
dude.
I had no idea what he was saying. But like sports drink, it's probably like lemon lime. It's just probably a lemon lime sports drink.
Yeah, most sports drinks are lemon lime.
Yeah, but dude, I don't even know what it fucking tastes like. It's called champagne fizz or something.
I still need a sniper's go be fun.
The more you speak, the more confused I get.
Me too, honestly.
It's the name of the ice cream.
RPR, you should trade Mandy bags.
Nah, he's good.
Okay, yeah, you're right. My bad.
I don't need a gold bag.
Yeah, I need.
Because my teammates don't get knocked.
Exactly, we're
Dude,
controllers.
I don't know. I've been rezzed a few times. I'm on MK. I get knocked a lot.
Ah, you should switch to controllers so you don't get knocked.
I'm playing. I'm Sentinel R9. You're right. All right.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Where is it?
Where is it? Like you fucking after.
It's behind my keyboard, so I actually didn't know where it was.
You'll be cracked in the far compound. I got fucking smoke. I'm Phoenixing.
On that side.
I'm Phoenixing.
I don't know what Mandy said.
On the left side, I think is what he said.
Okay.
Oh, there. I'm done eating.
I don't know how you're eating mid-game. That's impressive.
Knock! Oh, whoa,
Oh,
whoa! Knock!
Yeah, they can't do anything. It's fine.
Oh my god, the low!
They're not low, bro. We can see their health, bro.
They are, look at them!
Yeah, now.
How is that not low?
On our roof.
Yeah.
Give me crack.
70. It's cracked. How much damage did you do? I hit him for 70.
I am 70 as well.
Who's that? Oh, what
80,
the fuck
80
is
on the
that?
street.
Knock! That's worrying.
Valkid 80 inside.
That's bad.
I'm gonna self around the corner.
Yeah, you're good. I'll cover
Yeah,
it.
stop telepressing, stop telepressing.
Well, you see,
There's
it
no fucking
fucking
shot there.
Mandy.
No, I didn't get hit by that. I don't want to hear it.
Wow, 41 purple.
I'm dead from behind. Dead from new team. Alright, I don't know if
That's the rat,
Nice. You have bag, RPR.
No, I
Do
don't.
something.
Yes,
I'm batting.
Drop bag, RPR. Just drop bag. Drop your fucking backpack right now.
I'm not dropping backpack.
Drop it so Manny can pick it up with Resby.
Fuck! I dropped it. Holy shit, you're so oppressive, dude. I'm looting.
It's right. Unless you want to come here to Resby, bro.
I will, dude, but I gotta heal.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
I'm tipping us on the roof because I'm a control player and don't want to climb.
Inside. I'm fucking charging on my sentinel. Whose KB ult is that?
I don't know.
Not ours.
Where is it? It's not
Under
me.
me? What is happening? 45, more guy.
I'm pushing.
I'm pushing down. Hell yeah, brother.
Scan
Hell
him.
yeah.
Almost got given. I got stuck!
Oh my god, you got stuck.
In front. We kill the last guy. Kill the last guy in
I'm
front.
batting. I'm batting. I'm batting.
I'm fucking.
He queued over here.
One's behind us. Two.
Instinct headshot this guy.
No! Tried so hard.
But in the end, doesn't even matter. One thing, I don't know why. It doesn't really matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. Dude, where are you guys going?
I'm trying to try. I'm reading that one.
I wish I knew the lyrics. You're crazy. I've heard the song like a billion times, but I don't memorize shit.
I am the lyrics.
I know the lyrics too. But I'm eating.
What the fuck?
Let's go, Mandy. One of us self, maybe? No? Oh, they're all dead.
You're on mouse and keyboard.
Oh, 100% he's on mouse and keyboard. What do you mean?
Oh, God.
Yeah, you think you can turn like that on controller?
Dude, it's zone 3 and they're pushing.
It's zone 2. This zone don't do shit.
Fuck.
This zone does
Is it zone 3 now?
3%. No, this zone does 3%. Or 3 damage.
You suck.
Oh, it's zone 2.
Yeah.
Damn. Fuck. Let's look at the match summary.
Why did you switch to...
1922 damage.
Yeah, but you switched to mouse and keyboard. That doesn't count.
No, that was like
Well,
controller.
Yeah, that for sure. Yeah, that was. Uh-huh.
It was.
Uh-huh. Yep.
It was. It was.
Yep.
Working girl. It was. It was. Mad good bad.
Lying motherfucker. All of a sudden, he became the best movement player on controller. Mid game. Good night, just age. I'm trying to eat, man. What's up, Quiver?
Dude, I might just play him in K next split, because it's fucking Storm Point.
Yeah. Storm Punch is such a good rank map.
Yeah, it is such a good range map.
It really is. I don't know, dude, I've seen a bunch of people say, Storm Punch wasn't that fun. There's no map better for rank than Storm.
Yeah.
You can fight in that game.
Yeah. And with the new rank system, it's actually gonna be good, because like, it's only gonna be people taking smart fights, I feel like.
For 21 months.
For me, Storm Point was the most fun.
It's the most fun I've had in this game in a year.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Probably.
Oh, even in comp, it's so fun. Yo, Rice, thank you for 21 months.
Comp looks fun other than the end games. I feel like most of the end zones suck. They're so fucking predictable.
Fuck, I got bone in my mouth.
One team with us, landing late. Landing well.
Landing Slate? Yeah.
Landing slate. Landing left.
Super Slate, man. Oh! Go!
I'm gonna pop the ult thing.
Don't yet. You can make it fine.
You guys are double purple, nice.
I know, women.
The only bad part is I already used all my cells. Wait, who the fuck? Did you ult?
I ulted, yeah.
Oh, almost died. Oh, almost killed him, I
She
mean.
on the right is cracked.
What the fuck am I stuck on?
I might have to push close. I don't even even. Let's get it through.
Sure, I'm gonna ult him and then we're going.
Yep, I'm popping one cell. I'm going.
On me, Gibby.
On you.
Cracked. Shit on.
You can unpeak. I'm pushing bump. 6.
130.
Gibby's still alive. Still one.
Dude, they're both one shot.
Gibby's one.
24 flash. Almost one.
I didn't hit him. I hit him for 6.
Last guy coming.
Holy shield. Holy
Valkyrie.
shield. Yeah, buddy.
What happened with it?
I have an Eva and I hit him for 6.
Oh, that's not good.
Here.
I don't think I'm ever gonna pick up this gun ever again.
It's really bad.
Dude,
I was boss of this game.
what the fuck? I actually hit a 6 and I started tilting. Like instantly.
Oh my god, dude.
I mean, I only use
Fragile
my car
mindset.
SMG.
Dude, it's bad.
Damn.
It's the
I started
MK
hitting this-
mindset. I was on
I started
MK,
hit-
so I lost my confidence instantly.
Oh my god. I hit a 6 and then I fucking alpha up, dude. And I'm like, damn. It's time to hit higher now. And then I
That
hit
was-
a 9. And then I'm like, damn. 50% better.
It was I.
I mean, I
Okay.
was on controller and I did 300 there with only a car SMG.
Yeah, hell yeah, dude. The car is insane.
Yeah, just
I'll
car.
do it.
I had no secondary weapon. I went there with one gun.
Honestly, the worst part is I hit him with a headshot with the Eva for 6. Like, how is that even possible?
Oh, it does
Damn.
less damage if you headshot. Doesn't
Damn.
it? That's how it works.
Nice. You guys not need to craft or what?
I could, but like I'm lazy.
I could. I'm gonna make a flatline, and then yeah, I guess I'm good to go.
I'll craft a little bit for us then.
You crafting arrows or what?
Make your arrows if I could, buddy. You need this, Mandy?
What? If I carry it?
Oh, I was asking if you need it.
Oh no, I got 3 hole 1.
Oh, 301, okay.
No.
Good to go.
Controller?
Yeah.
Right.
3-1 PK. How do you think I just fucking killed 3 right there? Huh?
Right. Yeah, true.
You want PK on controllers actually. Well, 301 on controller is really good.
Look, come here, Reptar. You know you can do this, right? Or,
No, I didn't, but thank you for teaching me this.
oh, no, you pulled me down!
I fucking pulled your pants down and then I fell down.
Oh my god, dude. Look, I'll show you. You do like this, boom. Oh. Oh, no, I did the jump wrong. You have to like...
That's a hard jump.
Yeah, it is. But it's good. Oh, wait, I think it's actually...
I think you have to do it from this side.
No, you do it from here. Look.
I'm just trying to eat.
You have to do it from here. Or...
These bones are fucking me, dude.
No, you have to like hit it perfectly. Nah, I did wasn't it. Yeah, you're not allowed to hit your head on top. That's the thing.
Oh, I hit my head.
I'm eating fish, chat.
Dude, I'm staying until I do it. There. Oh!
Wait, can I get that heavy mag up here?
So my
There.
car SMG.
I need it for flatline. I have no mag at all.
Fucking hell, man.
When did you get?
Walk it up to us in front of us, West.
I'm fucking the Gibby! Gibby's one! Gibby's literally one!
I got fucked.
What on shit on?
I'm batting them.
I'm dead, man. Fuck! One was really
Kill
low.
down, kill down. Kill down.
I was about to say, there's no way this Gibby's
I
not
got him.
Don't peek anymore, don't peek anymore,
I'm not. I am not.
Ah, I'm punching!
I got him. Oh, you're over there. Holy fuck. Well, dude, I was literally looking at... I don't know what I was looking at. I was looking at RPR. I'm just trolling.
What did I do? I'm not that interesting.
Holy fuck, that was close, dude.
Any phoenixes or
Close.
big kills or something?
I can drop you a medkit after this medkit.
I can look for you here.
Thanks.
Okay, medkit. Find you.
Oh shit. Here, full curb. If you want.
Cells.
Nice.
I took this over.
5 bats here. 5.
I need some. I got
5
have-
Pachori's.
I have one. I'll take one more.
I'm selfish.
I got 0.
3 there. Okay.
Thank you.
There's also a heavy mag.
Dude. Oh my god, dude.
God. There we go.
Do these sniper snipes not exist?
Wait, that zip it? Really? No way, dude.
Way. That's not zip it. This defender and fantastic is not. Wait, that's zip it? Oh, he's solo queuing.
He's so fucking bad at the game.
Dude, that Sibeth pack is good. Premium.
Holy shit, he's bad.
Ooh. Oh my god.
You're losing to a guy that doesn't know knows where he is. Like, I'm on controller, I know what I'm doing.
Well, for what it's
No,
worth,
I'm-
RPR, you kind of ran in there and just died.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't
Yeah, but
even
I did
think
200
you can
damage before I died.
classify Sibeth as a fucking premium pack anymore. He's a
Hey,
regular pack
Raptor,
now.
I did 200 damage before I died, motherfucker.
Okay, okay.
That guy was literally 1.
Yeah, I mean, you did 140 damage on a scan guy.
No, I did 180 on him, and then I did a little bit
Okay,
more on the
like
other
I was
guy.
not 180. I had to turn the corner and hit the bloodhound for 3 bullets on a flatline.
Yeah, I mean, that's... You fucking suck, I don't want to tell you.
I hit him with 3 bullets on a flatline. How does that classify?
He must have popped a
my
cell
skill
or
at all?
something. I fucking saw his health go down
He
to
took
20.
no damage.
He must have. People on me.
It's 6 people.
Oh, I'm going in.
I threw all.
Oh, my door.
80 on this guy.
Oh,
80
my
on the
door.
low one who queued out. Yeah, I'm with you. Marking it.
I'm batting.
Shut the fuck up.
Rock
kidding?
underscore sleep just resubscribed
kidding?
for 8 months.
Wait, one next to me.
Love you, RPR,
Yeah, it's probably the Loba.
kiss RPR.
No, it's a fucking guy with gas.
Oh, okay. It's a stinky man.
Oh, on top.
Yeah. 80 on stinky man.
Crack this fucking wall.
80 or 50.
Wall dead.
50 push. Nice. Batting over.
Oh, I see.
You see him?
I can
Get his
see him
ass
through the
maybe.
wall. Oh my god, guys. And a little super little glider there.
Where's he going?
He's in the water. The 80 pack. A little cool 80 pack right there.
That's a new team, isn't it?
100 and dead.
What the fuck?
Oh my
is happening?
god, Oak. Oaks, frames per second.
2 teams left.
Where else I swear.
They were fighting, I'm pretty sure.
I'm selfish, man.
Sure, one of them was the Loba. She just killed that Loba who queued out.
I did.
Oh, you did? Okay, nice.
Yeah, she landed on me. I was like, okay.
I think they were here in front of me. Yeah, I mean, someone died and choked in front of me.
Yeah.
Like right here.
The premium.
Yeah, they're going to the compound.
On me?
What?
No, the compound over there. I thought you were saying there was a team on you.
I know where the other guy are. The other guy flew out that way. They're already rigged.
There's guys.
Yeah, this
Fight
guy's
guys.
flying.
Oh, dude. There's something about the Sentinel that sounds fucking
Oh,
crazy.
they're coming straight for us. They want to fight
Love
us.
this gun.
Ah,
They're
shoot, try
going
and
for
land on me.
Loba. Wait, one landed right.
Yeah, on me.
Who's here?
Knocked him?
Popping at purple. He's running. He
Hello?
dropped below you. He dropped below you.
Behind you, maybe on your ass. In your ass.
No, fuck! I didn't have reloads, man.
Cracked one. On Mande.
Oh,
Okay, right there.
I just got shit on. Nothing here, found me back.
Nice.
No.
What happened?
This is my bad. I got shit on. I didn't do anything.
Well, they ain't my fault.
I rolled them.
The gaining RP is so easy. What the fuck?
Yeah, dude.
I'm gonna finish my food. Dippy, you do realize
You guys usually eat breakfast?
I have infinite channel points. What'd you say?
You usually eat breakfast?
No.
Yeah, me neither. But I woke up at 5 a.m. today. And I was thinking about ordering breakfast.
Well, I mean, that's not breakfast for you then.
Well, just breakfast.
What's
In 3 hours.
it's categorized as breakfast, but like,
But it's like 8 a.m., so it is breakfast. Like the the meal what I'd be ordering would be breakfast,
Yeah.
right? Like
yeah, but like for your
breakfast
body,
foods.
like you didn't just like I can never eat when I just wake up. I consider the meal that you eat as soon as you wake up breakfast.
Okay, that's fair. I usually don't eat right when I wake up ever, so I guess I don't ever eat breakfast, but makes
But I guess
sense.
it's breakfast food.
Yeah, there's breakfast food. That's why I was saying like it is breakfast, but
I gotta wash my hands real quick. Bear back. Run late.
Joke's on him, he's
Then
jump
late.
master. You're jump master RPR. Why is he sharing his screen? What am I looking at? Why am I watching RPR play the game in Discord? Oh, you're jumping. You're smart. You passed it. One team with us.
Yeah.
You wanna land him here, maybe?
Alright, no, we just killed these guys.
RPR is just hard AFK.
No way, dude. You let me right here. Fuck.
He's hard AFK. I don't have a gun. I gotta go to the combat anyways, man.
Is he also AFK?
Oh,
No, hello? I didn't know you were AFK. I was AFK.
I said
Thanks for it,
land me late. I'm gonna wash my hands.
he did it. That's why I said you wanna
Yeah,
land him to side jump, bro.
I was AFK. How am I supposed to know?
Fuck
Shut
you,
the
bitch.
fuck up.
How am I supposed to know that you're AFK when I'm AFK myself?
Wait 9 months.
I could've. I guess I could've.
Don't be AFK.
No, I was talking about some business, dude.
Yeah, okay.
I was talking
Hey,
business with my
Bernard,
dad.
Jimmy. And
Alright, let me just go die. We'll go next. Hold on. Let me grab this Havoc.
8 months
And then
from.
VT these guys. And then.
What name is this? Holy shit, I can't read this name.
Oh, hey.
What's a lot?
Can you just stop being bad? Why didn't you kill him? You're literally throwing my RP away.
I did kill him. I just didn't kill
No,
the third
all
one,
of
man.
them.
Oh, yeah, my fault, my fault, my fault. Honestly, if I had purple armor, maybe.
Oh my
It's
god.
because you're playing Mem and K, bro. Stop playing.
That was controller, I promise.
Oh, never mind.
That would have been impressive if I was on okay. No, it's not.
I gotta wash my hands again, chat, bro. Fuck! I did not get in the game.
Ready up and unready up. Hurry up.
I can't. I have to leave the party.
Oh, really? Oh, shit.
Yeah.
We can just leave, worst case.
Oh, I'm in. I think. Am I? I heard the
No,
sound.
you're not in yet. You might get into the dropship, but
I heard the sound of me joining.
I don't see you.
I'm redoing it. Again, I hear the sound.
Oh, no,
What is
safe.
happening? I'm gonna restart my game. My game is fucked.
It's only me and Reptar?
Yeah, you can just leave.
No, we're gonna kill them.
I already left.
Yeah, I'm on between them.
Yeah, you got that. I'm sorry. Wait, unavailable. Connecting to server.
I'm landing with 3 full teams in the butthole.
Wait, I heard the sound of me joining too when I joined Mandy's game. Wait, that's so weird. Alright, RPR, you're the new host.
Yeah, I'm starting the game right now. I'm here now.
What happened, Mandy?
I punched the guy.
It's crazy how we actually went up in RP.
Oh
What the fuck?
no!
I mean, I feel like it's really easy to gain RP as long as you win your first fight. You win your first fight, you loot a little bit, and then you're top 10. It's like you're already plus RP. It literally doesn't matter what happens after that.
I fucking rolled right there. I have plus 200 right there.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Back in Diamond?
No.
Oh.
Masters.
Yeah, what the fuck are some of these bans, guys? Like, what we're banning some people over saying something not even remotely fucking offensive. Like, hello? Like, some of these bans are just straight up weird. What did you play on, boss? I did 60, I believe. I tried to lower it because, like, in zone, if your digital vibrance is really high, you can't really see anything. What time LCQ is? I have no idea. What's up, you daddy? Thank you, man. You good, Tommy? How are you?
Alright, we all here this time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now go down.
2 teams?
We're here.
That's me, Reto. Cracked one.
Any flash? That's down. Cracked.
This guy's low.
He's dead.
Could be close to clutch there.
Thank you, one.
We're gonna throw about it.
Oh.
Fuck, man.
I'm resing, so.
Just like,
The right box isn't swap, okay.
Okay.
sitting game? There's no way! Dude, what is that angle?
Is he cheating? What the fuck? Can you res? Wait.
I'm saying this.
They're far still. They're really far. They're super fucking far.
Yeah, I'm trying to pop syringes because I have no big meds. You coming to me, man?
The
or what?
Octane's close right.
I'm coming.
He's right here. I'm just dead. I could have slowed it down. I was trying to hold off
What
the
is
Octane.
a Mad Maggie Q? How does he know?
Dude, this Mad Mag is fucking cheating. Ain't no way he's not.
He has to be, he has to be. I knocked the Pathfinder. He's resing right here now. That Mad Maggie has perfect
There's
Qs.
no way he's not.
He's
There's
got
no way,
perfect
there's no way
Qs.
not, there's no way he's not walling. This
No,
guy,
watch.
dude, this guy 100% is walling, dude.
Yeah, his
I don't
Q
appreciate
was
you guys.
perfect as well.
He just ulted randomly behind the thing and just fucking slid off and started shooting me instantly.
And the Q hit through. There's no way he could have like known that. Like,
He's probably cheating. He's a bot. I'm gonna go next.
There's no way this guy's not fucking walling. He's walling 100%.
yeah, he is. It's obvious.
Holy shit, dude. That's insane.
Actually obvious.
That Octane is... Dude, wait. When the Octane killed you, I thought the Octane was cheating because of the angle he got.
What are you up here, Matt?
Na 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 na.
Shut the fuck up.
Genesis just resubscribed for 3
Genesis
months.
came for 2 months. Welcome back. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. We gotta do something about that LCQ shit, man. The signing shit. The LGS shit.
Yeah, yeah. I'll do it after. Again, I'll try it.
It might not be time though, like, cause we need to do it now.
So like,
Because we have time until today. After it might be too late. What's up, Siwa Show?
Are you guys not just auto signed up?
We have to accept rules, but you can't accept rules.
Oh right. You just type in your team chat in the LGS Discord. That should just help
yeah,
you.
it's still bugged. Let me show it on stream real quick so I can actually show it's bugged.
Just write
you're
in
done.
Pro Discord
Andy.
because
What?
You're jump
Yeah,
master.
Yeah.
we don't have a lot of time.
I mean, like, the thing is, you guys are an outstanding team. They're not gonna fucking fuck you guys just because of
Yeah,
that.
well,
Like,
they will. It's fucking LGS, bro. Like, they will fuck us.
just two team J. We got a Valk, nice. Okay.
A solo got landed on this side.
We're going low.
Okay.
We're low in Mandy.
I'm good. Push your down here, Loon.
They're gonna fight each other, or they're gonna fuck
Each
it
other.
in.
Away.
How am I lagging in the server?
Oh shit, on me.
Oh, that's not
Come in.
fucking good.
100?
I'm close to
Knock
my
two.
right too. Nice.
Trying to get to you as soon as possible.
Doesn't need us, it's fine.
I don't.
Another one's coming in, I think, right now.
Oh shit.
Nice. Those guys were Masters players, for sure.
I'm finished.
The team's dropping right now. They have a caustic.
Yeah, they're dropping.
Yeah.
Left side coming in. Last sec.
Marking it.
Blue and white,
Coming
blue
over.
and blood on white and walked in. Or the other way around. White and blood on blue and walked in.
On the outside.
Alright, I'm on.
Caustic
Push him,
arching
push him, push him, push him.
out. Just got insta kill. You guys got this.
Playing this headset. Oh no, dude, what is that?
Sliding.
He's dead.
100?
Nice 1v1.
Use me if you want me.
I'm coming to shield you.
21?
Yeah, 1v1.
Yeah, 1v1. I killed Costa.
I didn't know. Wait. I have to reload. And I'm fucking sliding. There. Oh my god.
Not even close, Mandy.
What is happening?
I don't know.
That guy on controller, not controller, on the prowler. That guy must have been a controller, right? I've never got beam so hard on the corner.
I have no idea. That all came out crazy.
Like, that was crazy how hard he beamed me.
Mandy really just didn't want to lose there. Holy shit.
No.
There's the 1v3 and then the 1v2.
I had to. Sometimes.
Okay.
Sometimes you gotta do it.
Dude, having guns with no stocks is actually ass. They pull out so slow.
I need a car.
I have a car, what can you give me?
I have an alternator and a wing. You know, whichever one you want.
I kind of want...
Yeah.
Grab it.
Nice.
Have that.
I got that.
Holy fuck, dude. I'm flying.
Yeah, I'm coming.
I want a new mouse.
Unless he is.
The Cape Town, I want the new wireless one from Funless, but I can't get one unless I want to pay a million
What,
dollars.
the Starlight 12 or what?
Yeah, the one of those.
Yeah.
I want the Hades ideally, but they cost about $5 million each, so I'm probably not buying
You're a
them.
billionaire though.
Yeah,
Wait,
but
what? How, like, are they just like super limited?
yeah,
it's
they're
a
sold
final
out.
house.
Oh, I see. I didn't mean to do that.
They're sold out, and there's being sold on StockX and eBay, but they're like 600 a pop, and I'm just
Yeah,
not
fuck
doing
that.
600 for a mouse.
Especially not for a mouse. Like, I mean, yours probably lasts a long time, but I've heard horror stories about fucking final mice.
Yeah, mine's been doing me good for 2 years now.
Yeah. You're a quadrillionaire though, so there's no money for you.
That's true.
I'm not gonna buy that mouse, man. If someone sends me one, I'll be happy, but and I'll pay for shipping, but I'm not buying it.
I thought
For
about
sure.
buying one of them. Just to see if I liked it.
You should have bought it and then sold to RPR for 600.
For more. Buy for 500 and sell it for 700. Bullet has 4 of them, I think.
Really? Think he would
Yeah.
send me one?
Fucking, you can buy one, probably.
Your direct competition, I
He's not
doubt
gonna
it.
send you one.
No, I mean like send me one for a reasonable price of that's not $600.
You can ask him. I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't sell it for less than 400.
Yeah,
We
but
okay
you're
for
a
like 2
cheap
seconds?
bastard.
Yeah.
Okay, there. I'm just gonna grab my food from the door. We're back in 1 sec.
Yeah. Oh, so close, dude.
Alright, I'm good.
Wanna fly?
No, I wanna see if this spot is still playable. Is it? Do you remember that spot? It was super popular in season 0.
It's a bit weird.
I've never seen this spot before.
You haven't?
Nah, it's blocked off.
Oh, it's blocked, yeah. You used to be able they used to not have a rock right there. They used to be able to play the entire thing and put a Watson ult and everything.
You remember this?
Yeah, this
Oh
spot.
yeah,
right
like inside the
inside
little
the-
Oh, you mean this one instead of flower?
Or maybe it is
Right
right there.
here.
Yeah, whatever it was.
It was right here. Look at me.
Yeah, right there.
Oh,
you
it's still
can
kind of
shoot-
there.
You can shoot
It
through
is
it
there.
now. You used to not be able to shoot through it.
Oh, I see.
Damn.
And then you have this spot up here.
Oh, in front of us.
On the building.
The fly? And like the 2 up here. You can go back to the choke and just oob them. Take different angles.
Right here.
Oh, they're getting shot
Shot
from
in the
the
back.
team.
Yes, everybody.
I'm all in here.
Land here.
You guys ready?
They're right below us here.
On midi.
Fucking horizon low. 100 on her in blue. I'm batting.
Alligator's 20. Path is cracked. Midi, 2 right behind you. You slid right past 2.
20?
No, fuck. What is this guy doing?
What the fuck, okay?
Oh, I'm dead.
Batting.
I just got fucking all-starred from up there. They're sliding downhill. Love that for me. God, this game is so shit, bro. Look at him.
What?
Top one, top. Blue one is mending.
What? This guy's nuts. He doesn't miss?
Sure.
Dog shit.
Oh, wait, what? This guy's insane. I should actually straight up end my entire career and just raid him every day. This guy's crazy, dude.
I'll start going with wacky.
What a complete fucking crazy maniac, dude. SEO is a cheater, apparently, someone said. I don't think so.
Those guys were ass. If we were 3 alive, they're just dead.
I mean,
That
just
was
got
nuts.
thirded. We literally just got thirded. Like, wow,
Yeah, we
they're
just got
so
30,
good.
exactly.
They're so fucking good for third partying there. They're just the best. Let's sign them all collectively and host them on Twitch. Chad, this split is how much? 5 more days of this shit split, man. I don't want to like. It's literally so boring. No cap. It's so fucking boring. This rank split.
Oh, apparently it is a cheater. Oh. I was like, damn,
Who's
this guy
cheater?
hits, man. L-Star guy.
Is Zico? ZCO?
Yeah.
With a Twitch in his name?
Yeah. The guy on Twitch has a gold player.
Oh, I'll just report him then.
It's crazy how Unite went from 20th place last game to top 8 or top 9 in one game. And then they fucking qualified for, and then they got number 3 in finals. That's fucking crazy.
Wait, what?
Unite went into last game in losers bracket. It went into 6th game on 20th place. Wait,
Oh.
wait.
No, that was Elevate.
That was Unite. No, that was Elevate. Never mind.
That was not Unite.
I thought
Unite
it
was
was
popping up the entire time.
No, Unite went from
Unite got
20th
20th. They got
20th
20th in winners, I'm pretty sure.
winners losers or a winners bracket thing. They got
Yeah,
20th
they got-
and then they got 3rd in the finals. Or never mind.
Morning fruit.
I thought
Unite
Elevate
was
got
playing
fucking-
insane the entire final. They were playing so good. Like actually, no cap. They were fucking owning.
Where did they land?
I don't know.
I don't know.
No, Dippy. Did you message Tim Pro League, man?
No, I'll do now.
Yeah, just fucking do it. Fucking kindergarten. Hello, Ike. What's up, Fruit? How you doing? Good morning. Actually, early morning for you. It's 3 p.m. What's up, Jock and Cock? Jock and Coke? As you said,
Why
cock?
can't you just add admins? You can't. That's so fucking annoying, dude.
But you can't just add the admins in your team chat?
No, apparently not. I can't
Oh.
add admins. No way.
What day is tomorrow? Friday?
Yeah.
Oof. Fuck.
One team letting like Omega lead?
Yeah. Die. One guy's landing close.
I got 0 guns, 3 pills.
Oh, I got guns for both of us, so.
Oh, that's... Holy fuck, the amount of no-rakes I got. What the fuck?
Teammates are there. Only
Still
up
here.
ping.
We got third party.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, I need to sit up. Holy shit, control.
Over there, I think. I heard a nade from over there.
Could have been one of the dead guys.
Could have been, yeah. Let's go to base.
Yeah.
MP20 Mozambique, but you know, I'm
We
good.
got it easy.
Yeah. Dude, the Mozambique kind of slaps.
He does. Not kinda, it's a lot more than you.
There's a drone right here. Oh, dude, what is this crazy setup? I've never seen that before.
These are two teams, by the way. One's going over 45 blue on the zipline.
Fuck this guy.
Two fell out of the sky. Wait, they're both
Wait,
AFK.
are they fucking
Crypto 90, crypto this.
are they kill farming or what?
I think so.
I think they were just literally AFK. Wait, they're double crypto. Maybe they are kill farming.
Yeah, they are.
Another team. Wait, there's another. I'm so confused.
These guys are kill farming.
Yeah, I think they are, right? No way they're not.
There's a guy on the ship. He's on white. Hit 40. Cracked.
Tom Phoenix? Holy fuck, almost
Below the
fucking jumped
ship.
off.
You see your HP up here.
Yeah, but.
Drop my mini.
Carpenter 45.
He just took the fucking zipline back.
Hit on me. You're dead.
Okay.
Behind you, Pathfinder.
Behind me.
What was that, dude?
Shut the fuck
Dude, I
up.
don't know. Those guys are fucking on multiple PCs at once, kill farming or something.
I was raining with
This
5
is
gifted.
fucking
Thank you so much,
nutty
man. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
My hip fire is going crazy.
Thank you. Kinda wanna buy a 24-inch monitor. So I'm ready for next LAN.
I mean, you definitely should.
Yeah, I'm on 27 right now. I wanna go on a 24.
Yeah, I would
Shut
definitely.
the fuck up.
What should I buy? A BenQ?
Thank you,
I mean,
25, 46k.
What's happening? You're prime welcome. What did you say?
Thank
I would
you,
buy BenQ.
25, 46k.
25, 46k.
Yeah,
How much are those?
$700.
It's not
Is it,
bad.
is it a 360?
No, 240.
Okay.
I want a 240.
That's
Those
what
are
I
not,
have. I have a 240 BenQ. I just don't know the model.
those are not bad. Can you,
It's
send
probably
me,
the 25, 46 or the K1.
Probably.
can you send me the name of the model after? I'm gonna order one literally after soon.
It is very nice model, very nice monitor.
I like BenQ. I used to have a BenQ, but then it was only 144 Hz.
Yeah, it's a good monitor. I had the Alienware 241 before, and I got annoyed by it because it made me dizzy and stuff.
Wait, why?
I don't know. I just bought a new one just because I thought that was gonna fix it.
Did it fix it?
And it did.
Oh, nice.
The weirdest fucking thing I've heard in my life, I swear to God.
What?
That's the weirdest thing I heard in my life.
That it
Buying a
made me
new
dizzy?
monitor. Yeah, buy a new monitor, fix your distance. That's not how it should work. Unless you put
It
it at
did.
a different distance or some shit.
Same distance, everything.
I'm confused.
It's just like it. I
Was
don't
it
know,
curved or something?
No.
Huh. Because, yeah, I mean, it probably... I mean, I would think RPR is right, and it wouldn't make a difference. But I guess if it did, then who knows?
I don't know. But I like it more. No, it's not like... It's because I had a hard time focusing on the monitor. I don't know why. So I started like cross-eyeing and shit when I was looking at it. I noticed it and then like... No, it felt weird.
Interesting. I've
Then
never
I
had
changed
a
monitor and I haven't had that ever since.
I've never had a motion sickness from a monitor unless Unless it was like really low FOV, like if it's really low FOV, it makes me like motion sick, like a throw up type of shit. Like when I tried to play Apex in very low FOV, like lowest FOV, like Shiv or so almost, I genuinely like felt sick to my stomach. It just felt so bad.
Yeah, I used to play 103, I think.
I used to play 104, but 104 is fine. I think it's when it goes below 90, that's when it starts becoming bad.
It looks weird, dude. Let me do it right now. It looks fucking weird. Oh shit.
I played 100 and I was watching Naughty and he plays 108. And his game,
Oh,
like, I was
dude.
thinking about switching.
Like you can't do this.
Oh, I instantly got a headache, bro.
Yeah, 70.
Holy shit. I instantly got a headache as soon as I put it on 70. Oh my god.
Yeah, you can't play 70, but try playing like, I don't know.
What does Raz play on?
Ras plays on 102.
Oh, you went up?
I think so. I used to play on I don't know. I used to play 103 in Overwatch, but I couldn't pick 103 in this game.
Okay, I put 102 right now. It feels so weird. You gonna fly?
Yeah, I'm done.
Right here?
Yeah.
Monday?
Yeah. I'm gonna get over there without dying. Quick. Selling? Oh,
my push.
Selling, yeah. Ah, they pushed it.
Okay.
There, I'm ready.
Playing on the roof?
I'm landing on noob.
Roof, yeah.
And I'm popping a battery. Is that their build?
Yeah, I'm landing over here.
Landing left.
Left, full left, full left, full left, full left. Whoa.
So much fucking dude.
I headshot the gun roof, I'm batting.
I cracked one. I cracked the guy roof.
Pushing up front right. Caustic cracked. Caustic's one HP.
Where's the Gibby?
I killed Caustic.
Headshot the roof. 1 HP on roof.
He's have a 2v1, he has got that.
On the balloon, We need to try the elevator.
Nah, but I'm very, I don't know. I'm very weird when it comes to like my monitors, my mice, and my mouse pads and everything. I can't switch. As soon as I have something, I straight up can't switch. I have tried probably, I'd say 7 or 8 different mice the past year, and I don't like a single one of them. Not one of them. I can't play with it.
I don't think you weird. I think you just have a preference.
Yeah, you're just a creature of habit. I mean, what mousepad do you use?
Artisan. What's it called? I actually don't know.
Zero?
The
Hien?
Zero,
Hien?
Raiden, Hien.
Hien.
I think he
Okay.
uses Hien.
It's not bad.
Hien. Yeah, I just
I
changed
use
to it
Zero.
though, and that's the last time I've changed my peripheral or whatever that I actually liked. And I think I had 8 or 9 different mouse pads in the last like year or two. I really have to shit real fucking bad. Dude, I have
You
to.
want to go right now?
I have to.
What a
If I
change
don't
of
go,
topic,
I'm gonna
dude.
shit myself. I'm gonna shit myself. No, because I can feel it, dude. I
The
have
change
to.
of
Dude.
topic was insane.
Out of nowhere.
I gotta shit myself. You talk about my spots and goes, I gotta shit myself. Alright,
Oh, shit.
sick,
Oh,
bro.
God, bro. I'm gonna eat my food. Whatever. That's so funny.
I'm trying this fucking weirdo FOV though.
Wait, what FOV are you on?
102.
Oh, okay. I'm playing 100, so it's basically the same.
Oh shit, yours is even weirder.
I just played 100 since day 1 of the game.
I always play the
How long does
110.
Mandy usually take the poop?
Pretty fast.
Okay.
I usually
you
always
play
max.
110?
I usually always max my FOV in every game I play.
Gotcha. Oh, so, dude, I felt like I was moving too fast in this game.
Shut the fuck
Su
up.
and I might as well come
This
back.
issue would just
Like I tried 110 and I was like, okay, I don't want to play max in this game, so I played 100 and 100 felt good.
Yeah.
But I literally haven't changed my FOV since day one, so maybe.
Yeah. I just want to see because Raz keeps playing on this and he's like obviously smoking people, but
Yeah.
just want to see how it is, you know, because I only played 104 and 104 and 110, and I played 104 when the game first came out because it was like Overwatch. I played.
Yeah. Should we start punching Mandy in his zone?
Nah, it'll be fine. Yeah, we can if we
You have
want
heaters?
to. I got 2, yeah.
I don't.
No, the Peter isn't. Thank you, by the way, so.
God damn, you punched
Punched
my ass.
you, holy shit.
Uh-oh.
Fuck.
This is the end of the road for Mandy.
No, it's not.
Oh.
You just gotta punch under an angle. Nice.
That's me sailing.
Holy shit, we may send him flying.
Dude, we're moving him faster than we can run. Alright, here's the spooky part. Let's go, Mandy.
Oh, he went backwards. Fuck, that's me.
How surprised do you think he's gonna be?
Where am I?
I'm here. Holy shit, dude.
Yo, welcome back.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh my, dude.
Rico, welcome back from Ramadan, so thank you.
We gaming.
Good
Yeah,
poop?
gaming.
I'm sweating. It was one of those where I had to take all my clothes off, dude, but I couldn't. I didn't have time to put it back on again.
No way.
Dude.
Let's slide.
Dude, Mandy needs a second to fucking breathe.
Dude, I forgot. Wait, I forgot to fucking.
Whoop them from up here or what?
I forgot to flush.
Yeah, we can oop them. But we're already a little low on oob in there, Kirby.
I gotta punch Manda off
Oh,
before
my
he
oob
dies
is
too.
fucking wait.
I'm back. We're back. We're fine.
He's craving you.
What the fuck? Yeah, I'm here.
Broke my arm.
Oh my god.
I hit him on red.
One
Nice.
clip Valk. Batting.
Pop on his Kraber. I'm batting.
9.
Cracked one on the left.
20 seconds. 20 seconds. Did you kill one?
111 Pat.
Facing this bitch.
Where the fuck is the Pathfinder?
He's still
In
here,
front of
he's
me.
here, right in front of me. One HP red. Literally one.
He's one. Holy shit, he's just spamming that shit. I need you. He's got Kraber.
Yeah.
I had to punch you up height, Manda, because you were AFK and your timer was low.
Yeah, I know. Oh my god.
That's red.
Holy shit. What a
Dude,
roller
that-
coaster, man.
That Valk got fucking one clipped into oblivion.
Yeah, I saw you guys. That guy died
That guy
fast.
didn't even get to play the game.
That guy died so fast.
Mandy, I have back for you.
I'm trying Raza for you, bro. I don't know if this is it, but it doesn't make me throw up for now.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. You're probably gonna like enjoy it because your aim is gonna be better. You're just gonna have a little bit less awareness.
Well, I already got 0 awareness, so can't get worse than that. You gonna fly? I'm flying alone. There must be in houses, bro.
I'm serious. I can just look for everyone.
Have to be like inside houses or some shit.
I'm gonna keep. One's here behind this wall. Or yeah, he's behind on low ground. Gotta scan him.
Punched him out of my aim. You literally punched him out of my aim.
I punched him off the map. I punched him off the map.
Can we keep him? Can we keep him?
No.
No!
Where he fell off.
Yeah, I punched him off the map. I didn't even get a kill for that. Yeah, sorry, bro. I came into the bubble and punched
Dude,
you.
I got perfect lined up, like perfect fucking a master shot on him, and you punched him at him 10.
You guys just getting second. Yep. Oh my god. Dude, that guy actually went sliding so far off that one punch.
Yeah, he did. That's the Gibby players, bro. You punched him, they go flying.
Dude, I don't know how I punched him out of that bubble off the map though. Like that was so far.
I have no idea. But I'm trying out this FOV, that's what I know.
I'm playing Rush.
What did you do?
There.
So what was the money there again, Mandy? I'm gonna just...
BenQ 2546K. It's 7 years old monitor, but it's the best one, dude.
7 years
But
old?
you only do this near. You only buy it if you want to use Diag Plus and some other shit in premium. That's the only reason to buy this monitor.
What does that mean?
What?
There's something called, let me go. It's called Diag Plus and
So I can just
AMA.
buy a Zoe XL 2540 and I'll be fine.
I don't know. It depends on if you like to have that shit on or not, because I
don't-
like it.
I don't like GC
It makes
and
the-
shit.
It makes the game look fucking smooth, but if you don't like it, then you know. Alright, så sick.
Are you talking about Zowie XL 2546 240 Hz Diag?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that's the one I was gonna buy anyway. But I'm not gonna
you said
use
Zowie?
Diag. Yeah, it's Benki Zowie. Is that on Amazon? Let me see. Dude, it's only... It's not even as expensive as you said you were. It was. Yeah, this is like, what, 500? It's like not even $600.
sex with them. Is that the Croatian fucking Jesus?
Let's see. Alright, I ordered it. Let's go.
Nice.
New monitor, let's go. Coming in a week.
It's good.
I'm getting tired of my monitor anyway. It's too big.
No idea how many people are here. I think it's one team.
7.
Holy
17.
shit, there's a lot. God, it's laggy.
That's
What
just
the
one
fuck?
inside.
Is there a lagging for anyone else?
A little bit.
Well done.
Dash.
Well done, crap.
I'm dead on.
Shit on. Resing.
Resing, big res.
Resing right now. I'm resing. 1 second. You're standing up. Nice, 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 nice. Good shit.
You're standing up?
I'm up. I'm up. You guys have any medkits?
Nope.
No.
It's
Can you stop calming? Let the IGL calm, please.
my fault. My fault. I'll clear the comms.
Clear the comms, clear the comms. I'm trying to talk here. Our hyperactive child, man.
I'm pushing. Currently
Just alternating on my
halfway up.
Do you guys have
thing,
boxes top right?
They're fighting. Nope.
I don't.
Okay.
Shit on.
1 HP.
Shit on. Oh my god. Okay. Nice.
Yeah, do
Jump.
shit on. Oh, he jumped.
I stuck him. The floor. I stuck
Wait,
the
I
floor.
thought you stuck him.
I knocked a Watson. This guy
Yeah,
really
had
went.
no idea what was going on.
This guy went
There's
for a
guys on me.
fucking jog.
Oh, on top of you. Here, behind you.
Coming up.
Oh, he's on crack.
Why am I getting shot?
1v1 on that guy.
You've never
The
lost
other
that
one's-
before.
He's so laggy.
Yeah.
Give me a shield, give me a shield.
I don't have a shield. Oh,
Wait,
you sitting behind me?
you have a 1v1 there. It just hit 50 blue. Not a
Nice.
healed.
Here.
He's like, here.
Never lost before?
I have a shield still. I have a shield still.
I can't, bro. I got boxes. He's teleporting for me. I can't know where he is. I hit him 110. Why do I have boxes?
Croatian internet. Oh my god.
It's not Croatia, man.
You
Maybe
live
it
in
is.
Croatia, right?
I live in Croatia, not Croatia.
I don't live in Croatia and I don't have boxes.
Fuck off. I'm getting water, right back.
Dude, it's going ham today.
Your allergies?
Yeah, dude, I can feel it in my eyes.
Oh my god, that's actually the worst. Your eyes are like puffy?
Not really, but like they're like sleepy, you know?
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. Alright, I'm getting tacos today.
Tacos,
Alright.
oh shit. What kind? What meat?
That's what you need to help me with.
Well, so normally I'd get carne asada and like carnitas, but I don't know what they have.
Carne asada?
Carne asada? It's just steak, basically.
So, okay.
I don't know what the options are.
The monitor you told me to get,
Yeah.
it was only 500. It wasn't 700.
I guess I'm just fucking better at paying more than you.
Yeah, I guess you got scammed. I don't know.
They
When
saw
did you
my
get-
bank
when did
account.
you-
They're like, fine, he won't notice. You know?
When did you get the monitor?
It's crazy, dude. A long time ago.
I got it now.
Okay,
Probably
that's probably why. Yeah.
My laptop be will
Taco
21st of May. Well, it
Do you
should
get a
be
big
21st of
taco
May.
or small
Subscribed for
taco?
13
Average man
months.
was name
When you say big taco, do you mean a burrito?
No, like a big taco. There's small taco shell and big taco shell.
But it should be, yeah. So my shit should be
I'm just gonna eat from here.
21st of May.
Tacos de Polo Macho.
Dude, remember that one taco shop we went to in Sweden, man? And the guy was like, "Why do you wear your mask?"
Fucking racist.
God, I want.
Racist, dude.
Dude.
That guy was racist as fuck, dude.
Yeah. Was he? What he was?
First he was making fun. First he was making fun of Taishin for not eating fucking
Pork.
pork, dude. Like what?
Wait, what?
The owner, yeah. He
And
made
then-
fun of Taishin for not eating pork, dude. Like,
It's just
what?
it's a religious thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
then,
then-
why the fuck is he making fun of him?
Because he's a fucking racist piece of shit that needs to get knocked the fuck out. And then we're wearing masks in the shop because like we don't want to get fucking COVID.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Why do you wear your mask?" Dude, never want to snap someone's neck in half more in my life. I swear to God. That and that one admin on
In game.
in game, of course. And that one admin from PGL on land, dude. I want to fucking backflip that guy back to another universe.
In game.
Holy shit.
53. Nice, good shot, Mandy. Oh,
purple and mid.
0. 21. I'm fucking him.
Below you, Watson.
Alright, then you told us.
Punching.
What did this guy do?
Regardless.
Where'd that rape go?
I own this guy's dad, dude.
You should grab this blue, okay?
You own his dad?
Yeah. Yeah, easy.
No, I bought the K one, Avian. I bought the juiced one with Dayak.
I just did a verbal agreement with that guy before going into this match that I don't want him win for his dad. And if I lost, he would get my dad. So now I have his dad. He's mine.
You have two dads, but dude, you would trade your dad? I feel like
Yeah, I
your
was gonna
dad
say,
is...
like, that's...
I
your
think-
dad is, like, worth, like, 6 dads. That's kinda
Yeah, I was
fucked up.
gonna say, your dad is at least 2 dads worth, like, honestly.
No, my dude, listen here. Listen here. I knew I was gonna win.
Okay, yeah,
So
well...
I don't care then.
It was no risk, I got you.
Yeah, there's no risk of my dad ever going over to another person, dude. He will always be my dad, you know?
Interesting.
Now I'm hungry. Now my schnauzer is going ham again.
Oh god. You're so fucking sick.
No, I'm not.
You COVID infested animal. Don't speak to me because I can get it through the microphone.
Yeah, you can. Because you're fat and ugly.
that's
why.
that's the reason you
It's
get
not,
it.
not because of
Fat
anything else.
Not
because
relevant
fat
at all, but holy shit.
man. You
That
heard
is the
that,
only
chat?
reason.
Can we cancel him for fat shaming and fucking ugly?
Well, yeah, I was, dude, listen here. I reason I got it because I'm fat and ugly too.
No.
Guys, I'm dead.
Okay?
I'm not
Chat,
actually dead, but...
can we cancel him?
He's shooting you. He's
How
actually
sick
shooting
would
Yeah,
you.
he
be
doesn't
if
know what's
your
going on now.
If your own teammate cancels your social media, that's pretty sick.
29 on white.
This team literally is.
Crack the horizon on you.
Path is cracked on you too. 108, 108, wait. 108, white on path.
Freeze surge. Mark him. Nice. What nice? What was that? How are these guys Masters players?
I don't know. They haven't seen a Mirage before, apparently. That's literally. They shot every clone before they shot me.
I don't blame them. Mirage is hard to play against.
That's pretty true.
Yeah, that's true.
Mande's like a wall. How is he fat? He's actually fat. Like, if Mande was like not 6'5", but he was like, let's say he was 5'8", he would be a fat ass.
Damn. You say 83 kilograms is fat?
Yeah. On 5'8".
Damn. You heard that?
I'm not fat, but you know.
Dude.
Chubby.
My 37% American viewership will not make that one. Oh my god, guys, get him!
Yeah, I'm part of that 37%. Let's go.
Dude, we should honestly, like, for content, we should cancel each other, like, as teammates. Like, how funny would it be if your own teammate canceled you?
Dips on getting cancelled last then.
That would be content.
He's on my right. Oh, what the
Where?
fuck?
Who's that? Él no sabe, dude.
Blue on that one.
I'm ordering food right now.
Save.
You are?
I'm arcing that guy behind the rock.
I'm ordering a little bit of food. You got that?
He ran away to the cave. Oh! I think I got double-headed. Please
what?
bubble
Oh,
me.
what?
They're already here. Rip it. Mama raised no bus.
Give me one.
Rip it. He's in the gas. In the ass, I mean. In the
I
bubble.
fought him. I fought the guy. With the gas. One guy's one. How?
On me.
You bitch.
He's finishing
I'm
me.
batting. Yeah, fuck you.
80?
Use me.
150?
Holy
Dude,
shit,
dude, you got that. He didn't shit on anything.
Right. He only killed you.
Come
You
on,
have
be
controller,
tired.
Raptor. You should win.
I should, but I'm getting owned by this guy.
Reptar.
No, he's really bad. It's because you have Mirage. He's got extra confidence.
Yeah, man, he has zero idea where I went, so now I'm gonna do this.
I'm pretending like I'm here. Oh, he has no idea.
He's blind.
No! Oh my god, if we
my
lost
God.
that. I'm dying. Dude, he actually had no idea, bro. That was funny.
No, he had no idea.
Where the fuck are you? Oh, there.
This is me. I'm the real one.
Right.
Hey, that was fucking hilarious.
So-
That guy was lost.
Like, I had no idea where you were.
You were rezzing,
It's
you
fucking
had no
impossible to
idea.
play against this kid.
Dude, he like looked at RPR and was like, nope, that's not the one getting ready.
Yeah, and
that
I-
was Diff-Q.
I
That
was-
Diff-Q. That was real players. The
Really?
Caustic.
Wait, what?
The Caustic was Diff-Q.
It was Sipid.
It was sick.
Again? Dude, you know what I did? Raptor? Like, you guys were here. I could have shielded you,
That was
but I
being sick.
went down the ramp and
Yeah,
shielded
I
you
saw it.
here.
You baited him.
Yeah, to pretend like you're below.
Who are they playing with?
I don't know.
Who the fuck is
There's no
Mitsu?
They
way.
might be duo Q. They have to be duo Q, dude.
There's no way. That's a real human. The Sipid pack here.
Zippet has been
It tastes
smoking
good.
that pack though, for real.
The Sipid
come
pack
to
is
me.
so good, dude.
Come to me, we're
No,
gonna
no,
knock
not
him.
yet, not yet. I'm getting cognita in that. Cognita, dude.
Yes,
Gringa di cognita bibil.
You guys have bats? I have
Yeah,
zero.
for real, dude.
That's what I'm getting, dude.
You have bats RPR?
Yeah, I got some.
That's what I'm getting, dude.
I got 5.
You get two.
Beans.
Oh,
That was sick.
I can't grab either.
Do I
of
get
those.
chicken? I think I get chicken, right?
Yeah, chicken.
I get Chelsea to
Got
Chipotle.
gold.
That's
Did you
4
find him?
times.
I got him.
Dude, this guy's mom. I'm pushing this guy.
No, wait. Just a
I
little
can,
bit.
man. I gotta push him.
Okay,
I
They're
got
next
all
to
of
us.
okay. You guys got that.
I'm
You
dead.
ordered enough food, man. Press order.
No, I didn't order yet. I didn't order yet.
Oh, they're on me. How'd I dodge that? Holy shit. Golden Pathfinder.
You actually gatekeeping my food.
Batting.
I'm not doing anything.
Kill these guys and then we fucking you get food.
Okay.
Flash on the
Punch out headshot.
Valkyrie.
Punch out headshot.
I hate this guy on the roof. Can we kill him?
I can play this. Dude, he's just on the roof. What am I supposed to do, RPR?
Push now.
Stupid.
21 gold.
I stunned the path.
Selling.
Fuck, this is annoying.
Go in the Valk. Oh, I'm dead.
48 blue.
I killed the Valk. I traded. You guys got that.
Good.
What on blue, dude?
No way you're a real human being.
I'm coming.
Wait.
What is happening?
45. Dude,
What is happening?
What about playing?
What is happening?
What was that?
Dude.
That guy was playing Ring Around the Rosie around the box, man. Did you see that? Oh wait, I gotta breathe. Oh. The 102 FOV does not make me very mobile in the fucking bubble.
Bro, I don't know what I just witnessed. Holy fuck.
Dude, it's so hard to find enemies, man. With 102 FOV, bro.
You guys look like lost puppies in that bubble fight.
I was standing and looking at the bloodhound for like 4 minutes.
Mandy had
And
to
this-
stand off with 2 of them, and then he pulled out a 2x wing, and I was like, oh shit.
Can't believe.
Holy fuck. Yeah, I did my job. I ran and I traded my life.
Yeah.
No, I shouldn't have died, but it was fucking... Whatever.
Dude. What? It doesn't work. Oh shit.
What happened?
I'm just, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
My bad, chat. Oh man, why am I the jump master? I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Good, this FOV does make me a little bit lost sometimes.
Yeah.
But I like it.
You're probably beaming.
like it. I hate changing FOV. Doesn't make me better players. Just placebo for 2 seconds and fucking suck ass.
Well, I mean, you
It's
know,
crazy.
that's you, bro. I'm fucking going crazy.
You have a
over
bow.
here. I like trying new settings out, man.
Wraith is literally one shot.
Where is she?
She's getting right.
She jumped down.
What on the roof? Or is that caustic? What is that?
What on? It's cracked. One.
I missed.
Did you one?
Crack this guy, I know who that is.
He's under.
Got him. There's a guy cracked here, I think it's a Pathfinder, man.
No, it's a fucking ash.
Looks funny.
45? Dead.
The one's in the
Finish
build.
moving.
He's in this build. Finish moving, get him.
Where's the last guy?
In here on me.
Seriously?
Raptor has control.
Okay.
Okay.
I have a
Zero?
bow. How bad the bow is on controller.
The bow's pretty cool.
I hate it on controller.
Yeah, hate is a strong word.
I hate it on controller. I don't throw that word around, but I hate it on controller.
Yeah. Hate.
Hate.
Crazy.
Hate.
Eight.
But not hate because, like, you know, I hate the gun, but because if every time I pick it up, I do 0 damage.
So you
So.
hate yourself on controller.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. I hate that I'm good with the bow and MNK, but I suck with it on controller. So I feel like that's like the one gun out of every
On me.
gun in the whole game.
Crack the guy on top, great. I'm in a problem.
This is one.
I met the best wingman player in the game. I might get finished here, boys. Guy down here and guy on me. He's finishing me. Please, God, please.
Can't do anything. I have to
He
medkit.
didn't miss a single wingman bullet, this guy.
No, not on me either. When is this going away?
I don't know.
Please kill the Raptor, you're on the go.
That's not good, that's not good.
Thank you so
Did
much.
you kill him?
Yeah.
He's not missing one here. I'm so
Oh, I can't stop on you. 1v1.
Oh!
No scope.
Oh!
I actually hit it.
You can. Yeah, you got that. I mean, if he's one, then you can maybe res.
Yes.
Banner. Banner. Banner.
No.
Banner. What are you gonna do here? Just sit here?
Yeah.
I'll grab it in like. Okay, let's I'll grab it in like 2 seconds.
Third flash.
He was probably in a cell though.
And I just hit him for 100 flush.
Did you know he was there or were you pretending?
No, I didn't know he was there. I was looking for him. I was like, where the fuck did he go?
Oh, hey guys!
There's a guy here. I think I just heard a footstep.
Did you see?
I think so. I'm not sure. I'm running away from it. Maybe not. There's a fresh purple on that.
Oh my god, why are you trolling? Why are you trolling?
I don't know.
Oh, I'm stacked.
That's crazy. Oh, that's mine. Never mind. There's another purple that's full.
Really?
Yeah.
You guys took that guy's wingman?
No.
Yeah, I did. I took that shit. I did that way.
Okay.
Oh.
You're allowed to since you cheat.
Yes, yep, thank you. That fuse didn't stand a chance and he knew it. He literally started running away before.
That fuse did not miss us. 10k Andy did not miss a single fucking wingman shot.
Damn.
It was like... It's like fighting design for me. Are you cracking arrows again?
No. Ammo for my sentinel.
How the fuck did you do that?
I don't know, I'm on fucking controller. Did you drop the gold light mag, by the way?
Small state, we take it for tier 1. Did I drop
Jared,
what?
you still have that. You have the gold light mag, so?
Yeah, I'm using it in my car.
Okay. I was just making sure that you didn't like drop it. That's it.
Nah, I'm good. I got it.
I don't lie, man, yeah.
Loba Q next to me.
I heard that.
Almost cracked.
Cutter
Shotgun.
player, cutter player.
Dogs?
Nice. $45 on the right guy, blue.
There's another light mag here.
70? I'm gonna kill him. Don't finish. Oh, yeah. Good, good.
I need armor.
I'll switch to the wingman. I think I had everything for the wingman. It was good, man.
Where's their third?
He ran over here.
Yeah.
Do they have extra medkits?
I only have 2.
I have 2.
I only have 0, but.
I'll give you one. Just get in.
So I'm gonna drop in. Blue zone.
Nice.
You need?
Yeah.
I have 0 medkits.
Nice.
Okay.
I have 1 when I use this.
Gives me bats. I have 5 bats, 0 cell.
6 bats and big. Do you have 0 cells?
I
I have 14 cells.
have 6.
I have 8.
Andy?
Huh?
I have 6 cells.
Of course.
No, a bat.
Thank you, man. It's a good trade.
Yeah. I'm 4 bat, 8 cell. If you need any more bats, let me know. I also really need light ammo. I have 36.
What do you
I have
not
a
need,
light
Raptor?
already on me.
Batteries?
I have 0 light.
I would love, like, 60. That'd be cool. Thanks.
Wow, that's awesome.
Let's go. Crafting.
Crafting.
I'm running Oob.
2 I 4 Arxos.
One HP.
Kill dog.
Good.
Okay. Their team?
Your team?
They're getting boozled. But they're in Revenant. They're in Revenant form. Send one back. There's only one left. We can leave him maybe. He's right here.
Yeah, he's out, he's out, he's out. Their shit got broken.
Right now, they ran from really far. They came from over that hill.
Oh.
I didn't even see the Revenant totem pop.
Manda's muted but teabagging. I would love to see it.
Turbocharged Havoc. Andy. Come on.
They had playing Revenant.
You're not getting that banner.
I'm moving. I'm not moving a single fucking inch away from this box.
No, for our uncles, they're already moved enough.
There's heat shield, just so they know.
Oh,
straight up
crypto. Broke it.
Yeah, nice.
We're still Octane Revenant.
Alright, just be ready to shoot the fucking. Wait. What, dude? I still have my controller plugged in. That's maybe why I have a little bit of aim assist. Oh my god.
Crack that guy? Or 90? 80? Something like that?
Oh, accidentally. We're staying, right?
Yeah.
Look around for the thing.
The
Yeah,
thing
I'm
balloon,
here.
the thing balloon. Purple on the balloon.
41 one guy.
They're just gone.
41 again? Oh my god.
You're crazy.
Nice.
They're so stupid. Like, why would you even shoot at us if you want the banner? You know? Why not just wait for us to leave?
Right?
She's shooting at us like I'm not fucking moving. You're not getting the banner. Come.
We just gotta land on them.
Yeah, we're just gonna kill them all.
No one's eating me alive.
Oh, I'm excited too. Is that them?
I don't know who that is, but it's an Octane.
Dude, look at high ground though. Oh, never mind.
Oh shit.
There you go.
I thought it was below the
here.
building. Oh, inside the building. Crack the drop enemy.
I'm fucking rolling this guy. Completely.
Octane dead.
Me too.
Batting one gun through.
I think he ran to the backside.
Hey, he's just on roof. He's just on roof, Mandy.
Nye! Please, help!
I got you.
No way he tried so hard. He tried so hard to finish you. They're fighting on us, I think.
Good.
Yeah, they are on the
Thanks, I
dildo, on the dildo.
Yep. Mandy.
Cracked one.
See. Batting. I need one bat left. I gotta drop.
71 head shoot.
Head shoot.
Here. Oh,
I'm gonna make it. I'm getting cool. Oh yeah.
They're taking it. Look at them on the thing.
Not bad.
Oh, body shot,
flash.
headshot, body shot.
11 plus stuff. Where are bodies? I need to loot.
Everywhere.
I can't believe people automatically actually think this fucking gun is okay.
Which which gun?
Wingman.
Man.
I'm just spamming mindlessly across the fucking map, dude. And I'm just hitting body shot, headshots and shit.
Months. Get this notification off.
Thank you for 3 months.
I still can't believe Skittle gave me some juice without even me having to pay him a little bit. That's nuts.
What do you say?
Skittle gave me some juice. I didn't even have to pay him.
Oh yeah.
That was nice.
Come here, I got Valkyrie.
Yep.
I've been Valkyrie like crazy.
We're gonna fucking roll them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just gonna do smart.
Land on
By
them.
smart, I mean we're gonna land right up with them. Oh, they're moving. Let's go
they're
there.
That corner's
Let's
good
swoop
too.
them. Let's swoop them.
Wait, we should land on this guy. Land on this guy. Land on the left guy. Land on the left guy. Land on the left guy.
He's gonna run away by the time we're there. On me.
Still present, but
I
I'm
don't know
doing
how I hit that guy for 90.
Okay, 90. I got a bat.
Wraith is cocked.
Wait, so low.
Wraith is literally one. Dead.
Coming up.
I'm just going to res.
Where's the rest?
There's another team on 82. I don't know if that guy was shooting my bamboozle or if that was an 82.
batting.
Holy shit, dude.
There's a fresh right here. Fresh right here.
Oh, they just took it. Fucking rats, dude.
They low ulted it or?
Yeah, they did. They slow bolted it. She's right there. Look at her. Over there, smell like shit, dude. Was that a Kraber?
121. I'm not sure.
Sound like one.
We kill north first. I don't know if there's anybody.
What?
If there's anybody north.
That sounds like a Kraber, dude.
Probably. He got it back.
Yeah, it is. It
Yeah,
is.
it
It
is.
is a Kraber. It's the Bloodhound, I think, that has it.
I think we're good from this way.
They look like they want to push on us.
Ain't pushing shit.
60.
I want to push them. Right here.
Down.
Kraber's right here.
Kraber's over there.
I'm marking.
My ult.
Oh, he upped on me.
17 cash on the guy.
There's one over here with a scout.
Dude, this horizon might actually just kill me. I'm biting. Watch my left. Watch my left. Watch my left.
Right there.
I've cracked that guy.
I gotta go
slide
back.
down. I might be dead. Let's play this corner. I need you guys to look for me.
I'm mid king right now.
Oh, I just fucking slid.
Alright, I'm slowing down.
I only have one bot left.
Here.
I'm just dead.
Dropped it.
Fuck, man. Combating. Fucking cringe lords. Holy shit, man.
I just hate the Kraber, dude. So we can't even play the game. This guy's just got a scout.
Loba kill on me. They're pushing me hard. Dude, what are these guys doing? Fucking dog shit ass players.
It's just two rats, I guess, so able to do whatever they want.
Who the fuck are you fucking bots, man?
Dude.
Trash.
All I
can.
hear is 120 to 222. Damn. 3 HP.
What am I watching? There's two rats. They're fighting in the fucking edge of zone right now.
Oh, lucky man.
The motherfuckers on Twitter saying Wig was racist because he didn't like Swedish food. And I'm over here thinking, since when is Sweden a fucking race? Holy shit. Fuck me, I didn't get the memo. Holy shit. Sweden is a whole ass race in 2022. Not a country, a race. Holy shit, chat. It's crazy. We lost Raptor. Raptor?
Hey, I don't know what happened.
Come back.
You're leaving, man.
You left us.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm back.
Yeah, I mean, if your country has invented banana curry pizza, then it's safe to say your country sucks at cooking. It's really fucking bad at cooking. Like, you guys fucking suck. I'll say it upright. Sweden fucking sucks at food. It's fucking bad. No, there is no video. I was drinking and I was drunk and I still almost threw up. It was bad. Like, not even me being drunk could have made me tolerate that piece of shit. Yeah, thank you, Chicken Brave. That shit was bad, chat. It's not worth a lick. Was it sweet? It was disgusting. It's like a mush.
I wrote to them and they know the problem.
It was like a mush. Okay.
So if we don't get allowed to play last chance qualifier because their side is down, I don't know.
Can they fucking check us in and shit? Like, since they know about the problem?
Yeah,
It should be fine. I think they know their shit's broken.
Selfish. I'd rather fucking jump off a building in the game than eat any of this.
Dude, imagine how hard this game would be if every single character moved like 50% faster.
This game would be fucking sick. I'm down.
Like Overwatch. Like how fast you move around Overwatch, you know?
Overwatch
Don't you move
sucks.
slower in Overwatch?
What?
Don't you move slower in Overwatch? Because there's no sprinting?
Oh no, dude. You went hella fucking fast.
Oh, really?
Like also like think about like all the fucking all the abilities and everything.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Soldier could sprint.
Yeah.
One character. What is the sprinter dude?
You're late, Meg.
Oh, but new merger comes in fast. I want it so bad.
Where'd you order it from?
Amazon.
Should be a good few days then, right?
It says until Thursday, the 12th.
Okay.
But like,
It's a week.
it usually comes faster than that, than what it says.
I'll craft real quick.
Well, good night, Kuro. Thanks for watching, man. No, I don't remember those. Nice job, please. That's sick. Don't let your mom tell you what to do, you know. You're your own man. That was sad, Rip.
What's up?
I witnessed sadness of you whipping
I
butt
wasn't like really going for it.
half a centimeter.
How about this climb? Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Forgot where the fuck the second jump is.
You don't know it?
No, I know it. I just like it's the second fucking climb place. I give up. Kulik showed me the club the other day. I didn't know about it until then.
Really?
Yeah.
I knew about that climb a long time ago. I couldn't play comp. Okay,
Played comp on KC, I just didn't know about that shit.
no, I'm just saying I knew it from back then.
Oh, gotcha.
It's just that you never really got to use it in game because unless the end zone was kind of
Yeah, and unless there's nobody up there, you can't like climb. Nobody's gonna let you climb that shit.
yeah, even if someone is there and let's say you can climb, but like the half of the other servers gonna look at you. Whoa. Flatline. How much
Oh,
heavy
if
ammo
you
do you
wanna-
have?
180.
Give me all of
Well,
it. I've dropped a line mag. Gold
go light mag.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shot in the fight. Holy shit, they're aggressive. Did you find the gold line mag?
Yeah, I got it. Insane.
Did I just get Kraber? What just happened to me?
I'm not sure.
Mind that you are muted.
160 on this guy.
Yeah, that's but like
Holy shit,
I'm dead.
dude.
This
Wait,
card
what?
gatekeeper
Oh.
guy just, I don't know. He shot me from an angle I couldn't see.
80 on him. 180. I mean 80 plus
14.
80, 160.
Here.
Knocked him.
Here, here.
I got a bat. You gotta cover me.
Mild.
Padding on you.
Penny, 100, 120, 60, 180.
1 HP on your right, 1 HP on your right.
45 purple on the raid. Dead.
You can't shoot through picket fences, apparently.
I'm swapping this armor. It's already swapped. Where's the last guy?
Sometimes I wonder how I'm even a pro player, dude. I swear I wonder that sometimes.
Wait, what happened?
There's no way. Dude, I start beaming from 180s, 140s. I don't miss a single shot, and I start shooting through a fence, but I can't shoot through it. And they start like.
Your comms there were terrible. Absolutely fucking terrible.
180,
180, 120, 130, 40. Like I don't know what's going on. I'm just shooting.
I couldn't see who I was shooting at. I had a one-time scope on my 301.
All I know is the Horizon was shooting me when I couldn't even see her. So.
You don't need 400 light.
Abort.
I just got hit, dude.
Yeah,
Okay, I just got shit for stealing your light, dude.
Well, I'm glad you grabbed it because I need some. I didn't get to loot my box, but I have
got
I have
300.
good guns. Yeah,
Got my
I think it
own.
was 120.
You guys want to
Can you
rip
get back to
the
him? Okay, I'm getting here.
Oh, come here.
Yeah, drop me ammo. Drop
Hold on
me.
one second. I'm going up.
Is that the cheater guy, the Zulk guy?
I'll take
All-Star?
Stop.
I mean, not. Caustic ult it? That was the worst Caustic ult of all time.
Just go up here. Oh, he's on me.
Oh, yeah, here, bubbling on us. Here, inside.
65 on caustic.
There's a guy over here. 110. What is this guy?
Caustic charged inside.
Yeah, there's a guy right here.
100. Yeah. What? I have no idea. It's the caustic class, right? Nice.
Nice.
What the fuck are we fighting?
That was an NPC. That was not a real player. That was a bot they added to the game.
There's a few of those on that team. I'm not entirely sure what just happened either.
I'm not sure what the fuck just happened this fight. I'm barely yes.
That was karma for Mandy stealing my ammo and then giving it back, and now we're good. All balance is restored in the world.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I'm gonna take your ammo, and then I gotta start. As soon as I picked up any light from your body, I got shot at.
They're flying up. Oh, that's our cool.
It's crazy.
They were fighting
That's
here.
actually so funny.
Holy shit, that scared me. There's a blue.
Well, okay.
I can't hit this guy. I help.
There's still a vault here. I mean, shot him
Oh
back.
yeah, I never lead in my box. I forgot.
Holy, dude. Okay, no, dude, best me.
We're getting shit on.
Oh, we're
That guy's fucking nuts.
What about that raid? Is he still up here?
Yeah. So this
Yeah,
whole team is on my ass. I need a bat. I need a bat here.
Dude,
Look at me.
Grandpa, you're a get hurted. You're a get
What?
gonings, dude. You're a good dyings.
I'm good, dying, so I'm good. I just hope that.
You're a good dead.
Holy
That's
shit, I'm
German,
shitting on
buddy.
his raid.
Did you know that?
1 HP raid.
Wait, what?
If you put GE in front of any word, it's German.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Man, no one cares. Can't kill this guy.
GE in front of it, dude.
Like you're dead? Like,
Yeah, get dead. Dude, you're a good dead.
yeah.
Okay, dude. I love you, the
Yeah, I'm
little
get-
chat you guys are having, but
I'm get pushing. Dude, see?
This guy is good dead. Good cracked. Good cracked.
flushed him.
He's get cracking.
He's good cracked.
He
Yep.
get portaled.
Yep, he get do a portal. It's,
Yeah. Get taken.
Good forest. He's in the good forest. He's dead.
There's no one get here. Oh, he's here.
In there.
He's get running, dude. Fuck.
Oh, in front of me! Holy shit, he was right in the bubble.
I'm get bobbling.
I'm batting, I'm
Bro, what is
batting.
going on?
Get 59
Get bubble on with you.
Oh no, dude.
Did this get dead? I'm dead to zone.
We're not.
Oh my god, you can
Horizon
save him. You're getting harassed, no this.
I'm good dead.
No, we're fine, we're fine.
Holy shit. Grab made it better. Wait, he's resing, self-resing. He's self-resing in this pile,
Yeah, look at this. Look at this little motherfucker, dude.
Come here.
No, it's fine. Grab my banner, get out. It's better.
No. Yes. You have your ultimate? Oh my god, you're good flying!
Ah!
He's get stuck!
Ah, why does it even let me ball cult if I'm gonna get stuck? Look at these fucking weirdos, diff and zipping.
Oh my god, dude.
Oh, fuck, that was actually so funny.
Oh my
What is it?
god, so good bad, dude.
What does it
So
let me
weird.
rip it?
I love how man he sees the demo in front of you and he starts yelling no, and then you turn around and he starts
like,
saying
no.
and then you turn around and he's like yes. Holy fuck.
Why does it let me rip a Valkult if I'm gonna get stuck? Like that doesn't that's not how it's supposed to work.
I don't know, dude. It's only on Kings Canyon too, by the way. That shit doesn't happen on any other map.
Nice. Oh. Ba, ba, da, 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 da. I know, Kai, and they knew it was us, the fucking gremlins did. You guys are not funny. You're not funny. If it happened to you guys be Mulder. he has to be fucking mobbed. You'll be saying, "Oh my god, bad game, dog shit game, terrible game, this and that." Like, you guys be mauling. Go report it right now. Go speak to Dev. Go speak to Dev. 15 clips of the same thing. Yeah, this motherfucker's only clip when shit like that happens. Fuck you guys. Kringe. Get smart.
Put it here, do not land.
Wait, give me a jump. Alright, well, here we go again.
Swamps.
Looking at me.
Ja, jeg har set dig. Hej, Michael! What's up?
Nothing.
Talking to my nose.
Yep.
We're free things.
Nice. Is this free?
I'm not sure, I think so.
Okay, never mind.
Oh, hey, Mandy, welcome to my house.
Oh, hey, is it your crib?
This is my crib, bro. You can have it.
Oh my god, nice. Thank you, dude.
Dude, yeah, probably.
Oh my god. I got a fucking Jarritos.
Oh, those things are good. Which kind? Tangerine?
Grape.
Oh, grape.
Yeah. Is it good?
I don't know. I've never had the grape one.
Damn. No grape? Do you think I can open it with my ring on my finger?
Wait.
You married?
Yeah, probably.
You know?
Didn't know you were married.
Oh, dude. Oh my fucking god, that hurts, dude.
Oh, we're on the
Oh,
fucking.
I did. Oh my god.
We're on like the Russian servers or some shit. I'm on 200 ping.
I'm on 60. Jarritos.
Oh, it's grapefruit. I have. Not grape. Wait, that's the no. Wait, what?
It's the same thing.
Yeah, like hello?
Yeah, dude,
Oh, I have
someone
grapefruit,
said I was
not
an idiot for
grape.
saying grape.
What? It's a
Doesn't
grapefruit.
make sense.
Wait,
Oh,
what?
No, it
great,
isn't.
grapefruit. Oh, grapefruit like.
What the fuck's a grapefruit?
Oh, wait.
Wait,
grapefruit
you
is
got
actually
me
a different
fucked
person
up
than grape.
now.
Yeah,
Okay,
you got me fucked up
grapefruit
too.
and
Grapefruit
grape
is different.
is
Yeah.
different. But
Yeah.
if you say grapefruit, then that could be a grape. But if you say grapefruit, then it's a grapefruit.
Yeah.
Oh, it's blood orange. That one.
Whoa, what?
That is not grapefruit. Blood orange is not grapefruit. It's a blood orange.
What the fuck? What's a dude? What?
You've never had a
You can go from
grapefruit?
Grapefruit to blood orange.
Man, the
thought
blood
it was the
orange
same.
is an orange. Just
Yeah,
red.
but like they look. Yeah, but the
No.
grapefruit is red.
No, it's not. Grapefruit is like orangish.
Wait, I'm confused. Grapefruit is red.
It's not always red. There's many different kinds of grapefruits. There's also a fucking pink grapefruit. Doesn't mean it's pink always.
It's true. I don't know. It's going good.
This is a grape. This is a grape.
Grapefruit is a lot bigger than a blood orange. About triple its size. Okay? And it's bitter. It's not sweet or whatever.
Dude.
Okay, grape, an actual like grape, like that you make wine from, is different than grapefruit. Okay.
I know. I'm looking at pictures right now.
Grapefruits are actually
I'm better
massive.
with pictures, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, grapefruits are big.
There's a blue armor in there.
She's
Where?
better with pictures.
In the building next to you.
I'm better with pictures, dude.
Grapefruits are
true.
pretty big, man, and they're bitter. They're like
Yeah, grapefruits are
bitter,
massive, I know.
bitter, and
Shut the
kinda
fuck
like-
up.
They're not
Grapefruits
sweet.
with some sugar.
Sour, dude.
Yeah, they're
they're a
sour.
little bit sour and a little bit bitter. But they're not sweet like orange, you know. Like orange is like sour and sweet.
Okay, I don't care. I have grapefruit.
Grapefruit juice tastes like
How's your food?
What? Yo, Melvin, thank you
I
for
don't
16
know,
months.
I'm
Welcome
looking.
back. What do you think, man?
But
But what do you mean
Big boxes.
newspaper? I don't mind grapefruit juice. I mean, in cocktails, grapefruit juice is really good. I'm just saying.
and very spicy salsa.
Love spicy.
And then salad. Dude, who eats that, dude?
Put
Salad.
that rabbit shit away.
Oh my god, dude. What do I look like, a fucking cow or what? Fuck, dude. Nah, I can't eat it. There's grapefruit in it. No, not grape. Fuck. There's the other one in it.
Olives?
There's,
Salad?
bell peppers.
Pepperoncinos? Oh.
Nah, I'm allergic to bell peppers. so I can't eat it.
My teammate's so cooked. Holy shit. He can't finish one sentence.
Shut up. Ooh, juice. Oh, it's soft shell tacos with lime juice, dude.
Fruit what? Cock
Maybe
juice?
I love
What is
you
that? I've
one
never
day.
had that.
Maybe we'll someday grow. Do you guys listen to Eminem?
Used to,
who is that?
Yeah, sometimes.
What's your favorite Eminem song?
Stan.
Mockingbird.
That's a good one. Mockingbird.
Yeah,
You don't really
know.
look like a Mockingbird type of dude.
Yeah.
Well, to be
What
honest,
do I look like? What kind of dude do I look like?
my favorite Eminem song is Infinite. It's his first album. His first
Don't know
hit
much
from
Eminem,
his
if I'm
first
being honest.
album.
I
Because
don't
it
know
just
that.
Infinite like was his first album, and that was his first like big song, Infinite. But I also really like Stan because it's fucking good.
Guys, what are we doing?
I don't know.
I'm ready to
smelling
leave,
my
but
food right now. It smells
guys
fucking good, dude.
You guys are looting, man. I'm popping these bottles. I'm infinite. Where is an enemy?
Stan is good. Stan's a good song. Yo, fly with the Reptar. What are you doing?
I'm looking. I'm trying to fly more towards the circle so I scan some people. What do you want from me?
I'm going with Reptar.
Yeah.
Superman
Rector
is my
literally
favorite one.
next to me.
Or I think Superman, or hi, my name is. That's a fucking good one too. Oh my god, that's a gem actually.
I don't know. Eminem has got a lot of good songs. Where's the fucking enemies
Or-
there?
Or Real Slim Shady, that's a fucking good one too.
Here, up here, up here.
Mental problem. He almost said the song name so close. Yeah, he almost had it.
What?
Wait, I just bamboozled someone 300 meters behind us.
You guys want to develop it?
Yeah.
Hey.
I gotta close my thing again. Sounds so bad.
Where they go, these guys? They were here. Oh. Shit, man. Someone died here.
Maybe I can change my weapon then.
There, two people control leading.
107 on one guy, 21.
31 on Mark.
You guys got a wingman.
19 flesh.
So one shot. Someone's here.
I think over there.
9 on that Gibby. Holy shit, I'm beaming. One guy up here. Okay, my health disappeared. Oh no, from Ronald. So many teams here.
Right inside.
What do you see on left?
Dude!
I tried to get an armor swap, it was empty, dude.
What are we doing, man? I just sent it in between like 4 teams. Holy shit.
So confused. Yeah, I just want to
Unfortunately.
see it. It's all good.
I should have followed the dumbass.
Haha, now I can eat.
He's throwing so he can eat. I fucking knew it. Oh man. My guy threw just so he could eat. How could this happen to me? I made my mistake. Can't wait for my new monitor, chat.
Be back in a sec.
This song again. We're replaying this song because it's a banger. What's the new monitor? I bought a bank you. I ordered a bank you. .5 inches. A custom keyboard is 60%.
Oh, talk with Mindy.
Dude. Good. Winning out 5.
Nice.
What a banger of a song, dude. Booster did nothing for me, Zolfish. Like, that shit didn't do.
Wait, why does that Mirage Clan have a completely different skin than the ERP? That one's got like the white Voidwalker on.
I don't know, mine's a recolor.
There's a faulty me.
Alright.
Where'd they go? Oh, they went over there.
It did?
Yeah.
That might go to the joke.
I'm in Eva, but purple bullet at least.
I have an alternator and a prowler, so.
Oh my god.
Your armors are good at least. Mine's not.
Yeah, I got a PK now.
Here. Oh my god, I can 1v3.
Right here.
Fully stacked. Fully stacked everything.
They're running to the.
He's coming at you.
45.
Oh my god.
They're both at 45.
Mark one.
He's literally one, literally one.
All good.
He's hitting?
He's hitting? What I called it.
Back on your roof.
Wait, I can't
He's
unlock
hit
it.
for 60. Please. He's here, he's here.
I'm just gonna go res. I'm resing in the open.
Do it.
Oh, you got bubbles abroad.
You fucking fat bitch, dude. You stole my entire fucking kill right there.
What do you mean? I did everything.
No, I would have gotten a KP.
You can have 2 bats though.
Hang on, I'll take it back.
Yeah.
If you were mine, you would not get the same. If you were mine, you would top everything. Hmm.
Four bats on these dude. But motherfuckers were looting. How? How do you even find this many bats?
Wait, he still has 4 bats on him. Jesus. There's still 2 here.
Well, I didn't pick up any because some gold on. I'll pick them up if
I'll be a purple diva if you want it.
I'll take
Or
the
the
ball.
purple bullet rather. Yeah.
That was good. Oh my god, I just did that. Holy shit, this zone. We got a little bit of a jog ahead of us.
Yeah, just a little one.
What is that guy flying above us? He's alone. Ba-da-da-da-da.
Guy's just running.
Probably.
Can run on.
Where is he?
Still right in front of me. I hear him. Okay.
I'm coming.
We're doing white.
Holy shit. Where is he planning to go?
Probably gonna go on the wall to my south. What is his get out? Escape card. He's on the zip line. He's going to the res beacon.
Holy fucking shit, man. Guy's running for it.
I wonder if he's got Valcolt. Wait, there's people crafting here.
What? With his
Yeah,
team?
he's running around. I don't think so.
Crypto drone. These guys are fucking farming, aren't they? Yeah, they look like it. 45 blue and octane. They're zipping away.
The Rev
They have
team.
Revenant.
This is the Rev Crypto team.
The homies.
He's got a drone up in the air. Almost broke it. He's running to the balloon. Holy shit, man.
Dude, everyone's just running.
No way, bro.
You flying? Look at them.
How far are you gonna go playing Revenant?
There. It's fine. We hit this and then this. Right.
Flying there. People are just running away from us. On me? In front of me?
I think it's them.
It is. Where'd they go?
They're like in this compound, I think, aren't they?
Yeah, right here. On the roof. Crypto 90, they've revolted.
That was above.
Above us, revolted on me.
Ruined it.
Let's go
Can you
Crypto.
help? 1 HP octane, 120 on octane. They just finished me, both of them.
Batting. Oh, I'm dead through a wall. What? Nice, 1v1.
You ruined in the worst possible time.
I have shield, Medi.
These guys are...
There's a new team from south. He's running here, the Octane. Hate this team's resistance. They're hard pushing your robe. 2 of them. Seem to give you all. Visible? Getting out, Mindy.
What?
Said I'm getting out.
Alright.
I'm dead. Edge. Good luck.
Gededdings?
I'm good dead.
Fuck, dude.
Dude, they're literally running crypto revenant fucking bullshit, and they're using turbo devos.
And they're losing.
They're losing every time. You might be good dead, I can't lie.
Nah, I never get irons.
Because Gibby in the east.
Oh, you little fucking rats, dude. Look at them.
Such a pussy.
And they're all 3 standing still looting my box, dude.
Me
the homies. Let's add more wall hack to the game and more things to find out where people are on the map all the time.
Dude, yeah, right? Like, what is that shit?
Oh, champ.
Very pog
That's my
shit.
favorite. That is my favorite. It's
It's
okay
my
though.
favorite pastime, getting wall hacked in Apex.
Oh my god.
Holiday. Da, 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 da. Die tomorrow be a holiday. Die tomorrow. Mm. Die tomorrow be a holiday. Ba-da-ba-da-na-na-na-na-na. Oh, my fucking neck, bro. What is wrong with my neck? No way he picked crypto, chat. The holiday. Na, 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 na. We'll die tomorrow.
Ahoy!
Still here?
Ahoy! I'm down for whatever.
I'm down for whatever.
Oh, I was about to jump us caustic if you guys both said something, but neither of you said anything, so.
Oh.
No, you're fine. Now we're just gonna go capacitor.
Alright.
Did you get any sizes, Smitty? Like rice and beans or anything?
Coming in here.
Oh, there's two teams here.
I got 3 men landed on.
It's not good.
Well, it's not very good now.
How you not dead yet? I'm getting fucked 3 times in all holes.
All of them? Holy shit.
Just, yeah, there was 3 people. Yeah, I got the 3-hole treatment too. It's Zippeth in them.
Sibus needs his fucking boyfriend to please kill me, dude.
This is so cringe. You guys are so fucking bad. What are you guys running? Caustic and Gibby, man. Oh my god, these two do not know how to have fun in this fucking game at all.
Ooh, hi Misa.
Ba-da-na-na-na-na. What's up, Krichiska? Yeah. Yeah. They're good, Cafe. We need them. Ranked as it is fucking piece of shit now we're playing, but it might be worth playing next season. You know what's crazy about Newcastle? His ult is ridiculous. Because you can use the ult as an ultimate ability, like as a movement ability. What's up, Kaizen? Because you leap forward so far.
Dude, his ult is crazy.
Yeah, you leap forward like a maniac. It's like a fucking from World of Warcraft, a warrior fucking leap.
His ult is crazy. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's a massive wall. I mean, I don't know how much health it has, but like,
Dude, it doesn't matter if you put that thing down in end game. Like you just have half the map for yourself.
yeah, if no one's shooting at you, you should be good. And then you also leap forward like a maniac. You could jump over things, like over like fucking gaps and shit. 600 HP. That's a lot of HP, dude. That's like a fucking purple knockdown, isn't it?
That's 150 less. Yeah.
Yeah.
Double knock is 750, I think. I'm going in the back door.
I mean, his whole kit is shields. I feel like he's broken.
Nice.
Alright, fight.
I didn't get a gun.
Same. I'm fucking juiced.
I'm good now.
Kill me. Pushing me. Walking crack. Crack valve. Valve low.
Fucking.
Here they come.
Got a third party? I got golden. Oh my god! I'm used!
I'm
my
popping
gun
strangers.
Here, yeah, give me here. There's blue armor down here also. Here,
Oh.
take this and pop a syringe.
Okay.
Dodge. I'm good dead.
I won't allow it.
188, oh, 88 on one guy.
Mark 87.
88 on one guy.
Go on, fuck.
88 on one guy.
It's fucked, man. All you, Amanda. Last guy's really far. He's healing here. He's here.
They told me.
He's dying to acid. What?
I'm going.
You can play my shield if you. Oh my god.
Yeah.
What?
Hey,
Yeah.
go on.
Yeah, whatever language that was.
Shit,
Fucking love that. Was the fucking puffer dying to acid, dude? What was he doing?
Yeah, he was.
My fuck said brapa brapa.
Fucking smoked that guy. That guy is. You can't do that on controller, reptard. Shit on pussy.
Dude. Right. I was just good dead. I couldn't play the game.
fucking get the earnings, dude.
Yep.
If you were playing mouse and keyboard, you would have deaded.
Yeah, you're right. I'm switching. Alright. Controller is fucking gone. I'm playing MK.
From now on, the rest of your life?
Sure. Probably not.
Yeah, sure,
but-
fuck it, dude.
Sure, fuck it, dude. Whatever.
Fuck it. Why not?
Yeah,
You
so
say
that
so.
shit's broke.
Can you open the secret room? I wanna go.
No, I'm not fucking caustic.
No, dude. Why are we even landing here then?
To kill people?
I don't know.
Damn.
People map him here and kill him. I have my Valkut in 5.
Me have no English, dude. I don't know what you're saying, my bro.
I think he means something like
You
he doesn't-
can't say that and then start speaking in English right after.
Of course, I can speak about how I understand it.
Can you just come hit Valkut with me or?
Yeah.
I'm bleeding, say.
This fucking control player is doing forever, man.
I'm fucking MK, bro. Leave me alone.
You need to fucking figure it out.
After PK and I got.
Harritos.
Got nothing. Somebody hit this like 10 seconds ago.
They're fighting over there. Well, they were fighting just a second ago. Oh.
Right there.
Cancel it.
I get an assist for fucking throwing my drone out. That's kind of funny. I'm just gonna start literally playing crypto and not getting kills.
That character's so stupid, man.
No, you using
New team.
Don't worry about that.
Batting. I'm probably dead. I need help.
You need to help.
Eric grappled on.
I'm gonna send my Q on you.
Shiro.
Dude, if I was on controller, I'd kill that guy, but I'm on MK.
I'm surrounded. Dude, what the fuck am I playing again? Is the Pathfinder cheating? This guy's zipping on you. Guy and me trying to finish me. His mom fat. Right here running at you.
Bro, I can't hear him! Why is he fucking... He's all the way up my fucking dick, dude. He has my dick in his ass. And I cannot hear him. There's no one audio cue. What?
Vulgar.
Get off this character, dude. I'm gonna play Bloodhound.
What is that? Dude, I'd rather hear the fucking entire earth around me explode from my Gibby ult than a fucking fat bitch walking into my bubble, dude.
Shit,
I forgot.
shaming.
My bad.
He's fat shaming. He's fat shaming, chat. You guys hear that?
Crazy. Fucking Houdini, dude, just porting around and shit.
What's up, Rayflows? What's up, Jay? To be honest, audio in this game is pretty fucking bad. Can we all agree? All in favor?
Sometimes, yeah.
Not always, but like, I want to say like 40% of the time it's really bad.
They should just change the audio on Mirage's footsteps on his fucking drone things or whatever, his fucking small characters that are walking out, and then put them into normal footsteps. I think it would be fine.
But I can't take
someone
you seriously if you fucking mess up half of your fucking sentences.
No, listen here, dude. Listen here. Mirage's clones have the best footsteps in this game.
No, Bangalore.
No, Mirage clones are way better. I can straight up pinpoint. I can stand in crash site and a Mirage clone is walking the salvage and I can pinpoint at what fucking place he's standing.
Okay, that's fair.
That's how crazy they are.
You can just tell if there's even a Mirage on the map at all.
It's insane. Yeah. Why is there a Mirage in salvage third party guys in gauntlets? You know? That's the
while you're in crash site looting?
Yeah, I'm sure I'm looting. I'm 7 hours deep looting.
The funniest part is that audio rework is never gonna happen because it's so deeply rooted into the fucking engine that it can't fix.
Yeah, dude, they would explode the game. It would be a whole new game we're playing.
They'd fix audio and the game wouldn't work anymore.
It would be a different game. Every gun does different kind of amount of damage and everything, dude.
P20 is the best gun in the game. Fucking wingman's the worst.
Yeah. Feels good, man.
I'm down for that world.
I think P20 meta would even be worse.
Yeah, the P20
meta. Everyone just running P20s and they just one-shot you.
It's whoever fucking clicks faster, bro.
Dude, I'm winning that game.
Oh yeah? It'll go for must like you, man.
Don't got one, unfortunately, but you know.
Man friend, dude.
You're a man friend as well, dude, yeah.
He loves it.
God, I'm cool for that. Holy shit.
Where's that team? Didn't they land with us?
Yeah, they land no name. Right here.
Already.
Below me. He's about to blow me. White armor
Scanning
Valkyrie. White armor Path.
Path cracked.
Cracked the
Path
Valkyrie.
is hit. 24 flush. Path is challenging on 1 HP.
This guy's the best player in the universe.
Send your bubble.
Path dead.
What? He's one night flash! Oh my god!
Balloon, balloon, balloon.
He's running. He stopped the heal. Yeah.
He's
He's
landed on me.
Straight up landed on you.
Kill the Hawk.
Nice reptile. Oh, he's back on the sticks. I can see that.
That was MK.
Third one.
Yes, it was.
We're getting turret. You gotta get him up fast. They're decently far now.
You think I was gonna shoot that Octane off the pad and then kill that guy on fucking sticks?
Here.
I'll scan in 1 second.
It's only 2. What?
God.
Me too.
Like, I picked up everything.
Their 30's on the hill.
Oh, their 30's all the way in the back. The Reach is one of them.
What the fuck is
Hey, I'm
happening?
getting
I'm batting.
I'm here with you. I'm here with you.
I'm batting. I'm batting.
Shelled him. 90.
Cracked him. 1 HP. Dead. Two dead.
Okay. Legendary video gamer. Oh my god.
Dude, every time I hear Randy go with the P20, he goes down. Look at P20 meta, baby.
Didn't get to use this gun a lot, so.
Do you have a medkit?
I do.
Oh yeah, I have fucking 2 of them. Why am I asking?
Good
Sorry,
question.
MK brand.
Am I doing it right? I think I was. Oh, people here.
On you.
Yeah. Come on.
We're running. I'm
Don't be
scared.
scared. Don't be scared.
He's so scared. His teammates are behind him.
Coming. 18, 40.
They're caustic.
I want to push up so fucking bad.
Blood on hit 40 blue. Caustic hit 40 blue. God, I need a better light mag.
Nice. Good.
Kill Doc.
Almost shot blood on.
9, 18.
Caustic dead.
Wow, hit for 50.
Another team on the
fine.
bridge north.
Canning. No. 1 HP.
80. There's no
turning
way.
that page real quick.
Oh my god. I got stuck on that thing.
Hey, Horizon ulted blue door.
Horizon blue armor 100. Almost killed her.
One shot on this guy. This guy here. Oh, come on. He's literally one now. What?
Literally.
You're ruining it. Look at my lips. You're ruining it.
There you go.
Is that the Horizon you kill or? Oh, Raid.
No. Right.
So where did the Horizon go?
I have no idea. Oh, you're on right.
Maybe in here?
Nah.
I hate it.
I don't have tracks. Dude, there's a down over there south, by the way. I just scanned it. They were south. Here's the Bloodhound, the first guy we killed.
Here. You're gonna res him. No, that's a different team. Pathfinder blue. You think he's got a... Is that a Kraber? Is that a Kraber? Or is that a Thunder? A lot on you.
No, they just
Gold armor here.
Oh, 140, 140.
Crack the fucking horizon. She's fucking low.
26.
Holy shit, his mom pad.
Did you push that?
I'm healing. I'm full healing.
Got the full on the other guy. I'm mid-getting real quick. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm on roof. They might send me though.
Oh.
That's Kraber.
It is?
Yeah. Pathfinder. Crack that. Horizon coming up on you.
I'm taking it. No, suck me out.
What I would do for a...
Big Damascus.
What I would do for a better fucking line mag. Holy shit.
I got the Kraber. Rack to bridges.
Fuck one, dude.
Rack to bridges. Rack to bridges. Oh my god.
Thank you. Holy shit.
Dude, having glasses on when you're not used to it, dude. Whoa.
I wear glasses all day, every day. Because I'm blind.
Yeah.
You guys have bat type 0.
I got some.
Let me check my inventory real quick. Let me see if I have some. I got 8.
I got 4.
Nice.
Let's play.
Thanks. I'm dead.
I had 11 before the fight started.
Jesus, the team behind us, Straight here. Oh, boom. Or do we just land on one building? Just land on that building.
Yeah.
I think there's one here.
Oh, what? I flew over.
Still on our car.
He stuck me.
Kick.
I killed him with his own stick.
I'm fucking floating.
Knocked the raid.
She's peeking in our corner. She's cracked.
We kicked that shit and I started reloading in front of her.
So reloading your Kraber?
I don't know. No, I had to reload my R9.
Can you see every 6 months?
Shut the fuck up.
JMCN0118 just resubscribed for 6 months.
I just sent those guys to Flavor Town. Oh my god, when I press tab it's like epilepsy. Chat, don't look if you have epilepsy.
I think it's too late, dude. I think it's already too late if you already showed it once, dude.
True. Well, no, I mean, it doesn't mean it triggers instantly, you know?
Holy shit, dude. Photosensitive epilepsy, yeah, dude. It's crazy.
Shut the fuck
Thank
up.
you for 6 months, welcome back.
Gillarella just resubscribed for 6
Can I have one of
months.
your, can I have your helmet
Forgot
there?
to
I guess
subscribe.
actually you need
James
fucking,
as well.
never mind. Valcott's more important than scans at this point.
Yeah, I mean, scans are important, but Valcott is like so fucking important. You just, it's hard.
How are
to
we gonna
figure
get
it out.
around for it? I got Valor.
That's true.
Like when people gatekeep you, like this ability is so busted.
Yeah, when you want a 3-man land on someone, that ability is so fucking busted.
Oh, on me.
Hal il flume bianco.
Okay.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
I'm good, don't worry about it.
Okay,
This guy's
never mind.
fucking ass at the game.
That's so coming.
I'll be there in a sec. Oh shit. Give me a sec, I'm getting fuel.
I did drop.
How's it not a hit?
Dropping on you.
That's just one.
Dude, I was shitting on them.
How did I not hit that guy? I had my Kraber inside him. These fucking controller Andes again, dude. Standing fucking completely still, dude, for 7 minutes looting.
Those guys are terrible. How do we lose to that?
Oh, that's the thing, dude.
Mama, vacacious. I kind of want that Logitech Herman Miller that we had landed. That shit was good. Just saying.
Do it. You're a
Our
millionaire.
millers are
I
nicey.
can't afford it.
Use code Sweet Dreams.
I can't afford it, but that'd be good. When this chairs breaks down, I'm gonna buy that one.
Or you're literally a cajillionaire. Why don't you just buy it?
I can't, but I can't afford it right now.
All right, Chad. Who's got him?
Once this break chairs, I'm gonna buy it.
Oh, damn, no.
Manda should buy me one. He's like a millionaire.
No.
You make like 400,000 monthly of Twitch alone.
No. That's 2 years ago. I make more now.
Oh shit. 800.
9 million. A day.
Shit. An hour?
Yeah. You cannot speak. You're the richest one of all of us.
Me?
Yeah.
You make way more money than me.
No.
Yeah, you do.
No.
You're a 6K Andy. You make more money
I'm
than I
not-
do
I'm
just
not
on
a
ads.
I'm not a 6K Andy.
Okay, 4K Andy.
No.
You make more money than me. Point redacted. I do not make more money than you. I'm just better at saving money
No.
because your government takes 60% of everything you make.
Yeah. What am I supposed to do?
But that doesn't mean I have more money than you.
It does.
Damn bullshit, dude.
All I know is you both have more money than me, so.
No.
We
I'm
can
sorry,
both-
I've seen your bank account. This is disgusting.
We can
Huh?
both
Yep.
agree Taishin fucking has no money management skills at all. Can we agree on that?
Oh yeah, Tajin fucking.
Hey, this guy's got a mastiff. Why is he on me?
Let's go kill him.
I'm coming over.
Okay.
Bubbling.
He's skewing.
Oh, you fell down.
I knocked one.
138.
Wait, did his thing miss?
Yeah, this.
It's so funny, dude. Dude, stop devoing me, please. Right there, he's by himself.
Let me 1-on-1 him.
Okay, you got that. I hit a
Let me
22.
I'm coming. Come on.
Counter assault. That's not fair.
you're
That's not fair.
lucky.
He's so low. I hit him 27, man.
Haha.
You're supposed to let him 1v1.
Yeah, but 999. I don't think that makes a huge change. The guy used an armor swap, so it's not fair.
That's fair. I literally hit him for
I'm
22.
fucking inside his box. I'm looking straight into his soul right now.
I think there's another team from south. Careful.
Dude, how am I so far down in the box?
That's what she said.
Oh my god.
The team landed south, like by swamps. So.
Yeah. I didn't lie to him. They're also fighting up in the fucking capacitor.
Oh shit, dude. Oh, it's cake on the mouth.
Wait, what?
It was cake.
It's probably just solo queuing because I don't know who this Lobo is, but it's Yo-Cho7.
Yocho 7. Oh, isn't that
Killing it.
motherfucker that stream sniped the shit out of us, man? The Yocho 7?
I don't know.
It's the fucking guy that you had him in your game. And then, boom, all of a sudden you're against him next game.
I don't remember.
It was a boot camp.
Yeah, that's too far ago. I don't remember that.
Yeah, I know. It's
It
3
should have
days.
been the last 3 hours. Then
If it's more than 3 days, it's just memory deleted. Cannot store.
Yeah. The worst part is I remember the code for the door into C9's room. I still remember that, and I don't know why. It annoys me so much, dude.
Just forget it.
You'll never forget it now.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Hopping off the saw on the wall.
There's so many people here.
Inshallah.
Do you have any thermite switches?
I got extras only. There's a team coming from the tunnel.
On the box on the left.
Team up top. There's so many people here. Which is why I'm getting involved. Crack the blood
I'm
on.
getting involved too.
Secured.
Another guy charge rifling.
Crack.
Wait.
1 HP blood on.
Need this armor.
Knocked the lob out there.
They're coming through.
Crack.
No.
I think I'm purple armor as well. That was cool.
Dude, I can't. Motherfucker is literally slimy. He's made out of slime. He's fucking wiggling around me like a little fucking slimy snake, little bitch.
Slimy,
nice.
little sneaky.
Guys, fucking. Oh my god, I hate control players. Yeah, I said it. I hate you too, Raptor. Fuck you.
Dude,
I think you're funny.
only part time, right?
I think. No, I love you full time, Reptar.
No, whenever you touch a mouse and keyboard, my love for you comes back instantly.
I'm glad that's all it takes. Dude, I remember the first time that I was controller and I killed Mandy, and he was so sad.
Yeah, he was. I remember that. Just when
Sweet.
Jim W kills me now, I'm like, man, fuck this traitor ass piece of shit. Same with Frex.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck him, dude. Smell like shit.
Legitimately.
Should I might right now, honestly.
What did you say to me?
That shit I might right now, honestly. I fucking rolled out of bed on my goddamn PC.
But you guys can grind so much more because you're leaning back and playing with your controller.
That's pretty true. Dude, you can actually play such longer hours.
When I'm on mouse and key, bro, I'm leaned in, I'm locked in, and after 2 games, I'm sleeping. Where's
Well, the thing
sun?
is, if you're not full locked in on PC or on MK, you're like just gonna fucking get shit on.
True.
Like
And
on
you have to be
controller, I
full
just
lock.
got aim assist.
That's conditional love. Yeah, it is conditional love. Controller,
Let's
hate.
do it,
Mouse and
it's
keyboard,
fun.
love.
Good team too.
Dude, there's a motherfuckers up the sky. I'm ready to fuck.
Shut the fuck up.
I have an all-star with 40 bullets.
Coop, 5 gifted, man. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Knocked.
Not dead. Okay, I was gonna say.
Skin 5 people.
This guy got shit on.
Better two.
Wait, there's a horizon. Jumped out window. Crack
Crypto,
both on your
push.
right.
I'm in charge rifle.
Behind, on me.
Sorry, I'm stealing. Whose Valkyrie is that?
I'm about to scan in one after my saw. Other another team?
Cracked him.
Inside.
Let's get two.
Right here, right?
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm in a caustic trap and I hate it.
He was here just
I
a
love
second
you,
ago.
man.
Yeah, right here. 2 guys. Holy shit, I'm batting. They're in the water next to me.
In the clear.
Okay.
There's another full team on the left. From runoff. New full team from runoff. Should we go to the other compound? Yes, to our east.
There's like 10 right now.
Should we leave east?
Fuck him.
Yeah, we should.
I know.
We should all leave east if we can.
I'll leave me east.
Leave east, yeah.
I think we're fine at this building.
I'm moving.
I'm bleeding.
I'm doing his red side
there's just another full team here. So if we fight, we're gonna get
Yeah.
shot in the asshole. We can loot this and then come back.
They're fighting on the main building now, I think.
Actually, yeah, I'm coming back then.
No, he's just sitting on it. 45 wide.
Under you. There's a caustic under you, cracked.
Really?
Yeah, right here.
I see.
He's hit 25 flush.
Oh,
Right there.
dead.
Nice.
Nice.
45 wide in this guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna loot this compound real
caustic.
quick. I need ammo.
Okay, I'm looting the caustic.
I got ammo. I'm coming now.
I got my ult now. They're
I'm
fighting
out
on
of
the
mine.
res.
Better rip the balloon. And
You need
I'm
cells?
seeing
Or?
the balloon land here.
There's a bunch of cells there. These arcs are terrible. Oh, he was not thinking.
$100.
Nothing cracked.
Don't worry about it. I ruined their third-party plans, guys. I ruined everything.
Nice.
Okay, yeah.
Yep,
Never mind.
you
We got
ruined
fourth
so
party.
much.
We got fourth party. Pretty cool. You get a free rest of me here, though.
Guy on me, yep. Free res on my ass. I stuck him on me here. Nice. Octane. He's lost. Holy shit! What the world? You know? What did we do to deserve that? Raptor, I think you've been muted the entire time.
Muted the whole time. Sorry. I don't know what I muted myself.
I think even if you talked, it wouldn't have changed much.
I don't think about it. The only thing I said is you need a res Mandy, and then you were like, "There's a guy on me," so it didn't matter.
Yeah. Pretty
Dude, Casey is so good.
This map sucks, dude.
much. It's
Why?
not bad.
Why are you saying that?
It's too small.
People with small hands should use PS4, and people with bigger hands can use PS5 controller. That's what I've heard. Because the 5 is bigger is bigger than the PS4 controller. That is what the information that I've been fed. I have a PS4, Luna. Because I don't have a PS5. Like, I legitimately have a PS4 Pro, and I took the controller from it and plugged it into my PC. The 21st is what it's currently scheduled for. Yes, 21st. But it's not confirmed until I know for sure that everything will be delivered in time. As it seems, it probably will be, but yeah. If it gets delayed again, it's probably gonna be by a week or something.
I can't wait for SP to come out again.
Yeah.
Oh, the Stormpoint is literally like... Stormpoint makes me want to play the game so much, man. That map is so fucking fun. I don't know what it is, man. It gives me old school Casey vibes, you know? The first... Like when the game first came out. People on you or what?
Just ship it over to you?
Yeah.
keep
Maybe
it cracked.
cracked.
I'm coming.
Dead.
Got triple bends. Climbing up. I hit him 25 wide.
Here's cracked. Here's dead.
And the fact that we start from storm point next, holy shit. Bliss. Heaven.
And the changes look pretty good for Stormport too.
Yeah, they just added another POI. I mean, it didn't need it, but it's better than the empty space that we had over there.
Yeah, I saw that.
And this POI looks kind of reminded me of Thunderdome, I'm not gonna lie, with the big fucking high ground. I don't know if you saw, but above the like dead beast or whatever, there's a Thunderdome. Like there's like a massive, what's it called? Like a crane or whatever you can sit on.
How do you guys feel about those like
Yo,
vault
Dito.
things?
What'd you say?
How do you feel about like the vault things? Like the, I don't even know what it is. You like go and you fight
Dito,
AI
thank you
or
for
whatever,
those.
and then
You
Yeah,
enter it
we-
and it gets locked.
yeah.
I don't mind it. I think it's cool.
You just have an end game in there, and like one team just sits in there and locks it.
Yeah, but you have to fight the fucking. As soon as you lock it, you have to fight the mobs, and then when you're done fighting, it opens up.
I was saying, what if everyone else just gets locked out?
Yeah, but I'm saying like they still have to fight the mobs.
Okay.
So like, eventually it's gonna open up, and I'm sure they'll make it so there's no endings on it. And if they do, then
Sure.
suck a cock. You know?
Dude, you know, not surprised by anything.
Thank you so
anymore.
much, Dito, for the host. I hope your stream was good. Thank you.
Good, Mindy?
Yeah, I'm just riding with those guys with the thing. With the check-in stuff.
You're good then. You chill.
Change cover or spoke. Oh, did Dito release a cover? I have to listen to it later. Because I didn't get to listen to it. Kind of been streaming the entire day today. They're fighting out. Well, cool.
Yeah,
You need heavy mech?
here, Mindy.
You need this?
I'll
Coming
take.
now.
Yeah, I need a for car. Oh, we can just hit blend
I already cooked it.
for that.
How far are they?
I don't know. It's zero world on my ping.
Sorry.
Any people, I don't know where.
I just went through the wall.
We fucking just shit on them. Holy fuck,
Easy.
guys, that's crazy.
The freest job of our lives.
These guys did not stand a chance. Demolished.
Never shit in anyone this much before in my life. Not gonna lie.
I wasn't even trying.
True. Very true and
There's
very
anymore.
accurate.
Is it bats?
One.
2 here.
You bro. Seto.
Seto? Gisiro
Seto.
or what?
Yeah,
Zero?
Seto.
Nice. You're fucking doing it forever now.
You say Gazzetto?
Yeah, I
Gisiro,
stream,
dude.
I stream
Yeah.
with
Crazy.
dope is set up this. Oh shit, I'm bossing right now. Purple.
Holy shit, dude. Just been fucking around, dude. This
Yeah.
game.
It's like every game.
Yeah.
Ooh, purple heavy. I mean gold heavy.
Gold heavy? Oh my god. Is there a purple one? Nice.
Your main gun? Yeah, you can have gold.
I just have it for my wingman.
Yeah, it's going on my wingman too, but I have wing car.
Yeah, but wing is your main gun then. Right?
Sometimes. Sometimes I'll be running in with the car out, you know?
Up there, going cross.
Or go crazy.
Blue on totem.
Marking or 50 of them.
Blue on 30
Waiting at
flash.
these nades.
30 flash blood.
Right
They have
there,
one
right?
in.
And they're gonna have any character. And they have Watson, dude. That's the only counter I have.
Down.
Blood on low. I got thirded.
Watson's dead.
We're getting thirded.
You're good. This guy is literally the worst player in the game.
Keep going.
Fine, yeah. I'll tell you what he's doing.
This one are-
Oh shit. Fuck, man. The other team shooting at me, of course.
That's their teammate.
Really? Where's the
Yeah,
other team
oh.
that fucking...
Oh, there
Was
he
it
is.
just a solo griefing? No,
Yeah.
it wasn't.
Pretty sure it was.
Fucking...
Apparently I am not on the team. That's why I can't do it.
You are on the team, though.
What? So, I don't know.
Sorry, Mandy, you got COVID, so now you can't play ever again.
Dude, Mandy, when I look at my fucking battle fight and I look at fucking our team, it says SZ_Mandy. Like, I don't know who else is NZ_Mandy on battle fight, but if that's not you, I don't know what to do, man. Tell them to fucking fix
know.
it.
He said thank you right now. Now I'm on the team apparently. I wasn't on the team before.
You got codenet, Raptor?
Oh, yep. Apparently, I don't even get like a code.
I
I
got
just
codenet. So
it just like puts me back in the lobby.
did you accept it now, Amanda?
Yeah.
You did?
No, I'm doing it right now. There.
I'm inviting you guys.
There, registered yes. To the entertainment. Hey.
I invited you to the lobby, man, because we got codenet, both of us.
Nice.
It was sick.
Eden,
Almost like to the email. Yeah, 20 more days. No, less than 20 days, like 2 weeks. Two weeks and 2 days, basically. So what, 16 days? Dippy, you were at commercial. You worked so hard. And then you ripped a 2-minute in game. bad. Josh Henry.
fuck up.
Gang with tier 1. Welcome. Didn't realize it was me. My bad. My bad, pimp.
Taking the
That's
bubble.
what happens when you're a real ass G.
There's 2 or 3 teams outside.
Alright, that's fucking. Alright, motherfuckers. Can I loot? White armor. My bad, pimp.
There's another team out south.
Yeah, there's.
I hear midi.
Also fighting on the
Oh
other
my
side.
god. Actually playing a pop
Lifeline?
character. Big.
We also stopped fighting capacitor. We can go there if you want.
Yeah, I'm done. I don't know what this team outside did, but they probably don't have shit, to be honest, so.
I got 2 cells.
Wait.
So,
I got 4 cells.
better.
Get 8.
I got 4
Okay,
now,
couple.
I'm good. You open the wall.
Yeah.
And the door here in front of me.
Taking right angle.
Here.
On roof on your right.
Behind the water.
On the right in the water. Water guy hit 90. They hit 90 in the back. Big huge, she's not healed.
Yeah, there. 60 on the
There's
guy.
2 back there. 2 back there and 1 back here.
They're flying back.
Someone close. 90 on right close.
One got him.
Okay.
Just kill one guy. Fight this guy.
Killed it from fucking
Fight this guy too.
horizon on me.
You're so lucky. This guy's literally one shot. He's 90 flash.
Oh my god, please, he's one shot on me. I cannot pull out my master.
Hey, Mandy.
Holy shit! Man, it takes forever to pull out that cancer gun.
Let's go, baby.
This guy's so lucky. I pumped him 2 times, and he's standing inside a branch, and half my bullets got like tanked by the branch, dude. Holy shit, dude.
The labs team was just waiting the whole time.
That's
We went in,
insane.
they came in behind me.
They're the third party, man.
People were so boring.
I hate devotion. That gun's so stupid. Someone should fucking delete it from the game so I can't use it. No one else can use it. So I don't have the temptation of picking up that piece of shit.
Fun though, sometimes.
Really, it's fun when you have turbo.
It's fun when I'm using it.
Yeah,
What?
when you.
It's fun when you have it in your hand and
Yeah,
the other
it's fun
person
when
that's
you
like
have
has the
it.
one
Yeah.
or something, so you just fucking
Not-
completely smoke them.
Nothing like you sitting on high ground, fully juiced Devo, 9 guys below you fighting, and you're just holding left click, standing still. So much skill displayed. Gotta love Paulo Blanco. What's up, Monster?
Holy fuck, dude. Misha. I don't know what my thing's doing. I don't know what my dog is doing that yet.
Your dog's barking, you know, usually that's what dogs do. You got someone like in third party. One that goes for me.
Hello, Baron.
Am I like doomed to be an RE45?
You get us, matey? You gotta take the pad. Okay. I'm here. Oh, I got ping lock.
They're going to be a third party.
He's literally
I hit him
one,
25.
dude. Oh my god, let me see him.
EP Pani.
Is that a third party? What is going on?
Yeah, it's a third party.
Cringe.
There's this bad bug on controller where when you fucking... I'll ping something and then I won't be able to like move my right stick or move my aimer for like fucking 5 seconds.
Good, that should stay in the game.
Yeah, dude. Shit's so annoying.
Dude, can we talk about how bad Stockholm airport is? Holy shit. They got one of the worst airports in the entire fucking world. There was a hour line for security. Hour long. Because they only have 2 security gates. In the entire fucking airport. Cringe. Yeah, there's like only 2 security gates in the entire airport. Fuck. We were sitting in that queue for fucking ever. Dude, you fuck off, dude. Fucking mad this kid. Is that Landa? A fucking Landa, bro. That shit's fucking dog shit. Yeah, 2 security gates, bro. And 1 fast track gate. Like 2 normal and 1 fast track. And yet the line for it was absolutely horrendous. Yeah, we literally sat, like, you can ask Minus Tempo. We were there in that fucking queue for like 45 minutes or something. The queue was insane.
Let's see again. Got a purple farmer. They're under me.
All I find is REs, bro. Like, is this like what my life is about? Yeah. Crack him.
What? Who's muted?
You?
No, I wasn't muted at all.
Yeah, me neither. So. I was just talking shit.
I don't know. He didn't say a word, and he's fighting a guy. So first thing I think he's
Yeah,
muted.
there's a guy on me, so I didn't. There's nothing else to say. I just am trying to focus on shooting.
Fringed.
What was that?
Man on here.
Oh no.
Holy shit, there's one like good.
55.
Raid's
Purple.
fucking headshot on. Raid one. He killed
What are
backwards.
you doing? I'm about to push it up.
He's literal one. I hit him 90 flash on the roof. I knocked him.
I just hit 11 flash. Oh, that was very good.
I'm under you.
Got that.
Yeah, he's got it.
Crazy. The guy's popping right there.
Someone sign like it or what?
That was just, I don't know, he's just a homie, dude.
I got 5 bats.
I got 1 bat.
Here,
I
take.
got 2.
Alright, that's like a Jeep. Yeah, make it pick it up, beep beep. Yeah. Yeah.
No, that fucking airport is terrible. I never want to be like part of the airport ever again. Like I never want to go to that airport ever again. That shit was so fucking bad.
Here, Mandy.
Oh my god.
Ooh, dude. Why is it still going down?
Yeah.
They're running downhill.
Break it. Just running still. 45 on the Valk on the right.
Stuck the Valk. This guy's stuck behind a rock. I hacked him right here. Low. Valk above on your right.
Valk's cracked above. Doing a flush.
My entire head is shaking, dude. There are 110 of this guy. Holy fuck, this drop landed.
Okay, 50 flush.
Holy shit.
In front of me, he opened the drop.
Okay, you right behind this.
Oh, I missed my swap. Got this.
Right there. He's blue armor. Never lost one.
I can't. Give me a shield. Drop your shield down. Drop your shield down.
Drop.
Nice.
He's still top. Thanks for watching, man. That fucking angle I had up the rock was terrible, man. I could not get like a clean shot on him. 3 bats right here.
I had 2.
You calling me a god, Rain, or what? Because I already know that. What's up, hardcore? You're God. First, I'm not trying to say, I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to say is your God, like my God, or you're trying to say I am God, like you are God. Cause like we need a fucking grammar check. Yeah, can you fucking say it properly grammatically? Cause like holy shit, you're pissing me off. Whatever, you're just tsundere as fuck, holy shit.
On me. Hit 82 on the horizon.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
25 flash.
On your left here.
Holy fuck! Shit on. Got him. Ah!
I can't do anything. I can't do. Every time I peek, I lose.
Audio, shut up!
Man, top of you.
Or not cracked.
I'm dead.
Nice.
On me. I had to cock my P-cap, my fucking asshole.
Every time I peeked anything,
All they think
I
we're
was
prime.
on 5,000 HP. That's crazy. Dude, massive Q.
Yeah, I thought you were farther.
I've been knocked for like 8 times this game so far. I'm not joking. I'm gonna die in
Good night, Zelfish. Thank you for watching, man.
Yeah, I hit all the hard shots, and then that Octane was sitting still in front of me, and I didn't hit a single Spitfire shot, so... Whatever.
Damn.
Life.
Fuck PK chat. Going back to master.
I wish you could change your sense of your
What is Range saying?
like your scopes and everything, so all your scopes have the same exact sense as your like AD, like your hipfire.
Yeah,
sense,
you're
know?
a fucking son.
I wish you could do that.
Getting ass railed right now. Hard.
You could, like, do calculations and shit for it, right?
Yeah, but
11 push.
There's
Almost
one guy
cracked that guy.
full left and 2 guys here.
Like, close. I hear somebody close.
I cracked the guy left.
You sure?
Look in your close right, I don't see anything.
I'm not sure. I heard somebody, like, on the wall here.
28
Oh yeah, he's close right here. I'm gonna arc him.
Yeah. Fucking... Batting.
Are we all missing on ace?
I don't know. I threw it
Big
them.
nail him.
I have 3 arcs, so I can... Nading.
Wait, what?
Reporting him.
Crack both. Are we
him in the
fucking
corner.
or what?
Yeah,
Yeah, fuck him. I'm batting.
Fucking.
Turn it back, turn it back.
One's up here. Ryzen's here, too. Ryzen's in front of me. 2 are in front of me.
I'm getting shit on by this guy.
Horizon
Dude,
fucked,
what
Horizon
is he
fucked.
made of? Need help. He's low. Flesh as fuck. Please before he finishes me. He's gonna finish me right now. His mom's so fucking fat. Please, guys. Please, he's got the fattest mom.
I'm gonna freak out. He's on me about this point.
I'm beating him. Dude, I won this 1-1. I don't give a anyone says. I fucking won that shit so hard. Holy shit.
Nice, buddy.
I won that one.
different team, I
so
think.
bad.
Yeah, that's...
Bro, how big was his mom, RPR?
The fattest fucking hoe. Who plays RE fucking hammer plays? Holy shit, cringe. Fucking hell.
Holy shit.
Fat fucking mom looking at it.
Oh my god! So
Gringo!
fast. So fast, dude.
Dude, look at their damage, look at their damage, look at their damage, guys.
170, 130 in front. You go 1 KP, that's you.
That's like that's their second KP of the day. Probably.
Those guys were AFK the entire game.
They have 2 kills. One of them is on a guy that was AFK, that was dead.
Knocked.
And one is on me that had 30 HP. These guys should not. I'm not. They shouldn't even be plus RP. They should get minus 100 for this game. Straight up. I did more damage the last fight than they did in the entire game.
I had 10 times the damage they had, so hey.
Oh my god.
Motherfucker.
Oh my god.
Who runs RE45 hammer puts? Like, shove it up your fucking ass.
Dude, I just can't believe that Wraith actually lived and killed you.
Dude, she was one.
I was 1v2ing the other fucking people. I thought you had that shit.
She was one, but she had the hammer points, bro. It's not fair.
Yeah, you're right. I would have gotten nervous too, honestly.
No, she insta-killed me. Like, I was popping a battery when she came at the port, and she just fucking cracked me and hit me like 80 flesh in like 3 milliseconds. I just fucking died. And I fucked his mom last night. Holy shit. Oh, dude, we're boosting your rank 20 now. You're going up.
Oh yeah.
How are we gaining RP, bro? I'm just running at the first person I see. I'm literally just running at people
dude.
like a fucking, like a rabid dog. Holy shit.
I took like 5 full days off, and I went from number 10 to number like 16 or something. Nobody's playing this game.
Yeah, it was a mistake because all the pros were in Sweden, so motherfuckers were, grinding.
It just got boring. Like KC just got so boring.
I got bored of KC the first day I played it.
Yeah.
Literally thought of split. I'm bored. I'm going next. I guess you're going caustic. Man is AFK every fucking game, every single time, bro. This guy is more AFK than he plays the game.
Two teams landing front.
So fucking laggy.
On me.
Holy shit. Almost killed 2 of them. Now go Raptor, 2 teams fucking our ass hard.
I killed one.
I'm on 82.
Yeah, you're close. I'm healing.
Fine, I killed one.
I got a purple bolt for one of you. You need one?
I have a purple ball. I'm good. Thank you.
Alright,
Yeah,
I have my ult. I have my ult in 20. Okay.
Okay. I wanted that purple, which is red. I almost killed him. Are you good?
Good is a relative term. I'm okay.
Alright, I'm coming. Guys, don't worry, I'm coming now.
I have ult, but I don't really want to drop it here. I feel like they'll just ape us. Can we go over there?
Wasn't there 2 teams?
There was. I killed one from one of the teams. Randy's almost here. We'll just wait and we'll
I
fight.
got control of upstairs. 50 purple and red.
I dropped ult here.
Are blocking me here?
Okay. No shotguns, dude. They're coming,
Right,
they're
here,
coming.
take one. Take my shotgun, take my shotgun, take my shotgun. Give me anything.
Okay. Rampage.
Fun.
Front door.
Give me one. I got fucked.
He's on the right with the PK. Oh
my
One dead.
god.
I'm getting ass
gonna slide
fucked,
down
I'm getting
on
ass fucked. Holy shit!
Team just got fucking rolled. What just happened? All I heard our player say is he's getting ass fucked and then he killed everyone.
I didn't kill anyone, I didn't kill one.
Oh.
Mana did that.
I killed one, but...
Oh my god.
I was getting ass fucked though. What's up, the boss? The bout. The bout. The bout. I'm not doing that fucking quiz, man. Because it's, even if it said that I was, it'd be fucking.
I'm surprised
lie.
the autopilot
Not
thing
even
didn't
true.
take you off the map.
It would genuinely just be a fucking lie. So why would I do it? I mean, the fucking side's flying. You doing it? No, you do it.
Dude, I've been talking to myself this entire time.
Love that.
Wait, buckle. Come.
Yes, up, bats.
Buckle.
I thought I was just spitting for a while right there.
I don't have bats. I have 0 bat, 2 sell.
I'll do it if
Zero
you do
bats.
it.
2 teams.
Well, I'll think about it.
82.
I am 182. Oh, I'm fucking, dude.
What the?
Oh, Paul!
19? You guys got that. I'm
above?
shooting down.
Coming up, okay.
25 blue and mark.
55?
Which one?
Down here.
Guys hit 50. Back on the right.
Oh my god, the pinhole!
New team here. Is that a third? Yeah, it's a new team.
Did you finish Pinho?
Fine. Pinhole is behind this.
There's 2 gold hammers there.
I need it. Pinhole is tanking.
Pinho
Pinhole.
down. Guys, there's a team behind us on the map room too.
Hey guys, this guy's aim botting, aim hacking. Mister fucker, doe hij?
Whoa.
I'm gonna arc that. I'm gonna arc him right here. He's gonna have to move, okay? Look.
What the dog doing?
He's in this corner right here. Oh man, he's AFK.
No, the
Dude,
dog went
he's
crazy.
just barking at people outside. They're allowed to be there. What are you fucking stupid or what?
He's just
There's Octane hit 40. 40 here.
I did 0 on him. We should push up that.
I did it. 2 zeros back to back.
2? Wait.
2 zeros back to
The
back.
Ash got rezzed. The Ash got fucking rezzed. It's bullshit, man. That's my fucking kill. I'm healing.
21.
21. What's 10 plus 9? 21.
She's right here. Oh no, I'm getting fucked. I'm dead. I'm dead. No, I'm not. I'm
You're not,
good.
you're good.
I love this team, bro. What the fuck are we doing?
I don't know.
What the fuck? On my dig, on my dig! Help, help,
Oh, wait,
help,
what?
help,
I'm
help,
coming,
help,
I'm
help, help, help!
Wait, you don't need help.
Give me
You're fine. Here,
45
me
blue
killing
above you.
I threw you a bubble.
Nah, that's a fake bubble here. What's up, you little rat? Huh? What you trying to do?
Little bitch.
Little trying to fucking do this guy. Oh, guys, he's all alone. I'll go down when you want him. Get fucking omega shit on, dude. Oh, guys, he was here. I can't breathe. Dude, it's so easy.
Stupid ass.
I just wonder what goes through their head. Like, oh, guy up here, on my level.
Yeah, that's the guy. Kill him. That's his teammate. Eat him.
Ah. Wait, there are 2 here. I'm
Oh
dead.
shit,
They're
I'm
going
below,
on
man. They drop up. I knock one.
Keep one done.
Drop
Holy
what?
shield.
Drop these nuts on his forehead.
He's dead.
No, I'm not.
Don't die.
Oh, he's
No, dude.
I'll be in there. I'll be in there. Chop down. I'm so
I'm trying to hit him on the edge. Yo, free rest of me. No kizzy.
Go shot at medkit.
I have.
Oh, drop it on him.
He goes. Look at him. Never lost before. Nice. shots, RBR. Nice. Yeah.
Almost lost.
Dude,
You have to.
I want,
God,
dude,
you want
he was
that.
standing on the edge, so I was trying to angle it so I could like punch him off. But I couldn't hit him, dude.
Yeah, I like slid inside of the Gibby and then his teammate shot me in the ass. I didn't even have a chance.
Dude, oh my god. I even had it lined up and everything, dude. I was like, dude, I'm 100. When I punch this guy off, I'm gonna say later, bitch. But no, I didn't, dude. I didn't get to get there, dude.
I'm so sorry.
I was so close. Oh my god, dude. A little bit of water breath. I got a tiny bit of water in my mouth, bro.
Shut the fuck up already. This motherfucker has not stopped talking for the past 25 minutes. Dude.
Damn, you even taking time? You like to even talk then.
I didn't get to say a word. I was just shooting.
Really, brother? What are the odds of someone standing on top of zip line and
97.5. I just calculated.
0?
You guys want to crouch the rest of the game? See if we can win?
No.
Fuck that.
I'd rather just end the game.
I'm crouching.
I hate him. Man. I'm gonna Valko. Do you guys want it or not? I don't give a fuck.
Bro, I think I would die to Zone if I kept crouching all game.
You know?
Mandy, you're not going?
Mandy, come here, crouch to him, come here.
It's too
Mandy.
far. It's too far away. Too far away. It
Mandy.
takes too long to turn around.
Mandy,
I
come
have to
back.
make it zone. I have to make it in zone. Please, please.
Ah, we're going without him, dude. Holy shit! It's like I'm in a kindergarten.
Dude, there's no way. He's not gonna make it.
He's not
Going
making.
bad?
Oh
Not
shit,
bad?
there's a guy here. Guy here.
We're fighting.
Alright, I'm crouching. RPR, good luck.
I'm flanking.
RPR's dead.
I'm flanking.
Oh my god, charge rifle. He's standing absolute. Oh, this guy might be cheating. He's standing absolutely still. He's not whiffing.
How did you die to him? He's hard
Because
pushing.
he's-
They're hard pushing.
Oh no, dude. Man, they hurry up when you're bubble. This guy's triple thing.
Doing out, come on,
No, I can't breathe. I know this got third party, bro. Third party right here. I can't, bro. Look at him, bro.
Oh, I saw it. That's why I started just laughing.
Why are you guys laughing at me? I'm obviously fucking trying to win right now. I haven't hit a single shot, dude. I haven't hit a single shot yet. I'm 0 damage. I haven't hit one shot.
Look at this guy. He got
Oh
a
my
fucking
god, nice
shotgun.
shot.
Get my banner. I'm right there.
I'm going.
I think
Okay,
no, I
no.
had heat shields. I don't know.
Mandy, you gotta start walking into zone or you're gonna die.
No, I'm good. Please. Help. I'm good. I'll make this.
You have a Moby by chance?
Yeah, I do, actually. I'm coming.
Okay, yep. We'll call it right here.
Yeah, I'm coming. Dude.
Here,
Put it
just
right
call
there,
it-
man. They just
Just call it right there. Just call it right there, man.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
got you.
Call it right there, please.
Thank you. Can you give me a little punch boost right now? Come on, punch. Oh, nice, dude. Thank you, dude. Oh my god, look at that.
Somebody's gotta arrest him.
Someone gonna res me?
I got you.
Nice.
Tack and Dave for 7 months. Welcome back, man. Appreciate you. I
Dude,
just said
I'm done,
tacken
I'm done.
instead of taken. Holy shit, what am I
Dude,
saying?
look at them. Forsai on YouTube, guys. Everyone go follow. Fucking rat, dude. Why are they coming out so when I'm walking in, dude?
Can you kill at least 3?
Just walking back right. I didn't even know this house was here.
21 just resubscribed for 7 months. Get ready for the boys at Champs in July.
Proud of them.
Scars gonna
I hope they get
fuck
bread
some
soon.
dudes.
You guys are dog shit, Fozzie. All 3 of
They
you
will.
motherfuckers are dog shit. Suck a cock, bitches.
They'll get it soon, don't worry about it.
Cocksuckers. They
They're
know what
actually
fun
pretty
is.
close.
-9. Ah, chat, this
It's
is
Yoshio
fucking
7
stupid
again, dude.
shit.
He's always killing us, man. I got +4 for that game.
What is this shit, Rain?
I
What is
just
what
turned
is
around.
saying?
I saw Mandy crouching halfway through the choke, and I couldn't
Dude.
take it serious for the rest of that game.
I should have played Revenant. I mean,
Dude, hop on Revenant, Mandy.
Fuck off.
Hey,
Might as well at this point.
What is? Oh my god.
You know what I want to play?
But
Dude, I can. What?
I think it's time.
Do I need to
I'm just
read
kidding.
all of this? No,
Shit.
right? Just press start. What? People are gossiping about a hot topic. Where you be found? I'd be found nowhere. What do you mean? Fuck do I care what they're talking about? Confidence is key, dude. Never get into traps that can be taken all kinds of ways. Shopping is life. What? Who the fuck thinks shopping is life? Your crush is dating someone else. How'd you feel? There's no options. Like, I don't really care. Like, you just go next. You get shit on and you go next. When it comes to work, you're always on time. You know me, baby. I'm always on time, baby. Right, chat? Always on time. Okay, dude, I guess I'm not on time. But fuck you guys. Fuck you. You guys, I'm usually on time. Someone asked you for a dinner out, what'd you say? Well, I don't know. I'd say yes, probably. Depends who it is, but I guess I'd say yes. I don't give a fuck. How is your day? Have you been to a prom? Yeah, I've been to prom. That's so circumstantial. You are stubborn, aggressive, unfriendly, kind. Chat, pick one for me. I don't fucking know what I am. A, B, and C. Everything, dude? I think I'm kind. I think I'm kind. Oh, fuck you, fucking stupid ass fucking idiots. Dog shit. Fucking chat. Are you dating someone? No. I hate the word dating. Kind? What are you laughing, Rain? You know me. Here are some Sundere boys. Who's your favorite? Ah, shit, man. I mean, it's Levi, dude. Like, for real, for real. What do you mean, Rain? I am kind. Can you live a simple life without much luxuries? Yeah, I think I can.
I have 65 kills on Revenant. I'm a fucking beast.
Have you rejected
That's
anyone?
pretty big.
Yeah.
Well, I've rejected someone more than once.
That's pretty big. That's nice.
Do I then choose B?
Thank you.
I've rejected multiple people in my life.
I'm proud of myself too.
Do I pick B then?
Going front. There's two teams going back.
No yay. Two is many. Well, there's no option for one, like for more than one, so I have to pick many, I guess. I don't fucking know. The shit is dog shit. The quiz is dog shit, man.
How many people here?
Two teams in the
A
back.
few.
Feels so slow on Revenant.
Oh no. Crack the raid. He's super glid, he's a monster!
No, he's so good. I hit one for 90 flash here. And one for
25 flash
here.
on him. That's fucking lying.
Shit. Oh my god.
The Revenant Heirloom is so satisfying, but hitting people that is not. Like, hit him with the end of the scythe. Like, poke him with it.
He does?
Yeah, it's terrible.
Definitely just-
Oh. That's pretty cringe, actually.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I need heavy.
Yeah.
Dude, why
Nice.
is there no why is there
now.
why is there no dog shit?
Oh yeah.
I never thought about life being fair for me or not. What the fuck? I just Are you afraid of love life? I don't know. I'm like 50-50. Like if you're dating someone really bad, it could be really fucking.
Oh my god.
Like I don't know. Like I guess this is 50-50.
Oh, there's a ship next to us.
Dude, this fucking quiz is terrible. Where'd you find this shit, Rain?
They're right next to us? Yeah, they are.
Holy shit, that's the worst quiz I've ever been part of.
Wait, is that Shotty?
Oh, shit.
Oh my god, dude, let's go.
Two teams. Raptor, you muted.
He's finishing under me. Dead.
I'm out of juice.
Alright, I'm gonna run for him. I'm finishing this here.
Not for me. What if I what?
Got one?
Need help, need help, need help, need help, need help, need help. Oh my fucking Jesus Lord.
Over there.
Alive.
Don't die, you guys. Don't die, you guys.
I fucking got almost died to gas.
Guy knocked. He's getting res here.
Wait, where?
What's my name red on top right?
He tapped him right here. What happened? Did you run away?
Oh my god.
Where are they?
Oh, this guy's alive. What the fuck? I thought he was no.
Oh.
He was alive.
Come on, you bats here.
Did you not look inside, Raptor?
No, I didn't look inside. I didn't know she was in here.
What the fuck am I witnessing? The shitness?
I don't know.
Dude, I don't know how I was so close to dying to the gas. Crazy. Close.
You see bats type 3 on gold.
What do you mean don't know what happened?
Or
I
do
don't
you
need it.
Up here.
What'd you say?
How many batteries?
How many batteries do I have? I have 2.
Yeah.
Right back a sec.
Someone showed me before. Apparently, you
just-
can make
they
an
just
infinite length portal with Wraith when you're Revenant.
Wait, really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's cool.
They
What?
just rose behind us. Fantastic.
Oh shit! I'm pushing right now.
Okay, I'm coming.
Chad, this quiz is terrible. I don't have a thing for made out. It's you fucking idiots literally paid me money to wear one.
I've
That's
never seen anyone
different.
like this much before in my life.
I don't know, Rain. You send me this shit.
What is this guy's fucking problem?
I think he wants to kill you.
No, he's just lagging so much.
Was it just the one guy? Or what? Oh, on me, on me.
Locked in.
90, 100 and his mom fat. Yep.
Can't put away the fucking silence. Hit him with it though. I don't know what that really does to Wraith.
Hi, honey.
He almost got us.
Oh. Hello, reptile armor swap right there.
Dude, you stole my armor. That's bullshit.
I'm flying.
We're getting the package.
I'm flying.
Okay, never mind. Bye. Wait, right
I'm flying here.
Right here, right here. Oh my god.
I'm taking the drop.
He's going for it. Blue armor cracked him, Panda.
Yep.
1 for 1
One
HP. Wait, try to res, but no.
Oh, considering the guy on the roof let me one Magnum with an RE45, I think we're struggling a little bit.
Struggling?
Yeah, just a little bit. You guys wanna Rev Totem Valkyl? That works.
What? I can just... Yeah, it does, right? Yeah.
I mean, it does, but like, how long do we even have, like, when we land? Are we just gonna run out?
I know. I can make an infinite long portal then.
Alright, you wanna do it? You ready?
You wanna try
Keep
it?
clicking
Yeah,
the
let's try it.
wrong
You
one,
ready?
chat. You guys
Okay,
get
come
the
on.
one for
Do
free.
it right here on
I
me.
have it. On you? Okay. They
Oh,
just
you
asked
guys-
for
I
it.
don't have Valkult. What are you guys smoking?
No, we're not Valkyl
You
thing.
have it. No. Oh yeah, wait. Don't
not touching it,
take
I'm not
it.
taking it, I'm
Don't
not
wait.
taking it, I'm
Don't
not
do
taking
it.
it.
I'll do it, eh?
Oh, we're so dead.
I don't know what we're doing.
Just wait.
What am I watching?
Did you even start your portal?
Shut up. Alright.
I'm taking it. So it doesn't go away.
Oh wait. Oh, mine broke!
He's so fucking dead.
What the fuck did it? How are you alive?
Fuck! You guys are talking. I'm trying to think.
Yeah. We're talking then. Holy shit. Doesn't get this dumb.
The thing is over there. The thing is over there. You can free rest me. Oh never mind. He's over here.
Ash dead. He took the port. Where does the port go?
I don't know. Can you res?
Why can you?
Oh, never mind.
Port goes over here.
Oh, it's a new team on Earth.
Fuck it, we're ripping it right here.
You gotta
Get
go
back.
back.
On me, Red.
I'm just dying. This portal is in the doorway. The worst portal of all time.
What is this portal? I'm gonna die because of it. Give me shield.
He took. They took.
Wait, what? I don't understand.
Give me shield. Who am I fighting?
We're fighting like 4 teams, dude.
Your portal is terrible.
Can you explain to me how this
No, I'll
infinite
fucking.
portal thing works?
You guys were speaking for so much. I was trying to fucking focus. There's
Yeah, it's-
2 guys on my door and a guy pushed me aside.
Yeah, it's our fault. You're fucking dumb. Holy shit.
No, you guys, you straight up give me like 1 second to think, dude. I accidentally started my portal way too early.
Man, you fucked it up, and now it's our fault.
I'll show it, no.
You double
show it.
arch started the ground 1 second before your rep
Chat.
ran out. Then you said, "Oh, it ran out."
Chat, I don't know
but
any
that's
of
because
this.
I didn't think of the.
I don't know any of these anime girls except for this one.
Yahoo! Kirarin Bui!
That's from the cooking show, right? Do you wear revealing clothes? No? I'm a fucking guy. What am I supposed to go out with my dick? Do you have friends? Yeah. Yeah, I think they're friends. I got one friend. 25%! Rain, you are fucking doomed. You do it next. 25%. It's not even fucking close. Who is this Cap? You're fucking Cap. And your dick small.
Get cancer off? Jesus. Time.
Quiz is not invalid. Your brains are fucking invalid.
Okay.
6
Now it's time.
Jeez, that's a small dick.
Alright, this is the game. This is the one.
Yeah, this is where I'll show you.
Is it actually infinite? Like, could you run it from this side of the map to like
Do,
the other side?
700. As long as the red totem works.
It's average, small.
I don't know how many people are here. I'm landing outside.
Oh, lost some help. Thank you.
Oh, you closed me out. You're getting
I did not close them. He closed it.
Oh, he closed me out.
That guy's low. I know who that is, but he's low.
I just fucking ate him.
Horizon 20 flash.
Dead.
Guy over here, guy over here, guy over here.
I'm out of ammo.
I'm dead.
I got rocketed.
You're good, you're good. Manny, what's this?
I do.
Is that guy doing
Okay.
it?
That's a different person. You got fuckers coming from here this way, fuckers coming from that way. This guy's running away.
Reswell?
I got a 1v1 right now.
Able 1v2. This guy coming from your left, coming from your left.
What do you mean
Manny.
you feel molested? What?
He's literally one shot.
Ah, I'm die. Thank you, whoever.
I'm behind the wall, but yeah, whatever, dude.
Let my tits.
I'm not
nuts
sure
and
how it's
pee,
possible
pee,
we
pee.
have 4
Chat.
kills and then
Rain, you got
there's
none of that. Like
another full
literally
team pushing
zero.
us, but
Flat.
I guess the math checks out.
I don't know, man.
So it's all good.
Holy shit.
Get a 19 juicer though. Holy
Alright.
shit.
Oh wait, I gotta do something real quick, right?
Yeah, you're good.
Told him I got a smaller dick than Rain. That's fucking too bad. Holy shit. I already got a 19, Rain. What you trying to prove? Already got a 19. It doesn't matter how big your nuts are. Is the dick size is more important than your nut size. You know, 19-inch. Of course, 19-inch dick is just the size of your nuts are gonna look small. Like the dick is too big. You know. I mean, what did she get again? 5. Oh my god, you're losing inches by the second. Holy shit. Close this Google Chrome site. I can't believe 18,000 people. I got big fucking boobs. I can't believe 18,000 people asked their dick size. Oh my god, Rain 3. Oh, dude, she's gonna. Dude, chat, you're gonna. If you bully her too much, she's gonna fucking cry herself to sleep. Nah, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. Like you nah, that doesn't count because like you got 3 small dicks and 1 big dick. Like it gets cancelled out by the amount of small dicks that you got. So like it doesn't count. That's a no go over there. I stay at 19. Holy shit. TDU. No way Rain has double D's. That's fucking bullshit. This bot is rigged. What? Since when do we have nut size? What is nut size? Why do we have that? It just happened. show PP or it's not true, just send your mom over, Dippy. She can vouch. I'm good, man. How are you, man? I've been live for 8 hours. I'm ready to fuck off. You know, I'm ready to fuck off. I did my 9 to 5. I did my 9 to 5. I'm ready to get out. This is fucking concrete while banging the bootcamp venues. Dude, you guys don't understand. That was a fucking.
Oh my god.
Massive fucking wall.
There.
Peace out, Rain. Thanks for watching.
I had to fucking
Have a good one. Have a good day.
I had to learn how to use the washing machine.
Oh man, who would have thought you were AFK again?
Yeah.
Did you learn how to use a washing machine?
Yes. Not the washing, like the one with dishes and.
Did you wash
The
your
one
clothes?
with, you
A
wash
dishwasher? A
The
dishwasher?
clothes washer. Yeah.
Oh,
that
it's a
one.
washing machine.
Oh, it is
Yeah,
a washing
man.
machine.
Get it right, dude.
Yeah.
Well, it
That's
is
where
a
I use
machine that washes, so it kind of is right. He's got a point.
Land
there,
late? I think I just heard somebody land west. Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, they did. They're both washing machines, but one of them washes dishes and the other one washes clothes.
Yeah.
Alright. One is out here.
Yeah. I'm
Bloodhound
ready.
right here.
Let's go. Fuck him up.
There.
Inside or what?
I don't know if he's AFK in that building or he kept running. I don't know where he is. Well, like, not actually AFK. But getting naded from here. $30 on the resin.
Coming.
Oh no, you need it.
Are they?
Already where there it is. You need box go.
I fucked your touch. He gave me top. I guess that's my confession. I found third.
Oh, that's a
No,
third
third is
team.
here.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it's a new team.
This guy's one.
We killed him. Get out of my silence.
Jesus Christ.
Mandy killed one on this team. I don't know what's going on.
I thought that was the last guy.
Mandy said I found their third guy. It's just we're looking at him in the building.
Did you kill this team or were they?
Oh, what the fuck? Who's that?
Oh, let's swap him.
This motherfucker is far.
What's happening?
What is happening? We're gonna.
Wait, do you guys have all soon or want to try something?
12%, yeah.
One arm on that guy up top. And then this motherfuckers, there's two of them. I got my ult in 5.
Can we try something then?
I'm done trying your fucking shit, man.
No, it's gonna work this time, I promise.
I mean, I'm down. I don't really care.
Fuck you know.
It's gonna work, it's gonna work.
I have it. Where do you want it totem,
I got my ult as well.
Wherever. Okay, so this is what's gonna happen. You're gonna totem, and our brother's gonna Valk ult. You're gonna stay here, Reptar. You're gonna wait, okay?
Okay.
And as soon as I ult up with our PR flies back down to you and wait. And then I fly over somewhere, close to them. I double arc star the ground, make a portal to you guys, and then boom.
Alright, can we fucking do it already?
Okay.
Yeah, look at them.
Okay,
Look at
I'm putting it in here. Okay.
Okay, yeah. So you just stay out here, RPR.
Yeah, I'm not gonna hit it. Tell me when to hit it.
Yeah. Rip your ult.
They're looking at us.
Yeah, it's fine. You do, when you're done ulting, just fly down to him, right?
Oh, we want to hit it, Mandy, by the way.
Yeah, I will. I didn't make it. Dude, it's so far. I have to run so far, dude.
Mandy's dead again.
Why is the death counter go out so fast?
Because it's some distance, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's time based. Dude, those guys are probably so confused.
They're fucking coming. They're straight up just coming on me.
I'll try to make them stop. Oh! They're on me, I'm dead.
One on your right, Raid. 45 blue on Raid. Pushing you. Cracked her on you, 45 flash on her.
Oh, another one. He's cracked here. Pathfinder. He's gonna go up, he's going up the rope. You can res me. Can you follow this guy too?
Yeah.
Holy shit,
Holy shit, that motherfucker don't miss.
dude. I fly too far.
God! We are good.
Dude, I'm waiting to see what happens. I'm waiting to see this infinite portal you keep talking about.
I'll just do it quick next time. We can do a quick one. Nothing
Okay,
crazy.
here, come here. Come hit. Oh wait, it's already used. I was gonna say hit the old charge tower thing.
Yeah, where's the old things? On the map.
There's none near us anymore.
Unlucky.
Actually, there's one over here.
Oh yeah, there is. True. Hit that one. Oh, maybe we should go into zone and just hit this one instead.
Yeah, let's do that. You have bats, by the way?
Fruit got 0% on Tsundere
ammo?
test. What the fuck?
At
She's
300.
cheating.
I'll give you some.
I have this many.
I got one bat.
Thank you. Now I'm rich.
Wait, you need more? Light? I just found fucking 100 extra.
I have 144.
Take this. Then you have extra.
Fruit got 0%. She's fucking cheating, dude. No way, dude.
Found that shit. Whoa. Oh, I got all in 34%.
What the what do you mean more? I'm not soon. What the fuck, man?
I have ult in 34% as well.
You guys
There's
are.
a
20%
gold heavy
extra.
mag upstairs.
24%. I'll
Alright,
take it.
we got the same ult then.
I got mine. What's up,
Is
crack?
it gold heavy, man? Oh, I see.
Okay, now it's time.
You guys are fighting, right?
I have it.
How long would that have been?
What's up, man?
Not that far, but
Fruit is a dere.
further than normal, you know?
I don't know.
Alright. It's time to go again.
I have it, so let me know where and when.
Relax.
Wow.
Don't get ahead of yourself. They're fighting in front of us.
Hey, you
Alright,
wanna
come,
hear, Mandy?
now we can do it. Do it here.
I think we're too far again. We should go closer.
No, we can do it here.
Alright, I'm doing it here. I'm done. Honestly, it's just funny if it messes up again, so whatever.
Don't do it yet, don't do it yet.
What?
Oh, alright, that's fine. I'll do
Mess it up,
it. Oh, just stay here.
Round 3. I see there's a bow guy on here.
They're up there, man, and you.
Guys, we're getting Valkulted on.
No.
Yeah, we are.
Alright, I'll do it now, okay?
Purple in the Gibby.
Yep.
Crack the Gibby.
There.
Oh
Close,
shit.
Take it.
Alright, I'm taking it.
It's instant. What the fuck?
I mean, it's
Yeah.
instant. What the fuck?
Okay, we're gonna get banned for that.
I'm banned.
What?
I'm bad. I don't even. There's nobody even here.
Yeah, there was, but they ran.
They went up the hill, as I said. They did it too close.
Yeah, I don't even want to get sent back anywhere.
$60 on him. 11.
100 on him. Cracked him again. Knocked him. Batting.
Batting too.
Someone res below us, man.
Does he have a medkit?
There is a medkit on him, yeah.
66 on him. Knocked.
Hit him 10.
Motherfucker shooting at me when you push me. Oh shit! New team fucking destroying me. I need help. I need help. I'm gonna die. Oh, I fucking saved myself. I saved myself. I got a Phoenix here because I don't have bats.
Who the fuck is that?
I know he's one.
Phoenixing, I got no bats.
I'm about to kill him with a silence. Fuck it. I'm just sliding down. I'm sliding down. I'm out. I'm off
This
the team.
guy? Oh, can you open the door?
Yeah.
Never mind.
Cracked him. He's one. Wait, this guy's one too. I don't know. I'm running around on 1 HP. Fuck it. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. If I die, I die. Great touch.
Fucking tab shifting asshole. Where's your teammate?
See, it works, dude. I promised you.
Yeah, but it did
I mean, I
nothing.
believed you. It worked the whole time. I just didn't know exactly how it worked, you know?
Yeah. You just kill yourself while you're porting, and they'll just insta-port you all the way back.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
It's Valku, come.
They're going up. They're going up right here. Buckle.
Come here.
Yeah.
I wish I had bats. He's placing a Moby down. He's right below this pipe, 100%. Yep.
Dude, I missed both of my
Cracked him.
silences on that dumbass Loba.
That's crazy.
I suck. She's running right. Arch
Right?
started in the air.
People on me here in the
Okay.
building.
45.
How is there no bats in this game, dude?
And this. I don't know. I have one bat.
Put 0. Like, actually no bats.
Next to me.
It's cracked.
45 flash.
He's
Did you kill him?
right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, no bats at all, bro. Like, what the fuck did I do wrong in my life?
I have 2. I give you.
You have gold armor with 2 bats. Give me your bats.
That's what I'm saying. I can't give it to you.
There's guys up there with gold armor as well. We can go on the left and fucking smoke them.
We just go straight on and smoke them too.
No, because there's multiple teams. It wouldn't be smart.
You wanna instant TP on him? You got him, Eddie?
Yeah.
Right here.
Red armor guy hit
I'm
90.
just walking up, killing him. There's no audio in this game, so I have no idea.
Sure.
He's dead.
You literally had no idea.
He didn't. He looked, and I fucking
Got a hill here. Our shit got broken. Our shit got
totally
broken.
got broken,
Someone's
yeah.
got him. Batting. I'm batting. You're alone.
What's another hit?
My character upstairs. I need help.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
She's right there. I'm selfing. She's in the left corner. I shouldn't take that.
Dead.
Nice.
Just help. Just help.
Yeah.
I'll give you a drop.
I have bag. I have bag.
Okay. There's a red one right here if you need.
He's trying to shoot me through the wall. Stop it.
Fucking arc stars.
I'll have one back.
There's a team above.
Hit one guy. 62 another one.
Yeah,
150.
yeah, I'm coming upstairs.
Give me one inside.
Dude, two of them are 150 in this guy.
Well, I guess I was fighting the one guy that wasn't one.
Dude, what?
Still here. I'll be dead. Still one downstairs.
Holy fuck, it did a lot of damage, dude. What?
You have a movie?
I don't.
TP, they took.
Where the fuck are they?
Yeah,
I don't know
Moby,
what's
one of
going
them.
on.
One of them has a Moby, 100%.
No, they all have heat eaters. Every single body has heat shields.
I think I had a Moby.
No, you have heat shields.
No, wrong.
The RPR might have it then.
Nope, I have heat shields. Two of them.
You threw it out.
Dude, I hate Revenant. I hate playing this character.
Ooh, whoa.
I'm pretty sure I had a Moby, didn't I?
Man,
This is your body,
your
and
body
there's heat
does not
shields.
have it.
Can you
This
go
guy
rescue on
has
top of the
shield.
mountain?
Yeah, there's just 3 guys sitting there waiting for me
Yeah,
to fucking
please.
push them. I'm looking
Wait,
for
there's a Moby in the
please.
middle. No, the res is already taken up top.
Fucking
No.
crafting next to me.
I swapped it apparently. Fuck, I'm pissed. You guys go res me. Stop going
Fucking chill on that guy. Holy
You're shutting,
fuck.
okay.
Oh, you got shit on back.
True.
They're ulting. So what? Never mind, that's the very crew.
Well, we could go to that Moby and die doing it.
No, you just listen here. Just Valcol out. Heat
Wait,
shield.
I'm down,
on the
I'm
left
down, I'm
side,
down. Let's
there's
Valkyrie.
res
No, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it.
Or so.
No, we don't heat shield. We just go fucking, we go on the other side of this.
I'm almost dead, bro.
there. Oh, you're good, you're good. What about it? See, you're full.
I'm gonna go res him with that heat shield.
No, you
At the-
don't have a heat shield?
No, I do.
I'm just landing on the building.
Nice! Badgers!
Do I live? After that? Oh, yeah, I do.
Yeah, you're fine. Don't worry about it.
They might push your ass.
They shouldn't. The other team's just sitting in the building.
Now, the real question is, do I have any loot anywhere?
Yeah, it's right here.
You got a gun right there.
No, on
You want
this
my
wall
third
right
one?
here. And there's dead people
Here,
in
take
the
my third
building.
one.
Good. Oh my god. No,
There's
no,
a
I'm
box
good.
right here.
I'll get weapons. Don't worry about it, Reptile.
Okay.
It's like literally a box right here.
I see it.
Oh,
I
juice
lose that earlier.
mud.
Oh, juice!
Yeah.
Oh my god.
There's a bunch of fucking shit
Oh my
here.
god, there's a bunch of boxes. There's a gold one right there, Mandy.
Yeah, I'll get it.
I'm getting bullied. Okay, rear centers.
I'm chilling. I got wingman PK right now.
No,
I need a
that's-
little bit.
You gotta get back to me.
that's
Oh.
sick. Yeah, that's sick. Yep.
Alright, it's okay, we got a Moby right here.
Love that from
Here,
do
pop
have
this,
a-
pop this and make portal. Pop this and get portal.
I have a vault on me, man.
Alright, I'm swapping MK. Hold on.
Like actual vault. Plug me right there. No cap on the stack. Number is no bitch.
Oh, yeah.
I'm dead for it.
Shoot the guy above, man.
You're
Then.
fine, you're fine.
Hold on. I can't.
Man has to shoot the guys
I want
above.
to. Well, the
Yeah.
team on the right is shooting me too. That's the problem. There's a team east.
They're getting shit on now.
You got it, Mandy? You got it. You got that. You got that. Yeah, you got that. You got that. 100%. Oh,
Holy fuck, dude.
stupid
almost had it.
freaking Watson.
Come on, man. We got this. We have heat shield, so as long as we play below, we can heat shield it and do it. Just gotta shoot right.
What is this team doing? They're just not even in.
Reporting on you. You gotta fight that. You gotta fight that. Man is dead.
I didn't fuck. There's no armor swaps or nothing.
Nope.
Dude, why is all armors taken?
Now's the time, Raptor.
Now's the time.
Why is it shooting you, man? You attempted.
Oh.
You had that?
What does that say? What does that say? What is his name?
I don't fucking know, dude.
What is his name? Arkroy, what is his name?
Dude, I know this for sure. Peace out, Jessica. Thanks for watching.
I don't know how they're playing. They have 3 KP.
They're just playing Watson, sitting on the fucking thing. Caustic Watson. They're having the best of times. They're just trying to get off the 10k floor for the first time.
I'm a hungry bitch.
And now they lost. How did they lose the game?
Cause they're bad? What do you mean? They have 0 KP in endgame. Of course they're back.
His name is Hardstock Diamond, apparently.
Nice.
I guess that's why he's playing like that. Damn. Damn. Damn.
Ooh, pee pee poo poo.
My BLG here for me.
Okay.
Try and get some food.
Sounds good.
I want food. What's up, Arc Break 029? Call me baby. I'm dying. I don't care if you're trying to a lot of fucking COD people are getting into Apex. Did you see?
Yeah, lots of COD in Fortnite. People have been.
Crazy. It's pretty crazy, right?
No, yeah, it's crazy. It's actually sick. It's weird that it like happened after 3 years of Apex being out, but it's sick that it happened.
That
Well,
one.
to be fair, this game was not very playable for a while, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's fair. Just a bunch of people switching over from other games and stuff.
Well, not switching
Apex.
over. Like the COD pros are playing it for fun. Obviously, they're not switching
Yeah, yeah.
over to it, but like they're streaming it and shit, and like playing ranked, climbing ladder. But obviously, they're still playing, you know, champs, like, you know, COD shit.
Yeah, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, Nick. Good night. Thanks for watching, man. It's cool though, and I mean, I wonder what their like opinions are gonna be once rank changes, you know, and they actually have to learn the game.
I think that their opinion will be even better, even stronger, like, about it. I mean, they're
For the
competitive
COD
people,
pros,
you know?
Yeah, for COD pros,
Yeah.
yeah, for sure. Because ranked is
Probably gonna
gonna
like
be
this shit.
well. ranked should be a lot harder next season to be, you know, top.
On paper, yes.
On paper, right? It should be.
Well, the way I see it is there's demotion, so that'll already get rid of most of the bozos, and then the other part is like the higher like buy-in cost is gonna make people try harder. It feels like.
Yeah. Like people that are grinding for high RP pred are gonna be like playing zone like crazy. Purple armor.
I'm grabbing it, but I hope they don't get ass blasted.
Not one. Pass out at 3, wake up at 10, go out.
Running in the field. Fade white.
Funny. They're not just I think they're just running into another team.
Yeah, they are. Wall white. They should be running into another team. I got like nothing, dude.
Yeah, no.
I have a Nari, that's it. Not first down, go up.
Same.
Any white again here.
And I like that they increased the amount of RP needed to get masters now.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, it's
I think there's someone here.
There's the flash, he's dead. That guy, he's been pushed on your team.
Yeah, that is not one.
I think it's 15k for masters now. 11k for diamond.
On top of me. Yeah, on top.
Dude, there's people on every wall. I need heavy ammo.
I have 20.
Same, I got 40 for my rampage.
I got one
Here,
bullet.
take one.
There's someone on the left here. I just heard him. Yeah, on me.
I'm behind him. Okay. Oh wait. I'm not behind him. I thought he was around the edge.
He queued. 44 flash.
Nice. Nice shuttle.
Have a gun.
What's up, cake?
He had alternator, yeah.
Theoretically, solo queuing should be fucking a lot better now. Theoretically.
Here.
Blue on the spot. God, you're so annoying. You guys have a lot of heavy?
No. I have 4.
I have 11.
I have 4 so I don't know what you're talking about. I have ult. Oh, they're just up there.
I kinda just wanna... I have one cell
Oh,
on.
behind us, fuck. He's one shot, red tire.
Got him.
Nice. We need that.
Okay, there's still above me. Maybe Reservoir. He's on this wall, this Valka. He looks alone, man.
Popping one cell.
He could maybe res me. He's like above on the wall. He's
Go for it. I'm holding.
He's just one guy. You got some
Trying to
mix?
take damage. Just 2. They got landed on maybe? Yeah, they did.
Dead for this.
88 on that guy. You can probably re-res.
I'm safe though for us, for sure.
I'm holding this off, you're fine. Oh wait, they're pushing me hard. I'm just confused, apparently.
78. Now it's just resting.
Alright, you're fine, it's not your fault, I'm just like...
Oh, they're up here! 70 purple on the Bangalore.
I'm just getting shot by like...
He's just here with no audio, dude. It's
Oh,
the
it's
same
fucked
guy. We're getting chased by the same guy every single game. EU Kipolino, level 200. And his little fucking dog shit friends. I'm getting off. I've 9 hours of this game a day is enough.
You're getting off?
Yeah. I gotta go get food and stop mobbing.
GG, thanks for playing.
Yeah, it was fun.
Jeez.
Play tomorrow.
You keep on Mandy or are you calling it?
I'll get off like 50 minutes, dude.
50?
What do you got in
50?
50?
Yeah. Because I have to clean. My girlfriend's coming home today, so I gotta clean and like wash everything down.
Oh
so there's no
shit,
road
your
anywhere.
shit's fucked, huh?
So.
Alright, well, GG's boys, peace out.
GG's, peace.
Alright, chat, I'm a host Graceful. Love you guys. Go say hi to him. Thank you guys. Make sure you follow my my Twitter and join my Discord. And yeah. Love you guys. Thank you for chilling. We'll be back tomorrow, of course. Same time. Alright? Peace out. Thanks for watching. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.